38294. Children of the Night by Dan Simmons. Copyright 1992 by Dan Simmons. All rights reserved. Read by Barrett Whitener.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. An ancient vampire returns to post-Ceausescu Romania to await the birth of his successor and then to die. Meanwhile, American hematologist Kate Neuman is sent to Bucharest to advise and assist orphanages. Unable to help one orphan without better technology, Neuman adopts him. Back in Colorado, she is shocked to learn that the infant is absorbing blood transfusions, and someone is trying to take him back. Strong Language and Violence, 1992. From the book Jacket. From the award-winning author of Hyperion and Carrion Comfort comes a chilling tale of ancient Transylvanian terrors and modern political nightmares. Simmons has produced an outstandingly eerie and truly horrifying tale, a page-turner of the first order, Publishers Weekly said of Dan Simmons' Putnam debut, Summer of Night. An extraordinary talent and a distinctive voice, said Locus magazine. Summer of Night will remind you exactly why you read for pleasure. Now, in Children of the Night, Simmons achieves new heights of suspense and terror. Kate Neuman, a brilliant hematologist, is in post-Ceausescu Romania to lend her expertise in the treatment of rare blood diseases. Her most baffling case is that of an abandoned 7-month-old boy who requires bi-weekly transfusions to survive. Kate soon realizes that baby Joshua is nothing less than a miracle child, and that his unique immune system holds the key to a cure for cancer and AIDS, as well as tremendous potential for extending human lives. With the assistance of Father Mike O'Rourke, a Chicago cleric also in Romania on a mercy mission, Kate fights the malevolent local bureaucracy and adopts Joshua. Mother and child return home to Colorado, where Kate hopes she can use her medical knowledge and the most advanced technology to reveal the mystery of her new son's amazing immune system and save him in the process. Just when the research promises an astounding breakthrough, terror reaches a cold hand from the dark forests of Transylvania to change Kate's life forever. Pursued by mysterious, superhuman thugs, she and her friend Father O'Rourke embark on an incredible odyssey that will bring them face to face with the historical Vlad Dracula. About the author. Dan Simmons, formerly a teacher and director of programs for gifted children, now writes full-time. He lives along the Front Range of the Colorado Rockies with his wife and their daughter and is currently at work on a new novel. Other books by Dan Simmons. Song of Kali, Phases of Gravity, Carrion Comfort, Hyperion, The Fall of Hyperion, Entropy's Bed at Midnight, Prayers to Broken Stones, Summer of Night, The Hollow Man. To the Children. Chapter 1. We flew to Bucharest almost as soon as the shooting had stopped, landing at Otopin Airport just after midnight on December 29, 1989. As the semi-official international assessment contingent, the 6 of us were met at my Learjet, escorted through the confused milling that passed for customs since Romania's revolution, and then herded aboard an Office of National Tourism VIP van for the 9-mile drive into town. They had brought a wheelchair to the bottom of the aircraft ramp for me, but I waved it away and made the walk to the van myself. It was not easy. Donna Wexler, our U.S. Embassy liaison, pointed at 2 bullet holes in the wall near where the van was parked, but Dr. Amesley topped that by simply pointing out the window as we drove around the lighted circular drive connecting the terminal to the highway. Soviet-style tanks sat along the main thoroughfare where cabs normally would be waiting, their long muzzles pointed toward the entrance to the airport drive. Sandbagged emplacements lined the highway and airport rooftops, and the sodium vapor lamps yellowly illuminated the helmets and rifles of soldiers on guard duty while throwing their faces into deep shadow. Other men, some in regular army uniforms and others in the ragtag clothing of the revolutionary militia, lay sleeping alongside the tanks. For a second, the illusion of sidewalks littered with the bodies of Romania's dead was perfect, and I held my breath, exhaling slowly only when I saw one of the bodies stir and another light a cigarette. "They fought off several counterattacks by Loyalist troops and Securitate forces last week," whispered Donna Wexler. Her tone suggested that it was an embarrassing topic, like sex. Radu Fortuna, The little man who had been hurriedly introduced to us in the terminal as our guide and liaison with the transitional government turned in his seat and grinned broadly as if he were not embarrassed by either sex or politics. "They kill many Securitate," he said loudly, his grin growing ever wider. "3 times Ceausescu's people try to take airport, 3 times they get killed." Wexler nodded and smiled, obviously uncomfortable with the conversation, but Dr. Amesley leaned into the aisle. Light from the last of the sodium vapor lamps illuminated his bald head in the seconds before we entered the darkness of the empty highway. "So Ceausescu's regime is really over?" he said to Fortuna. I could see only the slightest gleam from the Romanian's grin in the sudden darkness. "Ceausescu is over, yes, he said. They take him and that bitch cow of a wife in Târgăviște, you know, have, how you call it, trial." Radu Fortuna laughed again, a sound which somehow sounded both childish and cruel. I found myself shivering a bit in the darkness. The bus was not heated. "They have trial," continued Fortuna, "and prosecutor say, 'You both crazy?' You see, if Ceausescu and Mrs. Ceausescu crazy, then maybe the army just send them away in mental hospital for 100 years, like our Russian friends do, you know? But Ceausescu say, 'What? What? Crazy? How dare you? That is obscene provocation.' And his wife, she say, 'How can you say this to the mother of your nation?' So prosecutors say, 'Okay, you neither one crazy. Your own mouth say.' And then the soldiers, they draw straws, so many want to be the ones. Then the lucky ones, they take Ceausescu's out in courtyard and shoot them in heads many times." Fortuna chuckled warmly, as if remembering a favorite anecdote. "Yes, regime over," he said to Dr. Amesley. "Maybe a few thousand Securitate, they don't know it yet, and still shooting peoples, but that will be over soon. Bigger problem is, what to do with 1 out of 3 peoples who spy for old government, eh?" Fortuna chuckled again, and in the sudden glare from an oncoming army truck, I could see his silhouette as he shrugged. There was a thin layer of condensation turning to ice on the inside of the windows now. My fingers were stiff with the cold, and I could barely feel my toes in the absurd Bali dress shoes I had put on that morning. I scraped at some of the ice on my window as we entered the city proper. "I know that you are all very important peoples from the West," said Radu Fortuna, his breath creating a small fog that rose toward the roof of the bus like an escaping soul. "I know you are famous Western billionaire, Mr. Werner Deacon Trent, who pay for this visit," he said, nodding at me. "But I am afraid I forget some other names." Donna Wexler did the introductions. "Dr. Amesley is with the World Health Organization. Father Michael O'Rourke is here representing both the Chicago Archdiocese and the Save the Children Foundation." "Ah, good to have priest here," said Fortuna, and I heard something that may have been irony in his voice. "Dr. Leonard Paxley, Professor Emeritus of Economics at Princeton University," continued Wexler. "Winner of the 1978 Nobel Prize in Economics." Fortuna bowed toward the old academic. Paxley had not spoken at all during the flight from Frankfurt, and now he seemed lost in his oversized coat and folds of muffler, an old man in search of a park bench. "We welcome you," said Fortuna, "even though our country have no economy at present moment." "God damn, is it always this cold here?" came the voice from deep in the folds of wool. The Nobel Prize-winning Professor Emeritus stamped his small feet. "This is cold enough to freeze the nuts off a bronze bulldog." "And Mr. Carl Berry, representing American Telegraph and Telephone," continued Wexler quickly. The pudgy businessman next to me puffed his pipe, removed it, nodded in Fortuna's direction, and went back to smoking the thing as if it were a necessary source of heat. I had a moment's mad vision of the 7 of us in the bus huddled around the glowing embers in Barry's pipe. "And you say you remember our sponsor, Mr. Trent," finished Wexler. "Yes," said Radu Fortuna. His eyes glittered as he looked at me through Barry's pipe smoke and the fog of his own breath. I could almost see my image in those glistening eyes, one very old man, deep-set eyes sunken even deeper from the fatigue of the trip, body shriveled and shrunken in my expensive suit and overcoat. I am sure that I looked older than Paxley, older than Methuselah, older than God. "You have been in Romania before, I believe?" continued Fortuna. I could see the guide's eyes glowing brighter as we reached the lighted part of the city. "I spent time in Germany shortly after the war. The scene out the window behind Fortuna was like that. There were more tanks in Palace Square, black hulks which one would have thought deserted heaps of cold metal if the turret of one had not tracked us as our van passed by. There were the sooty corpses of burned-out autos, and at least one armored personnel carrier that was now only a piece of scorched steel. We turned left and went past the Central University Library. Its gold dome and ornate roof had collapsed between soot-streaked, pock-marked walls. "Yes," I said. "I have been here before." Fortuna leaned toward me. "And perhaps this time one of your corporations will open a plant here, yes?" "Perhaps." Fortuna's gaze did not leave me. "We work very cheap here," he whispered so softly that I doubt if anyone else except Carl Berry could hear him. "Very cheap. Labor is very cheap here. Life is very cheap here." We had turned left off of the empty Calia Victoriae, right again on Boulevardul Nicolae Ceausescu, and now the van screeched to a halt in front of the tallest building in the city, the 22-story Intercontinental Hotel. "In the morning, gentlemen," said Fortuna, rising, gesturing the way toward the lighted foyer, "we will see the new Romania. I wish you dreamless sleeps." Chapter 2. Our group spent the next day meeting with officials in the interim government, mostly members of the recently cobbled-together National Salvation Front. The day was so dark that the automatic streetlights came on along the broad Boulevardul Ceausescu and Boulevardul Republici. The buildings were not heated, or at least not perceptibly, and the men and women we spoke with looked all but identical in their oversized, drab wool coats. By the end of the day we had spoken to a Girescu, 2 Tismanianus, 1 Borisoiu, who turned out not to be a spokesman for the new government after all. He was arrested moments after we left him. Several generals, including Popescu, Lupoi, and Diurgiu, and finally the real leaders, which included Petre Roman, prime minister in the transitional government, and Ion Iliescu and Dumitru Mazilu, who had been president and vice president in the Ceausescu regime. Their message was the same. We had the run of the nation, and any recommendations we could make to our various constituencies for help would be eternally appreciated. The officials treated me with the most deference because they knew my name and because of how much money I represented, but even that polite attention was tinged with a distracted air. They were like men sleepwalking amidst chaos. Returning to the Intercontinental that evening, we watched as a crowd of people, most, it looked, office workers leaving the stone hives of the downtown for the day, beat and pummeled 3 men and a woman. Radu Fortuna smiled and pointed to the broad plaza in front of the hotel where the crowd was growing larger. "There, in University Square last week, when peoples come to demonstrate with singing, you know. Army tanks roll over persons, shoot more. Those probably be Securitate informers." Before the van stopped in front of the hotel, we caught a glimpse of uniformed soldiers leading away the probable informers, encouraging them with the butts of their automatic weapons while the crowd continued to spit and strike them. "Can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs," muttered our professor emeritus, while Father O'Rourke glared at him and Radu Fortuna chuckled appreciatively. "You'd think Ceausescu would have been better prepared for a siege," Dr. Amesley said after dinner that evening. We had stayed in the dining room because it seemed warmer than our own rooms. Waiters and a few military men moved aimlessly through the large space. The reporters had finished their dinner quickly with a maximum of noise, and left soon after to wherever reporters go to drink and be cynical. Radu Fortuna had joined us for coffee, and now he showed his patented gap-toothed grin. "You want to see how prepared Ceausescu he was?" Amesley, Father O'Rourke, and I agreed that we would like to see. Carl Berry decided to go to his room to get a call through to the States, and Dr. Paxley followed him, grumbling about getting to bed early. Fortuna led the 3 of us out into the cold and down shadowed streets to the soot-blackened shell of the presidential palace. A militiaman stepped out of the shadows, raised an AK-47, and barked a challenge, but Fortuna spoke quietly, and we were allowed to pass. There were no lights in the palace except for occasional fires in barrels where militiamen and regular soldiers slept or huddled to keep warm. Furniture was tossed everywhere. Drapes had been ripped from 20-foot-tall windows. Papers littered the floor, and the formal tiles were smeared with dark streaks. Fortuna led us down a narrow hall, through a series of what appeared to be private residential rooms, and stopped at what seemed to be an unmarked closet. Inside the 4-foot square closet there was nothing but 3 lanterns on a shelf. Fortuna lighted the lanterns, handed one to Amesley and one to me, and then touched the molding above the back wall. A sliding panel opened to a stone staircase. "Mr. Trent," began Fortuna, frowning at my walking stick and shaking old man arms. The lantern light tossed unsteady shadows on the walls. He held out his hand for the lantern. "There are many stairs. Perhaps—" "I can make it," I said through tense jaws. I kept the lantern. Radu Fortuna shrugged and let us down. The next half-hour was dreamlike, almost hallucinatory. The stairway led down to echoing chambers from which a maze of stone tunnels and other stairways branched. Fortuna led us deep into this maze, our lights reflecting off the curved ceilings and slick stones. "My God," muttered Dr. Amesley after 10 minutes of this. "These go for miles." "Yes, yes," smiled Radu Fortuna. "Many miles." There were storerooms with automatic weapons on shelves, gas masks hanging from hooks. There were command centers with radios and television monitors sitting there in the dark, some destroyed as if madmen with axes had vented their wrath on them, some still covered with clear plastic and waiting only for their operators to turn them on. There were barracks with bunks and stoves and kerosene heating units, which we eyed with envy. Some of the barracks looked untouched, others obviously had been the site of panicked evacuation or equally panicked firefights. There was blood on the walls and floors of one of these chambers, the streaks more black than red in the light of our hissing lanterns. There were still bodies in the farther reaches of the tunnels, some lying in pools of water dripping from overhead hatches, others tumbled behind hastily erected barricades at the junction of the underground avenues. The stone vault smelled like a meat locker. "Securitate," said Fortuna, and spat on one of the brown-shirted men lying face down in a frozen pool. "They fled like rats down here, and we finished them like rats. You know?" Father O'Rourke crouched next to one of the corpses for a long moment, head bowed. Then he crossed himself and rose. There was no shock or disgust on his face. I remember someone having said that the bearded priest had been in Vietnam. Dr. Amesley said, "But Ceausescu did not retreat to this redoubt?" "No." Fortuna smiled. The doctor looked around in the hissing white light. "For God's sake, why not? If he'd marshaled an organized resistance down here, he could have held out for months." Fortuna shrugged. "Instead, the monster, he fled by helicopter. He flew, yes. He flew to Tirgovishte, 70 kilometers from here, you know? There other people see him and his bitch cow wife get in car. They catch." Dr. Amesley held his lantern at the entrance to another tunnel from which a terrible stench now blew. The doctor quickly pulled back the light. "But I wonder why—" Fortuna stepped closer, and the harsh light illuminated an old scar on his neck that I had not noticed before. "They say his advisor, the dark advisor, told him not to come here." He smiled. Father O'Rourke stared at the Romanian. "The dark advisor. It sounds as if his counselor was the devil." Radu Fortuna nodded. Dr. Amesley grunted. "Did this devil escape, or was he one of those poor buggers we saw back there?" Our guide did not answer, but entered one of the 4 tunnels branching off there. A stone stairway led upward. "To the National Theater," he said softly, waving us ahead of him. "It was damaged but not destroyed. Your hotel is next door." The priest, the doctor, and I started up, lantern light throwing our shadows 15 feet high on the curved stone walls above. Father O'Rourke stopped and looked down at Fortuna. "Aren't you coming?" The little guide smiled and shook his head. "Tomorrow we take you where it all began. Tomorrow we go to Transylvania." Dr. Amesley gave the priest and me a smile. "Transylvania," he repeated. "Shades of Bela Lugosi." He turned back to say something to Fortuna, but the little man was gone. Not even the echo of footfalls or shimmer of lantern light showed which tunnel he had taken. Chapter 3. We flew to Timișoara, a city of about 300,000 in western Transylvania, suffering the flight in an old recycled Tupolev turboprop now belonging to Tarom, the state airline. The authorities would not allow my Lear to fly from city to city in the country. We were lucky. The daily flight was delayed only an hour and a half. We flew through cloud for most of the way, and there were no interior lights on the plane, but that did not matter because there were neither flight attendants nor the interruption of a meal or snack. Dr. Paxley grumbled most of the way, but the scream of the turboprops and the groaning of metal as we bounced and bucked our way through updrafts and storm clouds muffled most of his complaints. Just as we took off, seconds before entering the clouds, Fortuna leaned across the aisle and pointed out the window to a snow-covered island on a lake that must have been about 20 miles north of Bucharest. "Schnagoff," he said, watching my face. I glanced down, caught a glimpse of a dark church on the island before the clouds obliterated the view, and looked back at Fortuna. "Yes?" "Vlad Cephesh buried there," said Fortuna, still watching me. He pronounced the last name as Cephesh. I nodded. Fortuna went back to reading one of our Time magazines in the dim light, although how someone could read or concentrate during that wild ride I will never know. A minute later, Carl Berry leaned forward from the seat behind me and whispered, "Who the hell is Vlad Cephesh? Someone who died in the fighting?" The cabin was so dark now that I could barely make out Berry's face inches from my own. "Dracula," I said to the AT&T executive. Berry let out a discouraged sigh and leaned back in his seat, tightening his belt as we began to pitch and bounce in earnest. "Vlad the Impaler," I whispered to no one at all. The electricity had failed, so the morgue was cooled by the simple expediency of opening all of the tall windows. The light was still very thin, as if watered down by the dark green walls and grimy panes of glass and constant low clouds, but was adequate to illuminate the rows of corpses across the tabletops and filling almost every inch of the tiled floors. We had to walk a circuitous path, stepping carefully between bare legs and white faces and bulging bellies, just to join Fortuna and the Romanian doctor in the center of the room. There were at least 300 or 400 bodies in the long room, not counting ourselves. "Why haven't these people been buried?" demanded Father O'Rourke, his scarf raised to his face. His voice was angry. "It's been at least a week since the murders, correct?" Fortuna translated for the Timișoaran doctor, who shrugged. Fortuna shrugged. 11 days since the Securitate they do this," he said. "Funerals soon. The authorities here, they want to show the Western reporters and such very important peoples as yourselves. Look, look." Fortuna opened his arms to the room in a gesture that was almost proud, a chef showing off the banquet he had prepared. On the table in front of us lay a corpse of an old man. His hands and feet had been amputated by something not very sharp. There were burns on his lower abdomen and genitals, and his chest showed open scars that reminded me of Viking photos of the rivers and craters of Mars. The Romanian doctor spoke. Fortuna translated. "He say, the Securitate, they play with acid, you know? And here." The young woman lay on the floor, fully clothed except for the ripped clothing that extended from her breasts to pubic bone. What I first took for another layer of slashed red rags, I now realized was the red-rimmed wall of her opened belly and abdomen. The 7-month fetus lay on her lap like a discarded doll. It would have been a boy. "Here," commanded Fortuna, stepping through the maze of ankles and gesturing. The boy must have been about 10. Death and a week or more of freezing cold had expanded and mottled flesh to the texture of bloated, marbled parchment, but the barbed wire around his ankles and wrists was still quite visible. His arms had been tied behind him with such force that the shoulder joints were totally out of their sockets. Flies had been at his eyes, and the layer of eggs there made it look as if the child were wearing white goggles. Professor Emeritus Paxley made a noise and staggered from the room, almost tripping over the bodies set out for display there. One old man's gnarled hand seemed to tug at the professor's pant leg as he fled. Father O'Rourke grabbed Fortuna by his coat front and almost lifted the little man from the floor. "Why in the hell are you showing us this?" Fortuna grinned. "There is more, Father. Come." "They called Ceausescu the vampire," said Donna Wexler, who had flown up later to join us. "And here in Timișoara is where it started," said Carl Berry, puffing on his pipe and looking around at the gray sky, gray buildings, gray slush on the street, and gray people moving through the dim light. "Here in Timișoara is where the final explosion began," said Wexler. "The younger generation has been getting more and more restless for some time. In a real sense, Ceausescu signed his own death warrant by creating that generation." "Creating that generation," repeated Father O'Rourke, frowning. "Explain." Wexler explained. In the mid-1960s, Ceausescu had outlawed abortion, discontinued the import of oral contraceptives and IUDs, and announced that it was a woman's obligation to the state to have many children. More importantly, his government had offered birth premiums and reduced taxes to those families who obeyed the government's call for increased births. Couples who had fewer than 5 children were actually fined as well as heavily taxed. Between 1966 and 1976, said Wexler, there had been a 40% increase in babies born, along with a huge rise in infant mortality. It was this surplus of young people in their 20s by the late 1980s who provided the core of the revolution, said Donna Wexler. They had no jobs, no chance for a college education, not even a chance for decent housing. They were the ones who began the protests in Timișoara and elsewhere. Father O'Rourke nodded. Ironic, but appropriate. Of course, said Wexler, pausing near the train station, most of the peasant families could not afford to raise the extra children. She stopped with that diplomat's tick of embarrassment. So what happened to those children? I asked. It was only early afternoon, but the light had faded to a wintry twilight. There were no streetlights along this section of Timișoara's main boulevard. Somewhere far down the tracks, a locomotive screamed. The embassy woman shook her head, but Radu Fortuna stepped closer. We take train tonight to Sebeș, Sibiu, Copșa-Mică, and Sighișoara, the smiling Romanian said. You see where babies go. Winter evening became winter night beyond the windows of our train. The train passed through mountains as jagged as rotten teeth. Whether they were the Fugarash Range or the lower Bucharest Carpathians I could not remember right then, and the dismal sight of huddled villages and sagging farms faded to blackness, broken only by the occasional glow of oil lamps through distant windows. For a second, the illusion was perfect, and I thought I was traveling through these mountains in the 15th century, traveling by coach to the castle on the Argeș, hurrying through these mountain passes in a race against enemies who would... I realized with a start that I had almost dozed off. It was New Year's Eve, the last night of 1989, and the dawn would bring what was popularly thought of as the last decade of the millennium. But the sight out the window remained a glimpse of the 15th century. The only intrusion of the modern age visible in the evening departure from Timișoara had been the occasional military vehicle glimpsed on snow-packed roads and the rare electric cables snaking above the trees. Then those slim talismans had disappeared, and there were only the villages, the oil lamps, the cold, and an occasional rubber-wheeled cart pulled by horses who seemed more bone than flesh, guided by men hidden in dark wool. Then even the village streets were empty as the train rushed through, stopping nowhere. I realized that some of the villages were totally dark, even though it was not yet 10 p.m., and leaning closer, wiping frost from the glass, I saw that the village we were passing now was dead. Buildings bulldozed, stone walls demolished, farm homes tumbled down. Systematization, whispered Radu Fortuna, who had appeared silently next to me in the aisle. He was chewing on an onion. I did not ask for clarification, but our guide and liaison smiled and provided it. Ceausescu wanted to destroy the old. He break down villages, move thousands of peoples to city places like Victory of Socialism Boulevard in Bucharest, kilometers and kilometers of tall apartment buildings. Only buildings, they not finished when he tear down and move peoples there. No heat, no water, no electricity. He sell electricity to other countries, you see. So village peoples, they have little house out here, be in family 3, maybe 400s of years, but now live on 9th floor of bad brick building in strange city. No windows, cold wind blow in. Have to carry water a mile, then carry up 9 flights of stairs. He took a deep bite of the onion and nodded as if satisfied. Systematization. He moved on down the smoky aisle. The mountains passed in the night. I began to doze again. I had slept little the night before, dreamlessly or otherwise, and I had not slept on the plain the night before that. but awoke with a start to find that the Professor Emeritus had taken the seat next to me. "No goddamn heat," he whispered, tugging his muffler tighter. "You'd think with all these goddamn peasant bodies and goats and chickens and what have you in this so-called first-class car that they generate some body heat in here, but it's as cold as Madame Ceausescu's dear dead tit." I blinked at the simile. "Actually," said Dr. Paxley in a conspiratorial whisper, "it's not as bad as they say." "The cold?" I said. No, the economy. Ceausescu may be the only national leader in this century who actually paid off his country's foreign debt. Of course, he had to divert food, electricity, and consumer goods to other countries to do it, but Romania has no foreign debt at all now. None." I said, trying to remember the fragments of the dream I'd had in my few moments of sleep. Something about blood and iron. "A $1.7 billion trade surplus," muttered Paxley, leaning close enough that I could tell that he'd also had onion for dinner. "And they owe the West nothing and the Russians nothing. Incredible." "But the people are starving," I said softly. Wexler and Father O'Rourke were asleep in the seat in front of us. The bearded priest mumbled slightly, as if battling a bad dream. Paxley waved away my comment. "When German reunification comes, do you know how much the West Germans are going to have to invest just to retool the infrastructure in the East?" Not waiting for my reply, he went on. 100 billion Deutschmarks! And that's just to prime the pump. With Romania, the infrastructure is so pitiful that there's little to tear down. Just junk the industrial madness that Ceausescu was so proud of, use the cheap labor. My God, man, they're almost serfs. And build whatever industrial infrastructure you want. The South Korean model, Mexico, it's wide open for the Western corporation that's willing to take the chance." I pretended to doze off again, and eventually the Professor Emeritus moved down the aisle to find someone else to explain the economic facts of life to. The villages passed in the darkness as we moved deeper into the Transylvanian mountains. We arrived in Sebeș before dawn, and there was some minor official there to take us to the orphanage. No, orphanage is too kind a word. It was a warehouse, heated no better than the other meat lockers we had been in so far, undecorated except for grimy tile floors and flaking walls painted a vomitous green to eye height and a leprous gray above that. The main hall was at least 100 meters across. It was filled with cribs. Again, the word is too generous. Not cribs, but low metal cages with no tops to them. In the cages were children. Children ranging in age from newborns to 10-year-olds. None seemed capable of walking. All were naked or dressed in filth-caked rags. Many were screaming or weeping silently, and the fog of their breath rose in the cold air. Stern-faced women in complicated nurses' caps stood smoking cigarettes on the periphery of this giant human stockyard, occasionally moving among the cages to brusquely hand a bottle to a child, sometimes a 7- or 8-year-old child, or more frequently to slap one into silence. The official and the chain-smoking administrator of the orphanage snapped a tirade at us which Fortuna did not deign to translate, and then they walked us through the room and slammed open tall doors. Another room, a larger room, opened into the cold-shrouded distance. Thin morning light fell in shafts onto the cages and faces there. There must have been at least 1,000 children in this room, none of them more than 2 years old. Some were crying, their infant wails echoing in the tiled space, but most seemed too weak and lethargic even to cry as they lay on the thin, excrement-smeared rags. Some lay in the fetal grip of near starvation. Some looked dead. Radu Fortuna turned and folded his arms. He was smiling. "You see where the babies go, yes?" Chapter 4. In Sibiu we found the hidden children. There were 4 orphanages in this central Transylvanian city of 170,000, and each orphanage was larger and sadder than the one in Sebeș. Dr. Amesley demanded, through Fortuna, that we be allowed to see the AIDS children. The administrator of Strada Cetati State Orphanage 319, a windowless old structure in the shadow of the 16th century city walls, absolutely refused to acknowledge that there were any AIDS babies. He refused to acknowledge our right to enter the orphanage. He refused, at one point, to acknowledge that he was the administrator of Strada Cetati State Orphanage 319, despite the stenciling on his office door and the plaque on his desk. Fortuna showed him our travel papers and authorization forms, co-signed with a personal plea for cooperation from interim Prime Minister Roman, President Iliescu, and Vice President Mazilu. The administrator sneered, took a drag on his short cigarette, shook his head, and said something dismissive. "My orders come from the Ministry of Health," Radu Fortuna translated. It took almost an hour to get through to the capital, but Fortuna finally completed a call to the Prime Minister's office, who called the Ministry of Health, who promised to call Strada Cittati State Orphanage 319 immediately. A little over 2 hours later, the call came. The administrator snarled something at Fortuna, tossed his cigarette butt on dirty tiles littered with them, snapped something at an orderly, and handed a huge ring of keys to Fortuna. The AIDS ward was behind 4 sets of locked doors. There were no nurses there, no doctors, no adults of any kind. Neither were there cribs. The infants and small children sat on the tile floor or competed to find space on one of half a dozen bare and excrement-stained mattresses thrown against the far wall. They were naked and their heads had been shaved. The windowless room was illuminated by a few naked 40-watt bulbs set 30 or 40 feet apart. Some children congregated there in the pools of murky light, raising swollen eyes to them as if to the sun, but most lay in the deep shadows. Older children scuttled on all fours to escape the light as we opened the steel doors. It was obvious that the floors were hosed down every few days. There were rivulets and streaks along the cracked tiles, and it was just as obvious that no other hygienic efforts had been made. Donna Wexler, Dr. Paxley, and Mr. Barry turned and fled from the stench. Dr. Amesley cursed and pounded his fist against a stone wall. Father O'Rourke first stared, his Irish face mottling with rage, and then moved from infant to infant, touching their heads, whispering softly to them in a language they did not understand, lifting them. I had the distinct impression as I watched that most of these children had never been held, perhaps never been touched. Radu Fortuna followed us into the room. He was not smiling. "Comrade Ceausescu told us that AIDS is a capitalist disease," he whispered. "Romania has no official cases of AIDS. None." My God, Dr. Amesley was muttering as he moved from child to child. "Most of these are in advanced stages of AIDS-related complexes and suffering from malnutrition and vitamin deficiencies." He looked up, and there were tears gleaming behind his glasses. "How long have they been here?" Fortuna shrugged. "Most maybe since little babies. Parents put here. Babies not go out of this room. That why so few know to walk. No one to hold them up when they try." Dr. Amesley unleashed a series of curses that seemed to smoke in the chill air. Fortuna nodded. "But hasn't anyone documented this tragedy?" said Dr. Amesley in a constricted voice. Now Fortuna smiled. "Oh, yes, yes. Dr. Petrascu from Stefan S. Nicolau Institute of Virology. He say this happening 3, maybe 4 years ago. First child he test was infected. I think 6 out of next 14 also sick from AIDS. All cities, all state homes he went to. Many, many sick childrens." Dr. Amesley rose from shining his penlight in a comatose infant's eyes. Amesley grabbed Fortuna by the coat, and for a second I was sure that he was going to strike the little guide in the face. "For Christ's sake, man, didn't he tell anyone?" Fortuna stared impassively at the doctor. "Oh, yes. Dr. Petrascu, he tell Ministry of Health. They say for him to stop immediately. They cancel AIDS seminar doctor schedule. Then they burn his minutes and, how do you say it, like little guides for meeting? Programs. They confiscate printed programs and burn them." Father O'Rourke set down a child. The 2-year-old's thin arms strained toward the priest as she made vague, imploring noises, a plea to be lifted again. He lifted her, laying her bald and scabrous head tight against his cheek. "God damn them," whispered the priest in a tone of benediction. "God damn the ministry. God damn that son of a bitch downstairs. God damn Ceausescu forever. May they all burn in hell." Dr. Amesley stood from where he crouched near a toddler who seemed all ribs and extended belly. "This child is dead." He turned to Fortuna again. "How in the hell can this happen? There can't be that many cases of AIDS among the general population yet, can there? Or are these children of drug addicts? I could see the other question in the doctor's eyes. In a nation where the average family could not afford to buy food, and where possession of a narcotic was punishable by death, how could there be so many children of drug users? "Come," said Fortuna, and led the doctor and me out of that ward of death. Father O'Rourke remained, lifting and touching child after child. In the healthy ward downstairs, differing from the Sebesh orphanage only in size, there must have been 1,000 or more children in the endless sea of steel cribs. Nurses were moving stolidly from child to child, giving them glass bottles of what looked to be formalized milk, and then, as each child sucked noisily, injecting him or her with a syringe. Then the nurse would wipe the syringe with a rag she carried on her belt, reinsert it in a large vial from her tray, and inject the next child. "Mother of Christ," whispered Dr. Ainslie. "You don't have disposable syringes?" Fortuna made a gesture with his hands. "A capitalist luxury." Ainslie's face was so red that I thought capillaries were bursting there. "Then what about fucking autoclaves?" Fortuna shrugged and asked the nearest nurse something. She snapped a reply and went back to her injections. "She say the autoclave is broken. Has been broken. Sent to Ministry of Health to be fixed," translated Fortuna. "How long?" grated Ainslie. "It broken 4 years," said Fortuna after calling the question to the busy woman. She had not bothered to turn around while replying. "She say that was 4 years before it sent to the ministry for repair last year." Dr. Ainslie stepped closer to a 6 or 7-year-old lying in his crib, sucking on his bottle. The formula looked like gray water. "And these are vitamin shots they're administering?" "Oh, no," said Fortuna. "Blood." Dr. Ainslie froze, then turned slowly. "Blood?" "Yes, yes. Adults' blood. It make little babies strong. Ministry of Health approve. They say it is very, how do you say, advanced medicine." Ainslie took a step toward the nurse, then a step toward Fortuna, and then wheeled toward me as if he would kill either of the first two if he got close to them. "Adults' blood, Trent. Jesus H. Christ. That was a theory that went out with gaslights and spats. My God, don't they realize—" He suddenly turned back toward our guide. "Fortuna, where do they get this adult blood?" "It donated. No, wrong word. Not donated. Bought. Those peoples in big cities who have no money at all, they sell blood for babies. 15 lei each time." Dr. Ainslie made a rough sound in his throat, a noise that soon turned to chuckles. He shaded his eyes with his hand and staggered backward, leaning against a tray filled with bottles of dark liquid. "Paid blood donors," he whispered to himself. "Street people, drug addicts, prostitutes, and they administer it to infants in the state homes with reusable, non-sterile needles." The chuckles continued, grew louder. Dr. Ainslie lowered himself to a sitting position on the dirty towels, the hand still over his eyes, laughter coming from deep in his throat. "How many—" he started to ask Fortuna. He cleared his throat and tried again. "How many did this Dr. Petrascu estimate were infected with AIDS?" Fortuna frowned as he tried to remember. "I think maybe he find 800 of the first 2,000. More higher number after that." From beneath the visor of his hand, Dr. Ainslie said, 40%. "And how many orphanage children are there?" Our guide shrugged. "Ministry of Health say maybe 200,000. I think more. Maybe 1,000,000. Maybe more." Dr. Ainslie did not look up or speak again. The deep chuckles grew louder and deeper, and I realized then that they were not chuckles at all, but sobs. Chapter 5. 6 of us took the train north through late afternoon light towards Sigishwara. Father O'Rourke stayed behind in the Sibiu orphanage. Fortuna had planned one stop in a small town along the way. "Mr. Trent, you like Kopshamika," he said. "It is for you we see it." I did not turn to look at him, but kept my gaze on the demolished villages we were passing. "More orphanages?" I said. "No, no. I mean, yes, there is orphanage in Kopshamika, but we don't go there. It is small town, 6,000 peoples. But it is reason you come to our country, yes?" I did turn to stare. Industry? Fortuna laughed. Ah, yes, Kopcha is most industrious, like so many of our towns, and this one so close to Sighișoara, where Comrade Ceausescu's dark advisor was born. Dark advisor, I snapped. What the hell are you saying? That Ceausescu's advisor was Vlad Țepeș? The guy did not answer. Sighișoara is a perfectly preserved medieval town where even the presence of the few autos on the narrow, cobblestoned streets seems an anachronism. The hills surrounding Sighișoara are studded with tumble-down towers and keeps, none of them as cinematic as the half-dozen intact castles in Transylvania, which advertise themselves as Dracula's castle for impressionable travelers with hard currency. But the old house on Piazza Musea Lui had truly been Vlad Dracula's birthplace and home from 1431 to 1435. The last time I had seen it, many years earlier, the upstairs had been a restaurant and the basement a wine cellar. Fortuna stretched and went off in search of something to eat. Dr. Amesley had overheard the conversation and dropped into the seat next to me. "Do you believe that man?" he whispered. "Now he's ready to tell you ghost stories about Dracula. Christ!" I nodded and looked out at the mountains and valleys sliding by in gray monotone. There was a wildness here that I had not seen elsewhere in the world, and I have traveled in more nations than there are in the UN. The mountainside, deep ravines, and trees seemed malformed, gnarled, like something struggling to escape from an Hieronymus Bosch painting. "I wish it were Dracula we had to deal with here," continued the good doctor. "Think of it, Trent. If our contingent announced that Vlad the Impaler were alive and preying on people in Transylvania, well, hell, there'd be 10,000 reporters up here. Satellite trucks parked in Sibiu's town square to bounce back Instacam reports to every Channel 7 and Channel 4 hometown news market in America. One monster biting a few dozen people, and the world would be galvanized with interest. But as it is, tens of thousands of men and women dead, hundreds of thousands of children warehoused and facing... God damn it!" I nodded without turning. "The banality of evil," I whispered. "What?" "The banality of evil." I turned and smiled grimly at the physician. Dracula would be a story. The plight of hundreds of thousands of victims of political madness, bureaucracy, stupidity. This is just an inconvenience. We arrived at Kopcha just before nightfall, and I realized at once why it was my town. Wexler, Amesley, and Paxley stayed on the train for the half-hour layover. Only Carl Berry and I had business there. Fortuna led the way. The village, it was too small to call a town, lay in a broad valley between old mountains. There was snow on the hillsides, but the snow was black. The icicles which hung from the dark eaves of the buildings were black. Underfoot, the slush along the unpaved roads was a gray and black mixture, and over everything hung a visible pall of black air, as if a million microscopic moths were fluttering in the dying light. Men and women in black coats and shawls moved past us, dragging their heavy carts or leading children by the hand, and the faces of these people were soot black. As we approached the center of the village, I realized that the three of us were wading through a layer of ash and soot at least 3 inches deep. I have seen active volcanoes in South America and elsewhere, and the ash and midnight skies were the same. "It is a, how do you say it, auto tire plant," said Radu Fortuna, gesturing toward the black industrial complex that filled the end of the valley like some grounded dragon. "It makes black powder for rubber products, works 24 hours a day. Sky is always like this." He gestured proudly toward the black haze that settled down on everything. Carl Berry was coughing. "Good Lord, how can people live in this?" "They not live long," said Fortuna. "Most old peoples, like you and me, they have lead poisoning. Little children have, what is word, always coughing?" "Asthma," said Berry. "Yes, little children have asthma. Babies born with hearts which are, how do you say, bad-formed?" "Malformed," said Berry. I stopped 100 yards from the black fences and black walls of the plant. The village behind us was a sketch of blacks against grays. Even the lamplight did not truly penetrate the soot-blackened windows. "Why is this my town, Fortuna?" I said. He held his hand out toward the factory. The lines in his palm were already black with soot, the cuff of his white shirt a dark gray. "Ceausescu gone now. Factory no longer have to turn out rubber things for East Germany, Poland, USSR. You want? Make things your company want? No. How do you say? No environmental impactment states. No regulations against making things the way you want, throwing away things where you want. So, you want?" I stood there in the black snow for a long moment, and might have stood there longer if the train had not shrieked its 2-minute warning. "Perhaps," I said. "Just perhaps." We trudged back through ash. Chapter 6. Donna Wexler, Dr. Amesley, Carl Berry, and our Professor Emeritus, Dr. Leonard Paxley, took the waiting VIP van back to Bucharest from Sighișoara. I stayed behind. The morning was dark, with heavy clouds that moved up the valley and shrouded the surrounding ridges in shifting haze. The city walls, with their 11 stone towers, seemed to blend their gray stones with the gray skies, sealing the medieval town under a solid dome of gloom. After a late breakfast, I filled my thermos, left the old town square, and climbed the old steps to the house on Piazza Museului. The iron doors to the wine cellar were closed, the narrow doors to the first floor sealed with heavy shutters. An old man sitting on a bench across the street told me that the restaurant had been closed for several years, that the state had considered turning the house into a museum, but then decided that foreign guests would not pay hard currency to see a run-down house, not even one where Vlad Dracula had lived 5 centuries before. The tourists preferred the large old castles 100 miles closer to Bucharest, castles which had been erected centuries after Vlad Țepeș had abdicated. I went back across the street, waited until the old man had fed his pigeons and left, and then I tugged off the heavy bar holding the shutters in place. The panes on the doors were as black as the soul of Kopcia Mica. The doors were locked, but I scratched at the centuries-old glass. Fortuna opened the door and led me in. Most of the tables and chairs had been stacked on a rough bar, cobwebs running from them to the smoke-blackened rafters, but Fortuna had pulled one table down and set it in the middle of the stone floor. He dusted off the 2 chairs before we sat. "Did you enjoy the tour?" he asked in Romanian. "Da," I said, and continued in the same language, "but I felt that you overdid it a bit." Fortuna shrugged. He went behind the bar, dusted off 2 pewter tankards, and brought them back to the table. I cleared my throat. "Would you have recognized me at the airport as a member of the family if you had not known me?" I said. My erstwhile guide showed his grin. "Of course." I frowned at this. "How? I have no accent, and I have lived as an American for many years." "Your manners," said Fortuna, letting the Romanian word roll off his tongue. "Your manners are much too good for an American." I sighed. Fortuna reached below the table and brought forth a wineskin, but I made a gesture and lifted the thermos from my overcoat pocket. I poured for both of us, and Radu Fortuna nodded, as serious as I had seen him during the past 3 days. We toasted. "Skål," I said. The drink was very good, fresh, still at body temperature, and nowhere near that point of coagulation where a certain bitterness sets in. Fortuna drained his tankard, wiped his mustache, and nodded his appreciation. "Your company will buy the plant in Kopcia Mica?" he asked. "Yes." "And the other plants in other Kopcia Micas?" "Yes," I said. "Or our consortium will underwrite European investment in it." Fortuna smiled. "The investors in the family will be happy. It will be 25 years before this country will be able to afford the luxury of worrying about the environment and the people's health." 10 years, I said. "Environmental awareness is contagious." Fortuna made a gesture with his hands and shoulders, a peculiarly Transylvanian gesture which I had not seen in years. "Speaking of contagious," I said, "the orphanage situation seems insane." The small man nodded. Dim light from the door behind me lighted his brow. Beyond him there was only blackness. "We do not have the luxury of your American plasma or private blood banks. The state had to provide a reservoir." "But the AIDS," I began. "Will be contained," said Fortuna, "thanks to the humanitarian impulses of your Dr. Amesley and Father O'Rourke." In the next few months, your American television will air specials on 60 Minutes and 2020 and whatever other programs you have created since I visited last. Americans are sentimental. There will be a public outcry. Aid will flow from all those groups and from rich people who have nothing better to do with their time. Families will adopt, pay a fortune for sick children to be flown to the States, and local television stations will interview mothers weeping with happiness. I nodded. Your American health workers, and British and West German, will flock to the Carpathians and the Bucharest and the Bucharest, and we will discover many other orphanages and hospitals, many other of these isolation wards. Within 2 years it will be contained. I nodded again. But they're liable to take a sizable amount of your reservoir with them, I said softly. Fortuna smiled and shrugged again. There are more. Always more. Even you know that in your land of teenage runaways and missing children's photos on milk cartons, no? I finished my drink, got up, and paced toward the light. Those days are over, I said. Survival equals moderation. All of the family must learn that someday. I turned back toward Fortuna, and my voice held more anger than I had expected. Otherwise, what? The contagion again? A growth of the family more rapid than cancer, more virulent than AIDS? Contained, we are in balance. Left to propagate, there will be only the hunters with no prey, as doomed to starvation as those rabbits on Easter Island years ago. Fortuna held up both hands, palms outward. We must not argue. We know that. It is why Ceausescu had to go. It is why we overthrew him. It is why you advised him not to go into his tunnels, to reach the triggers that would have brought Bucharest down. For a moment I could only stare at the little man. When I spoke, my voice was very tired. You will obey me, then? After all these years? Fortuna's eyes were very bright. Oh, yes. And you know why I returned? Fortuna rose, walked to the dark hall where a darker stairway waited. He gestured upward and led the way into the dark, my guide one final time. The bedroom had been one of the larger storerooms above the tourist restaurant. 5 centuries ago it had been a bedroom, my bedroom. Others were waiting there, members of the family whom I had not seen for decades or centuries. They were dressed in the dark robes we used only for the most sacred family ceremonies. The bed was waiting. My portrait hung above it, the one painted during my imprisonment in Visegrad in 1465. I paused a moment to stare at the image. A Hungarian nobleman stared back, a sable collar topped by gold brocade, gold buttons closing the mantle, a silk cap in the style of the times ringed by 9 rows of pearls, the whole headpiece held in place by a star-shaped brooch with a large topaz in its center. The face was both intimately familiar and shockingly strange. Nose long and aquiline, green eyes so large as to appear grotesque, thick eyebrows and thicker mustache, an oversized underlip on a prognathous shelf of jaw and cheek, altogether an arrogant and disturbing visage. Fortuna had recognized me. Despite the years, despite the ravages of age and revisions of surgery, despite everything. "Father," whispered one of the old men standing near the window. I blinked tiredly at him. I could not quite remember his name. One of my Dobrin brothers' cousins, perhaps. I had last seen him during the ceremony before I migrated to America more than a century and a half earlier. He came forward and touched my hand gingerly. I nodded, removed the ring from my pocket, and set it on my finger. The men in the room knelt. I could hear the creaking and popping of ancient joints. The Dobrin cousin rose and lifted a heavy medallion into the light. I knew the medallion. It represented the Order of the Dragon, a secret society first formed in 1387 and reorganized in 1408. The gold medallion on the gold chain was in the shape of a dragon curled into a circle, jaws open, legs outstretched, wings raised, its tail curled around to its head, and the entire form entwined with a double cross. On the cross were the Order's 2 mottos, O quam misericors est Deus, O how merciful is God, and Justus et Pius, just and faithful. My father had been invested in the Order of the Dragon on February 8, 1431, the year I was born. As a draconist, a follower of Draco, dragon in Latin, my father carried this insignia on his shield and had it inscribed on his coins. Thus he became Vlad Dracul, Dracul meaning both dragon and devil in my native language. Dracula meant simply son of the dragon. The Dobrin brother set the medallion around my neck. I felt the weight of gold trying to drag me down. The dozen or so men in the room chanted a short hymn, then filed forward one after the other to kiss my ring and return to their places. "I am tired," I said. My voice was the rustle of ancient parchment. They moved around me then, removing the medallion and my expensive suit. They dressed me carefully in a linen nightshirt, and Dobrin pulled back the linen bedclothes. Gratefully, I got into bed and lay back on the high pillows. Radu Fortuna moved closer. "You've come home to die, then, father?" It was not a question. I had neither the need nor energy to nod. An old man who may have been one of the other surviving Dobrin brothers came closer, went to one knee, kissed my ring again, and said, "Then, father, is it time to begin thinking about the birth and investiture of the new prince?" I looked at the man, thinking how the Vlad Tepes in the portrait above me would have had him impaled or disemboweled for the inelegance of that question. Instead, I nodded. "It will be done," said Radu Fortuna. "The woman and her midwife have been chosen." I closed my eyes and resisted a smile. The sperm had been collected many decades ago and declared viable. I could only assume that they had preserved it well in this inefficient, hapless nation where even hope had trouble surviving. I did not want to know the crass details of the selection and insemination. "We will begin preparations for the investiture," said an old man I had known once as the young Prince Minea. There was no urgency in his voice, and I understood the lack of it. Even my dying was to be a slow thing. This disease that I had embraced so very, very long ago would not release me lightly. Even now, riddled and made rotten by old age, the disease ruled my life and resisted the sweet imperative of death. I will not drink blood after this day. This is my decision, and it is irrevocable. Having entered this house again, this bed, I will not leave either willingly. But even fasting, my body's relentless ability to heal itself, to prolong itself, will struggle with my urge to die. This deathbed may hold me for a year or two, or even longer, before my spirit and the insidious, cell-deep compulsion to continue must surrender to the inevitable need to cease. I am determined that I shall live until the new prince is born, and until his investiture, no matter how many months or years may intervene until then. But by then I will no longer be the aged but vital Werner Deacon Trent. I will be only a mummified caricature of the man with the strange face in the portrait above my bed. I lay back deeper into the pillows, my yellowed fingers frail above the bedclothes. I do not open my eyes as, one by one, the eldest family members in the room filed by to kiss my ring a final time, and then to stand, whispering and murmuring like peasants at a funeral, in the hall outside. Below, on the ancient stairs of the home where I was born, I hear the soft creaking and shuffling as other family members, long lines of family members, ascend in reverent silence to view me like some museum mummy, like a waxwork Lenin all hollowed and yellowed in his tomb, and to kiss the ring and medallion of the Order of the Dragon. I close my eyes and allow myself to slip away to dreams. I feel them hovering above me, these dreams of past times, dreams of sometimes happier times, and all too frequently these dreams of terrible times. I feel their weight, these dreams of blood and of iron. I close my eyes and surrender to them, dreaming fitfully while my final days file through my mind, shuffling past like the curious and mourning members of my family of night. Chapter 7. Dr. Kate Neuman had reached the point where she could not take it any more. She left the children's ward, passed the isolation ward where her 8 hepatitis B cases were recovering, stopped outside the unnamed dying infant's room just long enough to peer through the window and slam her fist into the doorframe, and then she strode quickly toward the doctor's lounge. The halls of Bucharest's District 1 hospital reminded Kate of an old Massachusetts binding factory she had worked in one summer, while saving money to put herself through Harvard. The hallways here had the same grimy green paint, the same cracked and filthy linoleum tile floors, the same lousy fluorescent lighting that left long stretches of darkness between the pools of sick light, and the same kind of men wandering the hall with their stubbled faces and swaggering gait and smug, sexist, sidelong glances. Kate Neuman had had enough. It had been 6 weeks since she had come to Romania for a brief advisory tour. It had been 48 hours since she had slept, and almost 24 since she had taken a shower. It had been countless days since she had been outside in the sunlight. It had been only minutes since she had seen her last baby die, and Kate Neuman had had enough. She swept through the door to the doctor's lounge and stood breathing hard, surveying the startled faces looking up at her from the sprung couch and long table. The doctors were mostly men, sallow-faced, many with soiled surgical fatigues and scraggly mustaches. They looked sleepy, but Kate knew that it was not from long hours in the wards. Most of these physicians put in banker's hours and lost sleep only in what passed for nightlife in post-revolution Bucharest. Kate caught a glimpse of blue jeans far down the couch, and for a second she felt a surge of relief that her Romanian friend and translator Lucian was back. But the man leaned forward. She saw that it was not Lucian, but only the American priest whom the children called Father Mike, and Kate's anger flowed back over her like a black tide. She noticed the hospital administrator, Mr. Popescu, standing by the hot water dispenser, and she rounded on him. "We lost another infant this afternoon, another baby dead. Dead for no reason, Mr. Popescu." The chubby administrator blinked at her and stirred his tea. Kate knew that he understood her. "Don't you want to know why she died?" Kate asked the little man. Two of the pediatricians began moving toward the door, but Kate stepped into the doorway and held one hand up like a traffic cop. "Everybody should hear this," she said softly. Her gaze had not left Mr. Popescu. "Doesn't anyone want to know why we lost another child today?" The administrator licked his lips. "Dr. Neuman, you are perhaps very tired, yes?" Kate fixed him in her gaze. "We lost a little girl in Ward 9, she said, her voice as flat as her gaze. "She died because someone was careless in setting up an IV. A goddamn simple, everyday fucking IV. And the fat nurse with the garlic breath injected a bubble straight into the child's heart." "Imi para foarte rau," muttered Mr. Popescu. "Nu am înțeles." "The hell you don't understand," snapped Kate, feeling her anger mold itself into something sharp and finely edged. "You understand perfectly well." She turned to look at the dozen or so medics standing and sitting and staring at her. "You all understand. The words are easy to understand. Malpractice, professional carelessness, slovenliness. That's the third child we've lost this month to sheer bullshit incompetence." She looked directly at the closest pediatricians. "Where were you?" The taller man turned to his companion, smirked, and said something in whispered Romanian. The words Tiganesc and Corcitura were clearly audible. Kate took a step toward him, resisting the impulse to punch him right above his bushy mustache. "I know the child was a gypsy half-breed, you miserable piece of shit." She took another step toward him, and despite the fact that she was 5 inches shorter and 70 pounds lighter than the Romanian, the pediatrician backed against the wall. "I also know that you've been selling the babies that survived to the dipshit Americans wandering around here," she said to the pediatrician, raising a finger as if she were going to stab it through his chest. At the last second she turned away from him as if repelled by his smell. "And I know the business dealings the rest of you have, too," Kate said, her voice so weary and filled with disgust that she hardly recognized it as her own. "The least you could do is save more of them." The two pediatricians by the door went through it in some haste. The other doctors at the table and on the couch abandoned their tea and left the room. Mr. Popescu came closer and made as if to touch her arm, then thought better of it. "You are very tired, Mrs. Neuman." "Dr. Neuman," said Kate, not raising her gaze. "And if there isn't better supervision in the wards, Popescu, if one more child dies for no reason, I swear to Christ that I'll turn in a report to UNICEF and Adoption Option and Save the Children and all the other organizations that are feathering your nest. A report so strong that you'll never see another American cent, and your greedy friends downtown will send you to whatever passes for a gulag in Romania these days." Mr. Popescu had turned red and then pale and then red again as he backed away, slid backwards along the side of the table toward the door, set his teacup behind him, missed the table with it, hissed something in Romanian, and stalked out the door. Kate Neuman waited a moment, her eyes still lowered, and then went over, lifted his cup off the floor, wiped it with a rag from the counter, and set it back in its niche above the hot water dispenser. She closed her eyes, feeling the fatigue move beneath her like long, slow waves under a small ship. "Your tour here almost over, then?" asked an American voice. Kate snapped upright. The bearded priest was still seated on the couch, his blue jeans, gray sweatshirt, and Reeboks looking incongruous and a bit absurd. Kate formed a snappish reply and then let it slide away. "Yes," she said. "Another week and I'm gone no matter what." The priest nodded, finished his tea, and set the chipped mug away. "I've been watching you," he said softly. Kate glared at him. She'd never liked religious people very much, and celibate clerics grated on her more than most. Priests seemed like a useless anachronism to her, witch doctors who had exchanged their fright masks for Roman collars, dispensers of false care, carrion crows hovering around the sick and dying. Kate realized how tired she was. "I haven't been watching you," she said softly. "But I have noticed you with the new children and working in the wards. The children like you." The priest nodded. "And you saved their lives." He went over to the window and shoved back thick drapes. Rich evening sunlight flooded the room, possibly for the first time in decades. Kate blinked and rubbed her eyes. "It's time to call it a day, Dr. Neuman," said the priest. "I'd like to walk with you." "There's no need," began Kate, trying to feel anger again at the man's presumption, but mustering nothing. She felt her emotions grinding like a dead battery. "All right," she said. He walked with her out of the hospital and into the Bucharest evening. Chapter 8. Usually, Kate had a cab take her home to her apartment in the dark, but this evening they walked. Kate blinked at the thick evening light painted on the sides of buildings. It was as if she had never seen Bucharest before. "So you're not staying at one of the hotels?" said the priest. Kate shook herself out of her reverie. "No, the foundation rented a small apartment for me on Stirbe Voda." She gave the address. "Ah," said Father O'Rourke, "that's right near Cishmiju." "Near what?" said Kate. The last word had sounded much like a sneeze. "Cishmiju Gardens, one of my favorite places in the city." Kate shook her head. "I haven't seen it." She twitched a smile. "I haven't seen much since I got here. I've had 3 days off from the hospital, but I slept those away." "When did you get here?" he asked. Kate noticed his limp as they hurried across busy Ceausescu Boulevard. Here on the side streets by the university, the shade was deeper, the air cooler. April 4. God. "I know," said Father O'Rourke. "A day seems like a week at the hospital. A week is an eternity." They had just reached the large plaza on Calle Victoriae when Kate stopped and frowned. "What's the date today?" "May 15th, said the priest. "Wednesday." Kate rubbed her face and blinked. Her skin felt anesthetized. "I'd promised CDC that I'd be back by the 20th. They sent me tickets. I'd sort of forgotten just how close." She shook her head again and looked around at the plaza, still busy with evening traffic. Behind them, Post-Ceausescu Church was a mass of scaffolding, but the bullet holes were still visible on the sooty facade. The Palace of the Republic across the piazza had been even more heavily damaged. Long red and white banners hung over the columned entrance, but the doors and shattered windows were boarded up. To their right, the Athénée Palace Hotel was open, but with vacant windows and stitcheries of bullet holes like fresh scars on a heroin addict's skin. "CDC," said Father O'Rourke. "You're out of Atlanta?" "Boulder, Colorado," said Kate. "The big brass still hang out in Atlanta, but it's been the centers for disease control for several years. The Boulder facility's fairly new." They crossed Calle Victoriae at the light and headed down Strada Stirbe Voda, but not before 3 gypsy beggars in front of the Hotel Bucharest saw them and came swooping toward them, thrusting babies at them, kissing their own hands, tapping Kate's shoulders and saying, "Pour la bambina! Pour la bambina!" Kate raised a tired hand, but Father O'Rourke dug out change for each of them. The gypsy women grimaced at the coins, snapped something in dialect, and hurried back to their places in front of the hotel. The blue-jeaned and leather-coated money-changers in front of the hotel watched impassively. Stirbe Voda was a narrower street, but still busy with cheap Dacias and the money-changers' Mercedes and BMWs rumbling past over brick and worn asphalt. Kate noticed the priest's slight limp again, but decided not to ask him about it. Instead, she said, "Where do you call home base?" She had considered adding the father, but it did not come naturally to her. The priest was smiling slightly. "Well, the order I work for is based in Chicago, and on this trip I take my instructions from the Chicago Archdiocese, but it's been a while since I was there. In recent years, I've spent a lot of time in South and Central America. Before that, Africa." Kate glanced to her left, recognized the street called 13 Decembri, and knew that she was just a block or two from her apartment. The avenue seemed different in daylight and on foot. "So you're sort of a third-world expert," she said, too tired to concentrate on the conversation, but enjoying the sound of English. "Sort of," said Father O'Rourke. "And do you specialize in orphanages around the world?" "Not really. If I have a specialty, it's children. One just tends to find them in orphanages and hospitals." Kate made a noise of agreement. A few chestnut trees along the avenue here caught the last reflected light from the buildings on the east side of the street and seemed to glow with a gold-orange corona. The air was thick with the smells of any Eastern European city, undiluted car exhausts, raw sewage, rotting garbage, but there was also a scent of greenery and fresh blooms on the soft evening breeze. "Has it been this pleasant the whole time I've been here? I seem to remember it being cold and rainy," Kate said softly. Father O'Rourke smiled. "It's been like summer since the 1st of May," he said. "The trees along the avenues north of here are fantastic." Kate stopped. "Number 5, she said. "This is my apartment complex." She extended her hand. "Well, thanks for the walk and the conversation, Father." The priest looked at her without shaking her hand. His expression seemed a bit quizzical, not directed at her, but almost as if he were debating something with himself. Kate noticed for the first time how strikingly clear his gray eyes were. "The park is right there," said Father O'Rourke, pointing down Stirbe Voda. "Less than a block away. The entrance is sort of hard to notice if you're not aware of it already. I know you're exhausted, but—" Kate was exhausted and in a lousy mood, and not the least bit tempted by the celibate cleric in Reeboks, despite his startlingly beautiful eyes. Still, this was the first non-medical conversation she'd had in weeks, and she was surprised to find herself reluctant to end it. "Sure," she said. "Show me." Chishmiju Gardens reminded Kate of what she had imagined New York's Central Park to have been like decades ago, before it surrendered its nights to violence and its days to noise. Chishmiju was a true urban oasis, a hidden veil of trees and water and leaf shade and flowers. They entered through a narrow gate in a high fence that Kate had never noticed, descended stairs between tall boulders, and emerged into a maze of paved paths and stone walkways. The park was large, but all of its vistas were intimate, a waterway here threading its way under an arched stone bridge to widen into a shaded lagoon there, a long meadow, unkempt and seemingly untouched by a gardener's blade or shears, but strewn with a riot of wildflowers, a playground abuzz with children still dressed for the winter just past, long benches filled with grandparents watching the children play, stone tables and benches where huddles of men watched other men play chess, an island restaurant bedecked with colored lights, the sound of laughter across water. "It's wonderful," said Kate. They had strolled around the east side of the lagoon, past the noise of the playground, crossed a bridge made of cement logs and twigs, and paused to watch couples rowing in the connecting waterway below. Father O'Rourke nodded and leaned on the railing. "It's always too easy to see just one side of a place. Bucharest can be a difficult city to love, but it has its attractions." Kate watched a young couple pass below, the young man wrestling with the heavy oars while trying to make it seem easy, his young lady reclining languorously, or what she thought was languorously, in the bow. The rowboat seemed to be the size of one of the QE-2's lifeboats and appeared to be just about as easy to handle. The couple rowed out of sight around the bend in the channel, the young man sweating and swearing as he leaned on the oars to avoid a paddle boat coming the other way. "The Ceausescus and the revolution seem very far away, don't they?" said Kate. "It's hard to imagine that these people had to live for so many years under one of the planet's worst dictators." The priest nodded. "Have you seen the new presidential palace and his victory of Socialism Boulevard?" Kate tried to force her tired mind into gear. "I don't think so," she said. "You should see it before you go," said Father O'Rourke. His gray eyes seemed absorbed with some inner dialogue. "That's the new section of Bucharest he had built?" The priest nodded again. "It reminds me of architectural models Albert Speer had made up for Hitler," he said, his voice very soft. "Berlin the way it was supposed to look after the ultimate triumph of the Third Reich. The presidential palace may be the largest inhabited structure on Earth, only it's not inhabited now. The new regime doesn't know what the hell to do with it, and the boulevard is a mass of gleaming white office and apartment complexes, part Third Reich, part Korean Gothic, part Roman Imperial. They march across what used to be the most beautiful section of the city like so many Martian war machines. The old neighborhoods are gone forever, as dead as Ceausescu." He rubbed his cheek. "Do you mind if we sit down a moment?" Kate walked with him to a bench. The sunset had faded in all but the highest clouds, but the twilight was the slow, warm melting of a late spring evening. A few gas lamps were coming on down the long curve of path. "Your leg's bothering you," she said. Father O'Rourke smiled. "This leg can't bother me," he said, lifting his left pant leg above the athletic sock. He wrapped the pink plastic of a prosthesis. "Just to the knee," he added. "Above that, it can hurt like hell." Kate chewed her lip. "Automobile accident?" "In a manner of speaking. Sort of a national auto accident. Vietnam." Kate was surprised. She had still been in high school during the war, and she assumed that the priest was her age or younger. Now she looked carefully at his face above the dark beard, seeing the webwork of laugh lines around the eyes, really seeing the man for the first time, and realized that he was probably a few years older than she, perhaps in his early 40s. "I'm sorry about your leg," she said. "Me too," laughed the priest. "Was it a landmine?" Kate had interned with a brilliant doctor who had specialized in VA cases. "Not exactly," said Father O'Rourke. His voice was free of the self-consciousness and hesitance she had heard from some Vietnam veterans. Whatever demons the war and the wound brought him, she thought, he's free of them now. "I was a tunnel rat," he said. "Found an NVA down there that was more booby-trapped than corpse." Kate was not sure what a tunnel rat was, but she did not ask. "You're doing wonderful things with the children at the hospital," said the priest. "The survival rate on the hepatitis cases has doubled since your arrival." "It's still not good enough," snapped Kate. She heard the edge in her tone and took a breath. When she spoke again, her voice was softer. "How long have you been in Romania?" He scratched his beard. "Why don't you call me Mike?" Kate started to speak, then hesitated. Father was wrong. Mike didn't seem quite right. The priest grinned at her. "Okay, how about O'Rourke? It worked fine in the army." "All right. O'Rourke," said Kate. She extended her hand. "I'm Neuman." His handshake was firm, but Kate perceived a great gentleness behind it. "Well, Neuman," he said, "to answer your question, I've been in and out of Romania for quite a bit of the last year and a half." Kate was surprised. "Working with the children all that time?" "Mostly." He leaned forward, idly rubbing his knee. Another rowboat passed by. Rock music, the lyrics indecipherable, drifted across the lagoon from the island restaurant. "The first year or so, well, you know about the conditions of the state orphanages. The first task was to get the sickest children transferred to hospitals." Kate touched her tired eyelids. Amazingly, the sick-feeling fatigue was retreating a bit, allowing a simple tiredness to fill her. "The hospitals aren't much better," she said. Father O'Rourke did not look at her. "The hospitals for the party elite are better. Have you seen them?" "No." They're not on the official Ministry of Health list. They don't have signs out front, but the medical care and equipment is light years ahead of the district hospitals you've been working in. Kate turned her head to watch a couple strolling by hand in hand. The sky was darkening between the branches above the walkway. But there are no children in these party elite hospitals, are there, O'Rourke? No abandoned children, just a few well-fed kids in for tonsillectomies. The couple had strolled out of sight around the curved path, but Kate continued to stare in that direction. The pleasing park sounds seemed to fade into the distance. God damn, she whispered softly. What are we going to do? 600 some of these state institutions, 200,000 or more kids we know of out there, 50% of those exposed to hepatitis B, almost as many testing positive for HIV in some of those hellholes. What are we going to do, O'Rourke? The priest was looking at her in the fading light. The money and attention from the West has helped some. Kate made a rude sound. It has, said Father O'Rourke. The children aren't penned up in cages the way they were when I first arrived on the tour Werner Deacon Trent arranged. No, agreed Kate. Now they're left to rock and grow retarded in clean iron cribs. And there's always hope for the adoption process, began the priest. Kate rounded on him. Are you part of that fucking circus? Do you round up healthy Romanian kids for these beef-fed, born-again American yahoos to buy? Is that your role in all this? Father O'Rourke sat silently in the face of her anger. His face showed no retreat. His voice was soft. Do you want to see my role in all this, Neuman? Kate hesitated only a second. She felt the fury rising in her again like heated bile. Children were suffering and dying by the thousands, by the tens of thousands, and this Roman-collared anachronism was part of the great baby bazaar, the strictly for-profit sideshow being run by the thugs and former informers that were the greasy mafia of this country. Yeah, she said at last, allowing the anger to emerge as a verbal sneer. Show me. Without another word, Father O'Rourke rose from the bench and led her out of the park and into the dark city. Chapter 9. Pitești was a wall of flame in the night. A solid wall of refinery towers, tanks, cooling towers, and silhouetted scaffolding spread for miles across the northeastern horizon, flame rising from 1,000 valves, dark domes, and black buildings. It was a refinery town, Kate knew, but it looked like hell to her as they approached. O'Rourke had stopped by his room in the UNICEF building on Stirbe-Voda Street and changed into what he'd called his mutant ninja priest suit, black shirt, black coat, black trousers, Roman collar. He had led Kate to the small Dacia sedan parked behind the Gothic building, and they had rattled across bricks and cobblestones to the Hotel Lido on Magheru Boulevard. Instead of stopping, O'Rourke had turned down Strada C.A. Rossetti and driven around the block, slowing each time he passed the darkened hotel. What are we? Began Kate the third time they inched past the hotel. Wait. There, O'Rourke had said and pointed. A couple dressed in Western clothes had come out of the hotel, chatted with a tall man in a leather coat, and then all three got in the rear seat of a Mercedes waiting in the no-parking zone at the curb. O'Rourke had pulled the Dacia into the darkness under the trees on Strada Franklin and turned the lights out. A moment later, when the Mercedes pulled out into the thinning traffic, he followed. Friends of yours? Asked Kate, a little put off by this cloak-and-dagger nonsense. O'Rourke's teeth looked very white between the dark lines of his well-groomed beard. Americans, of course. I knew they were meeting this guy about now. Adoption? Sure. Are you involved in it? O'Rourke glanced at her. Not yet. They had followed the Mercedes down Boulevardu Magheru until the street became Boulevardu Nicolae Ceausescu, swung west behind the Mercedes at the traffic circle in Plaza Universitati, and followed it until the broad avenue of Boulevardu Republici became Gheorghe Gheorghidej. Once across the cement-trenched canal that once had been the Dimbovitsa River, they drove west through a section of Stalinist apartment buildings and electronics factories. The streets here were wide, littered with deep potholes, and largely empty except for clots of dark-garbed pedestrians, the occasional rushing taxi, and rattling trolleys. The posted speed limit was 50 kilometers per hour, but the Mercedes soon accelerated to 100, and O'Rourke flogged the Dacia to keep up. You're going to get stopped by a traffic cop, said Kate. The priest nodded toward the glove compartment. 4 cartons of Kent's in there if I do, he said, swerving to avoid a group of pedestrians standing in the middle of the boulevard. The avenue was illuminated by the sick yellow glow of occasional sodium vapor lamps that were very far apart. Suddenly, the ghastly apartment complexes grew fewer, then disappeared altogether, and they were suddenly out in the country, accelerating even faster to keep up with the Mercedes taillights. Kate saw a road sign flash by. A1, Autostrada Bucuresti-Pitești, 113 km. The ride took a little more than an hour, and she and the priest spoke very little during it. Kate because she was so exhausted that she found it hard to form words, O'Rourke apparently because of a preoccupation with his own thoughts. The road was a shoulderless, potholed version of an American interstate, although the countryside passing on either side was much darker than farmland Kate remembered in the States. Only the occasional village was visible in the distance from the highway, and even those glowed feebly, as if from a few kerosene lamps rather than electricity. Pitești was that much more of a shock with its wall of flame rising into the night. The Mercedes took the first exit off the main highway into Pitești, and O'Rourke followed, accelerating now to close the distance. The access road soon took them to a dim avenue, then to a narrower street without streetlights. The apartment complexes here seemed grimmer than those in Bucharest. It was not yet 10 p.m., but only a few lights glowed through curtains. The raw cement buildings were backlighted by the pulsing orange glow reflected from low clouds. Kate and O'Rourke had rolled up the Dacia's windows, but acrid fumes from the refineries still entered the car and made their eyes water and throats burn. Kate thought again of hell. The Mercedes pulled down an even narrower street and stopped. O'Rourke pulled the Dacia to the curb just beyond an intersection. "What now?" said Kate. "You can stay here or come into the building with me," said O'Rourke. Kate got out of the car and followed him around the corner, across the street to the hulk of the apartment complex. The sound of a few radios or televisions came from the darkened upper stories. The spring air was chilly here, despite the hellish glow above them. The elevator inside was out of order. They heard footsteps echoing on the stairs above them. The priest gestured for her to hurry, and Kate followed him up the steps in a half-jog. They could hear the heavy scrape of 4 people above them, but O'Rourke's footfalls were almost inaudible. She noticed that he had kept his Reeboks on, and she smiled a bit even as she began to pant with the exertion. They paused on the 6th floor, what would have been the 7th floor in America. O'Rourke opened the door from the stairway, and they were assaulted by old cooking smells almost as abrasive as the chemical stink outside. Voices echoed down the narrow corridor. O'Rourke held up one hand, motioning her to stay in the pool of darkness by the stairway, and then he moved silently down the hall. Kate thought that mutant ninja priest suit was about right. The tall man blended into the shadows between the dim lights. Despite his command to stay behind, or perhaps because of it, Kate followed him down the hallway, staying near the walls where it was darkest. She had a premonition of the scene she would see when she reached the open apartment door, and she was not disappointed. 2 Romanian men in leather jackets were standing with the American couple, translating and arguing with the man and woman who lived in the apartment. 3 young children clung to their mother's legs, and there was the cry of a baby from an open bedroom door. The apartment was small, cluttered, and dirty, with a threadbare carpet littered with pots and pans, as if toddlers had been playing with them on the floor a moment before. The air was thick with the odor of fried food and dirty diapers. Kate glanced around the edge of the door again. O'Rourke actually stood in the shadows just inside the apartment, as yet unnoticed by the arguing adults in the lighted room. The 2 Romanian men who had brought the Americans here were the usual mafioso money-changer type, greasy hair, one with a bandito mustache, the other with a 3-day stubble, dressed in designer jeans and silk shirts under their leather jackets, both with a bullying, condescending attitude that Kate had seen on 3 continents. The Romanian couple whose apartment it was were shorter, sallower, the wife hollow-eyed and frantic-looking, the husband chattering away, his frequent smile little more than a facial tic. Amidst all of this, the American couple, young, blond, pink-cheeked, and dressed in Land's End casual clothes, looked overwhelmed. The American woman kept crouching to hug or smile at the toddlers, none of whom were very clean, but the children kept slipping behind their parents or sliding away into the dark bedroom. "How much for this one?" asked the American man, reaching out to tousle the hair of the 3- or 4-year-old clinging to his mother's skirt. The boy pulled back quickly. The taller of the Romanian guide snapped a question, then cut the Romanian father off in mid-babble. "He says 100,000 lei and a turbo," said the tall guide, smirking. "A turbo?" said the American woman, blinking rapidly. "Turbo automobile," said the shorter and swarthier of the two guides. When he grinned, a gold tooth caught the light. The American man pulled out a notebook calculator and tapped at it. 100,000 lei would be about $1,666 at the official exchange rate, honey," he said to his wife. But just about $500 at the black market rate. But the car, I don't know." The taller guide smirked. No, no, no," he said. "They all ask for 100,000 lei. No pay. These gypsies, see? Very greedy people. Gypsy baby is not worth 100,000 lei. Their little children's worth even less. We offer 30,000. Tell them that if they say no, we go somewhere else." He turned and tapped the Romanian father on the chest, none too gently. The little man twitched a smile and listened to the barked flow of Romanian. Kate understood only a few words: America, dollars, fool, authorities. The young American wife had moved to the doorway of the darkened bedroom and was trying to coax the 2-year-old girl out into the light. The husband was busy with his calculator. His forehead glistened with sweat under the bare bulb. "Ah," grinned the tall guide. "The little girl very healthy. They agreed to 45,000 lei. Can leave tonight, at once." The American woman closed her eyes and whispered, "Praise the Lord." Her husband blinked and moistened his lips. The shorter of the two guides grinned at his colleague. "This is illegal," said O'Rourke, stepping into the apartment. The Americans jumped and looked sheepish. The guide scowled and stepped forward. The gypsy husband looked at his wife, and both of their faces showed the pure panic of loss. "It's illegal and it's unnecessary," said the priest, standing between the guides and the American couple. "There are orphanages where you can carry out a legitimate adoption." "Cine sunteți dumneavoastră?" demanded the taller guide angrily. "Ce este aceasta?" O'Rourke ignored him and spoke directly to the American wife. "None of these children are being put up for adoption or need to be adopted. The father and mother both work at the refinery. These two—" He gestured toward the guides with a dismissive wave of his left hand, as if too disgusted to look at them. "They're punks, informers, thugs. They chose this family because others in this same building have been intimidated into selling their children. Please consider what you're doing." "Well," began the American man, licking his lips again and holding on to his calculator with both hands. "We didn't mean—" His wife appeared to be on the verge of tears. "It's just so hard to get visas for the sick children," she said. Her accent sounded like Oklahoma or Texas. "Shut up!" shouted the taller of the guides. He was yelling at O'Rourke, not the couple. The guide took 3 fast steps forward and raised his fist as if he were going to hammer the priest into the floor. Kate watched as O'Rourke turned slowly and then moved very quickly, catching the guide's raised arm at the wrist and slowly lowering it. The guide shifted his left hand to grip O'Rourke's wrist, but his arm continued downward. She could see the Romanian's face growing redder as he struggled, could hear his heavy boots scraping the floor as he shifted for better leverage, but the captured wrist continued descending until O'Rourke held the arm and still clenched fist immobile at the man's side. The guide's face had gone from red to something approaching purple. His entire body was shaking from the strain of attempting to break free. The priest's face had never changed expression. The smaller guide reached into his jacket and came out with a switchblade. The blade flicked out and he took a step forward. The taller man snapped something even as the Romanian parents began shouting and the American wife began crying. O'Rourke released the first guide's wrist, and Kate saw the big man gasp and flex his fingers. He snarled something else, and his shorter companion put away the knife and herded the confused Americans out of the apartment, the procession brushing past Kate in the doorway as if she didn't exist. The children in the apartment were crying, as was the gypsy woman. The father stood rubbing his stubbled cheek as if he had been slapped. "Mi pare foarte rău," O'Rourke said to the gypsy couple, and Kate understood it as, "I'm very sorry." Noapte bună, he said, backing out of the apartment. Good night. The door slammed, and he looked at Kate standing there. Don't you want to catch the Americans? She said. Get them to ride back to Bucharest with us? Why? They'll just go somewhere else with those creeps. They'll end up stealing another child out of its bed. O'Rourke shook his head. Not tonight, I don't think. This sort of messed up the rhythm of their evening. I'll call the Americans tomorrow at the Lido. Kate glanced at the dark stairwell. Aren't you afraid that one or the other of those two thugs will be waiting for you? She had the sense that the priest could not stop the smile of pure pleasure at the thought. She watched as he rubbed the smile away. I don't think so, he said softly, with only a hint of regret audible. They'll be too busy herding their pigeons home, trying to calm them and set up another buying spree. Kate shook her head and walked down the stairs with him, out of the building smelling of garlic and urine and hopelessness. Despite her exhaustion, they talked more on the ride back to Bucharest. The Dacia was an accumulation of gear rumbles, mechanical moans, and spring creakings. The air whistled in even through closed windows, but they raised their voices and talked. I knew that most of the American couples ended up paying for healthy children, said Kate. I didn't know that the shopping trips were this cynical. O'Rourke nodded, his eyes still on the dark road. Pitești was a receding wall of flame behind them. You should see it when they take them to one of the poorer gypsy villages, he said softly. It turns into an auction, a real riot. Do they concentrate on gypsies, then? Kate heard the thickness of pure tiredness in her own voice. She found herself longing for a cigarette, even though she had not smoked since she was a teenager. Frequently. The people are poor enough, desperate enough, less willing to go to the authorities when bullied. Kate looked sideways at the sparse lights in a village a kilometer or two from the highway. Road flares flickered alongside the frequent vehicles broken down in the weeds alongside the road. She had counted at least one disabled truck or car every kilometer or two during the ride west. Do these born-again Americans ever adopt from the orphanages? Occasionally, said the priest, but you know the difficulties. Kate nodded. Half of the children are sick. Most of the rest are retarded or emotionally crippled. The American embassy won't allow the sick ones a visa. She laughed and was shocked by the harshness of the sound. What a fuck-up. Yes, said O'Rourke. Suddenly, Kate found herself telling the priest about the children she had been trying to help, the children who had died through lack of appropriate medical care, or lack of supplies, or lack of compassion and competence on the part of the Romanian hospital staff. She found herself telling him about the baby in the isolation ward in District Hospital 1. The abandoned, nameless, helpless little boy who responded to transfusions, but who soon began wasting away again from some immune disorder that Kate could not isolate or diagnose with the primitive equipment available to her here. It's not AIDS, she said. Not simple anemia or hepatitis, not any of the blood-related immune disorders that I'm familiar with, not even the rare ones. I'm convinced that in the States, with the equipment and people I have at Boulder CDC, I could isolate it, find it, and fix it. But this child has no family, and this country would never pay for his transfer to stateside, or even allow a visa if I paid for it. She rubbed harshly at her cheek. He's 7 months old, and he's depending on me, and he's dying, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it. She was amazed to find her cheek moist with tears. She turned her face farther from the priest. Why don't you adopt him? O'Rourke said softly. She turned to stare at him in shock. He looked at her but said nothing more. Nor did she. They drove into darkened Bucharest in silence. Chapter 10. The Romanians did not refer to their unnamed and unidentified male patients as John Doe. The abandoned 7-month-old in the isolation ward of District Hospital 1 was called, in the notes Lucian had translated for Kate, Unidentified Juvenile Patient Number 2613. Most abandoned children had notes in their file telling who the parents had been, or who had dropped them off at orphanages or hospitals, or at least where they had been discovered, but the file on Unidentified Juvenile Patient Number 2613 was empty of all such information. Kate had gone through those notes the night before, after returning from Pitești with Father O'Rourke. She had thanked him for the ride when getting out of the Dacia in front of her apartment after midnight. They had said nothing else about his suggestion, if it had been a suggestion. Kate still wondered if the priest might have been making a joke. but she had gone through her notes before collapsing onto her bed. Unidentified juvenile patient number 2613 had been brought to Bucharest District Hospital 1 after doctors in a pediatric hospital in Târgu had failed to make a diagnosis of the boy's obviously life-threatening condition. Symptoms included loss of weight, listlessness, vomiting, refusal to take formula, and some sort of immune system disorder that made every cold or flu virus potentially deadly to the infant. Blood tests showed no hepatitis or other liver dysfunction, nor anemia, but the white cell count was far too low. Transfusions beginning when the baby was 5 months old had seemed to offer a miraculous recovery. For almost 2 weeks the boy had drunk from the bottle and put on weight. His reaction to a patch test had shown a positive immune system response, but then the immune problem began again and the cycle started over. More recent transfusions had brought about shorter and shorter remissions. The Târgu hospital had transferred the child to Bucharest 5 weeks ago, and Kate Neuman had spent most of that time just struggling to keep him alive. Now she entered the isolation ward. The fat nurse with the hair lip was standing at the infant's crib side, feeding him, or rather she was smoking a cigarette and staring the opposite direction while holding a bottle through the crib bars, pressing the nipple against the baby's cheek. He was crying feebly and ignoring it. "Get out," said Kate. She repeated it in Romanian. The nurse slid the bottle into the grimy pocket of her smock, gave Kate a malevolent smile, flicked ashes from her cigarette, and waddled out. Kate lifted the baby and looked around for the rocker she had requisitioned for the room. It was missing again. Kate sat on the cold radiator under the window and cradled the baby, rocking him softly. "I'll authorize the intravenous feeding at once," she thought. The last transfusion had offered remission for only 5 days. The tiny baby in her arms focused his eyes on her and quit crying. He was so small that he could have been 7 weeks old rather than 7 months. The flesh of his little hands and tiny feet was pink and almost translucent. His eyes were very large. He stared intently at Kate, as if awaiting an answer to an old question. Kate removed the bottle of formula she had heated before coming in and sought his small mouth with the nipple. He turned away, repeatedly refusing, but each time his gaze came back to her. Kate set the bottle on the window ledge and just rocked him. The baby's eyes slowly closed, and his rapid breathing slowed into sleep. She rocked him softly and hummed a lullaby her mother had sung to her. "Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's going to buy you a mockingbird. And if that mockingbird won't sing, Mama's going to buy you a diamond ring." Suddenly Kate stopped and lifted the child's face to hers. She smelled the infant scent of his skin, felt the infinite baby softness of what little dark hair he had. His breath was warm and fast against her cheek. She could hear the slight rasp and squeak when he inhaled. "Don't worry, Joshua," she whispered, still rocking him. "Don't worry, little Joshua. I'm not going to let anything bad happen to you. I'm not going to let you go." The next morning, after a 16-hour shift and only 3 hours sleep, Kate went to the proper ministry building downtown to begin the endless paperwork for adoption. Lucian Forsey, her young friend and translator, met her on the steps of the hospital when she returned that afternoon. He came down the stairs with open arms, hugged her fiercely, kissed her firmly on the cheek, and stepped back. "It is true, then?" he asked. "You are adopting the child in Isolation 3? Kate could only stare. She had told no one at the hospital. She had told no one but the officials at the ministry that morning. But she had seen this before in Bucharest. Everyone seemed to know everything as soon as it happened. "It's true," she said. Lucian grinned and hugged her again. Kate had to smile. The Romanian medical student was in his mid-20s, but she would never have taken him for either a Romanian or a med student. Today, Lucian was wearing a Rain Spooner Hawaiian shirt with huge pink flowers on it, stone-washed Calvin Klein jeans, and Nike running shoes. His hair was well cut in a style just short of punk, and there was an expensive but not gaudy Rolex chronometer on his wrist. Lucian's face was too tan for any medical student, his eyes too clear and outgoing for any Romanian, and his English was smooth and idiomatic. Kate often thought that if she were 15 years younger, even 10, that Lucian would hold a powerful attraction for her. As it was now, he was her one firm friend in this strange, sad land. "Great," he said, still grinning at the news of her imminent parenthood. "If you and I marry, that way we have a child without all the work and waiting. I always said that Polaroid should get involved in the baby business." Kate hit him on the chest with the heel of her hand. Be quiet, she said. How are your finals? My finals are finally finalized, said Lucian. He took her arm in his and started up the stairs. Tell me your experience at the ministry. Did they keep you waiting for hours? Of course. They went through the tall door into the dim and echoing main hall of District Hospital 1. Waiting patients-to-be lined the benches down the long corridor. Gurneys with sleeping or comatose patients sat ignored, like double-parked vehicles. The air smelled of ether and mingled medicines. And once they had you fill out the papers, they kept you waiting hours more? Lucian's blue eyes looked at her with what might have been a combination of merriment and... what? Affection? Love? Kate shook the thought away. Actually, no, she said, stopping with the realization of it. Once I filled out the forms, they were very efficient. I dealt with just one man. He said he would expedite everything, and I realize now that he did. Strange, isn't it? Lucian made a funny face. Kate sometimes thought that the young man would make a better comedian than doctor, his wit was so quick and face so flexible. Strange? He cried. It is unprecedented, unheard of. An efficient bureaucrat in Bucharest? My God, the next thing you will be telling me is that there is a real patriot in the National Salvation Front. Lucian had not lowered his voice, and two hospital administrators down the corridor turned to stare and scowl. Seriously, said Lucian, patting her hand. What is this bureaucrat's name? I, too, may need an efficient man some day. Kate had met Lucian's father, a well-known poet, intellectual, and critic of the regime, while somewhat ironically, his mother was connected with the nomenclatura, the party elite that could shop at command stores and which always received special privileges. Bucharest had almost 2.5 million inhabitants, and sometimes Kate thought that Lucian knew all of them personally. As connected as he was to the nomenclatura and a life of privilege, Lucian was openly contemptuous of both the Ceausescu and post-Ceausescu regimes. The man's name was Stansu, I think, said Kate. Yes, Stansu. Ah, said Lucian, like the novelist who died 17 years ago. No wonder he is a good man. He has large socks to fill with a name like Stansu. Large shoes to fill, Kate corrected absently. She was remembering just how efficient the bureaucrat had been, making calls, cutting through paperwork, assuring her that the child's Romanian exit visa would be completed by 8:30 the next morning. When she had brought up the ticklish subject of Joshua's health, she thought of the infant only as Joshua now, although she was not sure why that name had occurred to her. Mr. Stansu had waved away the detail, saying that it might be a problem only with the American embassy. Shoes, yeah, said Lucian, still teasing her. But what kind of slob would wear black wing-tip bureaucrat shoes without socks? He must fill novelist Stansu's socks before he can fill his shoes. And speaking of socks... They had taken the elevator to the 3rd floor, gotten clean smocks and masks from the supply closet, and now Lucian was gesturing toward the oversized socks that hospital workers wore over their shoes in the isolation wards. Just masks, said Kate. Joshua's white cell count had been moderately low in this morning's charts. Hi-ho, Silver, said Lucian, tying his mask in place. Kate shook her head. Lucian had told her that he had visited America once with his father, but that had been for only a few days. How would he know about the Lone Ranger? Lucian seemed to read her mind. She could see his cheeks crinkle into a grin under the mask. Tapes of the old radio show, he said. I picked some up when I was in New York a few years ago. When you were a child, said Kate. Whenever she began to find Lucian irresistible, she reminded herself that the boy had not been born when President Kennedy was assassinated, that he was only 3 years old when Robert Kennedy and Martin Luther King were killed. The fact made Kate feel very old indeed, although she herself had been just 10 when the president had been killed, and still in high school when Bobby had been shot. Lucian shrugged. Okay, Grandma, touche. Now are we going to look at your baby here, or what? Kate led the way inside, her heart suddenly frozen with the premonition that Joshua would be lying dead and cold in the crib. The baby was alive. He lay on his back and looked up at them with wide eyes, his little hands clenching and unclenching. Naked, except for his bulky diaper, the flimsy blanket having been kicked off and not set back in place, unidentified juvenile male patient number 2613, soon to be Joshua Arthur Neuman, looked a little like a bruised baby bird dropped prematurely out of its nest, distended belly, ribs sharp against pale pink skin, tiny fingers flexing, and the obscenity of the tape and needle holding the clumsy umbilicus of the IV drip in place. Kate moved to check the IV, but Lucian was already doing it, adjusting the flow with a practiced hand. Kate leaned over the high crib rails and lowered her face to the infant's, kissing him softly on the cheek. "A few more days, little one." The baby screwed up his face as if to cry, then sighed instead. His eyes shifted to Lucian's face, now hanging over the crib. "Hey, kid," said Lucian in a stage whisper, "it's Neil Diamond time." Lucian hummed a few bars of Coming to America. Kate had picked up the metal clipboard hanging on a nail at the foot of the crib and was frowning at the lab notes added since she had stopped by that morning before heading down to the ministry. "Well, they finally got around to completing the extra blood analysis I asked for 3 weeks ago," she said. "I would have done it myself if this goddamn place had a centrifuge or decent microscope." "What did it show?" asked Lucian, using his finger to poke ribs and play with the baby's belly button. "The same low T-cell count we're finding now," said Kate. "Also, it confirmed a critical shortage of adenosine deaminase." Lucian suddenly stood at mock attention, closed his eyes, and spoke in a rapid clip, as if answering questions in his oral final exams. "Adenosine deaminase, a critical enzyme required to break down toxic byproducts of normal metabolism, missing in such rare disorders as adenosine deaminase deficiency." Lucian opened his eyes, and when he spoke, his voice was serious. "I'm sorry, Kate. That's not treatable, is it?" "Yes, it is," snapped Kate, slamming the clipboard down on the radiator so hard that the clash of metal on metal echoed in the small room. "It's an extremely rare disorder, perhaps fewer than 30 children worldwide, but it's treatable. In the States we use—" "A synthetic enzyme called PEGADA," Lucian finished for her. "But I doubt if there is any PEGADA in Romania, perhaps not in Eastern Europe." "Not even in the party hospitals?" Lucian slowly shook his head. Kate noticed how strong his chin was, how smooth the skin of his cheek. He had put on a pair of round tortoise-shell spectacles to read the lab report, but they just made him look more boyish rather than older or more serious. "I can requisition the enzyme from America or the Red Cross," she said, "but by the time they get the shipment through all the red tape, a month or more will have passed and Joshua will be dead from some virus or the other. No, it'll be faster for me to take him to the States." She paused. "Lucian, you are good to know about the adenosine deaminase deficiency. Most GPs in the States wouldn't have heard of it. What did you get on your finals?" 4.000, he said. "Outstanding in all areas, just like my lovemaking." He bent over the crib again. "And you little homunculus, you'd better get your tiny little Transylvanian ass to Boulder, Colorado, with Dr. Mama Neuman here, so they can puncture it with a shot of PEGADA. In his crib, Joshua seemed to ponder the statement a moment before he clenched his fists tighter, screwed up his face, and began crying loudly. Chapter 11. Kate went to the American Embassy the next morning, walking down Boulevardul Bălcescu to the landmark of the Intercontinental Hotel, then up Strada Batestai a block to Strada Tudor Arghezi. It was not yet 9 a.m., but already there was a long line of Romanians crowding the narrow street. Feeling guilty, but knowing that she did not have the hours or days to queue up with these people, she walked to the head of the line. The Romanian soldiers peered at her passport and waved her to the gate. The Marine inside nodded and spoke into a black telephone. Kate looked across the street to where several protesters stood against a brick wall. The banner on the wall read, "AVC, we are waiting for immigration visas, 1982 to 1987. The signs they carried said, "Hunger strike for immigration visa," and "Where is the fair play?" and "Stop the injustice," and "Washington said yes, why Roma said no. What does American consulate say?" The Marine returned, the Romanian soldier opened the black iron gate, and Kate walked into the embassy courtyard, nodding her apologies to the stoic people left in line. Inside, she passed through an airport-style metal detector, handed her purse over for a search, and then submitted to an inspection performed by a bored guard carrying a handheld metal detector. Her purse was returned, and she was buzzed through a doorway into the first floor of the embassy. The once grand hall here had been partitioned into a waiting room and a dozen office cubicles. People stood in lines everywhere, Romanians seeking visas standing in the longest line at the far end of the room, Americans in shorter lines at every cubicle window. There were 8 rows of chairs in the main waiting room, and most of these were filled with American women holding Romanian babies and toddlers. The cacophony was disturbing. As Kate waited in the first line to check in with the watch-duty officer, she felt her heart sink with the hopelessness of it all. 2.5 hours later, that hopelessness was confirmed. Kate had spoken to 4 people on the embassy staff and had threatened to scream unless she was allowed to speak to a higher-ranking official. Someone from the ambassador's office had come downstairs, pulled a folding metal chair out and straddled it backward, smiled, and slowly explained exactly what the first 4 functionaries had explained. "We simply cannot allow these AIDS children in the States," the man said slowly. His teeth were perfect, his haircut perfect, the crease in his gray trousers perfect. He had introduced himself as Cully or Cawley or Crawley. "The United States has a serious enough AIDS problem of its own. Surely you can understand this, Mrs. Neuman." "Dr. Neuman," Kate corrected for the 5th time. "And this child does not have AIDS. I am a specialist in blood diseases. I can attest to this." The embassy man pursed his lips and nodded slowly, as if assessing some complicated data. "And has the Trojan Clinic verified this?" Kate snorted. The Trojan Clinic was a knock-off, walk-in, dock-in-the-box place that had won the lottery when the American embassy chose it to do all of its pre-visa hepatitis B and AIDS testing. Kate would have as soon consulted an astrologer as trusted the Trojan Clinic's lab tests. "I have verified it," she said. "We ran the HIV procedures at District Hospital 1 5 weeks ago, and we eliminated the possibility of all the hepatitis strains at the same time. I have the tests, confirmed and verified in writing by Drs. Rogrevscu and Grigorescu, Chief and Assistant Pathologists at District Hospital 1. The embassy man, Curly, Crawley, pursed his lips, nodded again, and said, "But we would, of course, have to have Trojan Clinic's confirmation that the child is healthy, and, of course, written permission for adoption from one or both of the birth parents." "God damn it," Kate said, leaning forward so quickly that Mr. Crawley almost fell backwards off his straddled chair. "First, I will repeat for the 10th time, the infant has no record of birth parents, neither father nor mother, no records whatsoever. He was abandoned, deserted, left to die. Even the orphanage in Târgoviște has no records on who brought him in. Second, the child is not healthy. That is one reason I'm bringing him to the States. I've explained this 15 times. But he's also not contagious. No hepatitis B, no AIDS, no contagious disease of any sort. As far as we can tell, the infant has an immune deficiency disorder that is almost certainly genetic and will be almost certainly fatal if you don't allow me to get him somewhere I can help him." The embassy man nodded, pursed his lips again, tapped a pencil against the desk, nodded toward the lower echelon embassy man, folded his arms, and said, "Well, Mrs. Neuman, we'd certainly like to help you, but it would take at least a month to process the paperwork for a unusual child like this, and in all likelihood the visa application would be disallowed without written permission from the child's birth mother and a clean bill of health from the Trojan Clinic. Have you considered adopting a healthy child?" Kate's scream could be heard on the street outside, if she allowed herself to scream. A Marine security guard was escorting her to the door of the embassy when she saw the mutant ninja priest suit in the waiting room, a black silhouette amidst the riot of American summer pastels and Romanian grays. "O'Rourke!" The priest turned, started to smile, saw her face, and came quickly across the crowded room to her. He waved the security guard away, and the Marine hesitated only a second before releasing her arm. Father O'Rourke led her to a chair in the least crowded corner of the room and kicked a stack of papers off for her to sit. She almost cried out his name when he turned and left her, but he was back a few seconds later with a paper cone filled with cool water. Kate drank it gratefully. "What's going on, Neuman?" His voice was soft. His gray eyes never left her face. She told him everything, and even as she spoke, a detached part of her mind was thinking, "Is this what confession is like? Is this the feeling that religion brings, this turning over all your problems to someone else?" She didn't think so. When she was finished, O'Rourke nodded once. "And you're sure the Romanian officials will expedite the release of the child by your departure date, even if the Americans won't?" Kate nodded vigorously. When she looked down, she was surprised to see that she was still clutching the paper cone with both hands. "And how much backsheesh?" he asked. The Romanian official, I mean. Kate frowned. None. I mean, I was expecting some, expecting to pay up to $5,000 or $6,000 American, but none. Mr. Stansu, the man at the ministry, he never asked for any, and none. Father O'Rourke paused a minute at this news. She could see the disbelief in his eyes. Kate pulled a sheaf of documents from her purse. They were ready this morning, O'Rourke. Look, Lucian says that they're official and complete. I tried to show them to the embassy people here, our people, but these stupid sons of bitches have their heads stuck so far up their asses that— All right, Neuman, all right. The priest's hand was gentle but firm on her arm. Kate stopped, took a breath, nodded. Just wait here a minute, would you? He asked. He brought her another cone of water and touched the top of her head when she bent to drink from it. Kate felt the anger surge in her like nausea. It had been years since she had been so out of control of a situation. Father O'Rourke leaned into the nearest cubicle. Donna, can I use your office for a moment? Yeah, just a few minutes, honest. I'll answer the phone if His Highness buzzes. Thanks, Donna, you're a sweetheart. Kate realized that she was blinking through tears as she watched the young woman leave. Father O'Rourke winked at her and slipped into the cubicle. She heard him asking the switchboard operator for a stateside satellite line. Kate recognized the 202 as a District of Columbia area code. The conversation could not have lasted 2 minutes, and she caught only snatches of it as her mind kept veering back to what she should have said to Mr. Crawley from the embassy. Hello, Jim. Yeah, Mike O'Rourke, right. Great, great. How are you? No, not Lima or Santiago this time. Bucharest. Yep. Kate closed her eyes. She was one of the 15 top hematologists in the Western Hemisphere, and she was listening to some parish priest chew the fat with somebody on his old boy network, probably another priest at Georgetown University or somewhere, some pissant Jesuit with an in-law in the State Department. No, she corrected herself. Priests don't have in-laws. Do they? That's it exactly, O'Rourke was saying on the phone. Kate realized that she had heard him summarize her visa problems in a dozen words or less. That's it, Jim. No moss growing on your brain since the bike patrol days. She's one of the few Americans I've seen in the year and a half I've been here who's trying to adopt one of the real orphanage cases. A very sick child. Sick but not contagious in any way. Right. And this putz in visa section is making it impossible. Yeah, I agree. It amounts to a sentence of death. Kate felt her skin go clammy when she heard someone else say that. Joshua. Dead. She thought of the tiny fingers, the trusting eyes. She thought of the scores and scores of small, unmarked graves she had seen behind the orphanages and pediatric hospitals she had toured in Bucharest and beyond. Okay, Jimmy. Same to you, kid. No, Kev's still in Houston, I think. NASA. And Dale's working on his next book up in the Grand Tetons or wherever. No, that was Lawrence's third wedding. No, he invited me as a guest. They had some sort of Grand Prix driver who moonlights as a Zen guru do the actual ceremony. You too, amigo. Talk to you later. He came out and touched her knee the way a father would pat the leg of a child who had been crying. Kate choked back her anger at herself and the situation. She was trying to think of the blood specialists, CDC administrators, media people, print reporters, and medical lobbyists she knew. Certainly, among them there must be somebody with more clout than O'Rourke's Georgetown buddy. She would begin calling that afternoon. Somebody would put pressure on the State Department for her. In 3 days? I'll walk you back to the hospital, said the priest. All right, she said. Before they got to the embassy's inner doors, she squeezed his arm through the black coat. Thanks, O'Rourke. Thanks for trying. You're welcome, Neuman. They were just out the doors when Mr. Crawley from upstairs came hurrying down the steps, almost sliding across the marble floor in his haste. His tie was askew. His hair was mussed. His face was flushed except where it was pale around the mouth, and there was a look in his eyes that made Kate think that some civil servant with a forgettable name had just had a preview of his career ox being royally and terminally gored. Mrs. Dr. Neuman, cried the embassy man, relief visible on his features. I'm glad I caught you. There's been a mix-up. I'm afraid I may have misspoke myself. He thrust a sheaf of documents at her. We'll have the visa application processed by tomorrow morning. This temporary visa should satisfy the Romanian authorities if there are any questions on their part about— Later, during the walk back to the hospital, Kate said to O'Rourke, And what were you doing at the embassy, anyway? My job takes me there. Intercepting more inappropriate adoptions? He shrugged. Kate thought, irrelevantly, that the man looked very trim, very handsome, and very Irish in his black suit and white collar. Sometimes, said the priest, I expedite as well as interdict. You certainly expedited this situation. You may have expedited Joshua's last chance to survive. She paused to watch the traffic pass on the busy Boulevard du Bucharest. Can you tell me your friend Jim's last name? Father O'Rourke scratched his chin through the short beard. Why not? It's Harlan. Senator Harlan? Senator James Harlan? The senator who's head of the Foreign Affairs Committee, the one who Secretary of State Baker wanted as his number 2 guy even though he was from the wrong party, the senator that Dukakis almost picked as a running mate in '88 rather than Lloyd Benson? The priest smiled. Jimmy was right to think that that wouldn't have been a smart move. I wanted him to run, which shows how naive I am. But he's going to wait until '96 to get into national politics, and that won't be for a vice presidential slot. He and Cuomo are the only Democrats left with real presidential timber, and I think Jimmy has the energy and new ideas to go with it. And your friends, said Kate, realizing how dumb that statement was. Were friends, a long time ago. Father O'Rourke was staring at the ONT tourist offices across the boulevard, but his eyes were seeing something else. Well, if I believed in miracles, I'd say that the last couple of days have been full of them, said Kate. She felt a strange sensation as she said this. It's real. It's happening. I am going to have a child. Kate felt the way she had as a young girl, taking a dare, standing at the edge of the 15-foot-high diving board at Kenmore Municipal Pool, too scared to jump, too proud to retreat. The only miracle was a Romanian ministry official doing someone a favor without major bakshish, said O'Rourke. When he saw her trembling, he started to touch her arm again, then dropped his hand. Kate felt the force of his gaze on her. Neuman, if the boy is going to survive, you will have to provide the miracles. I know, said Kate. Then, realizing that she may not have spoken aloud, she said, firmly and clearly, I know. Chapter 12. Kate and Joshua were set to fly to the United States on Monday, May 20th, and by the evening of Sunday the 19th, she was sure that they would never be allowed out of the country. UNICEF, the co-sponsor, along with the CDC International Relief Fund, of her 6 weeks of medical aid in Romania, had sent the Pan Am ticket weeks ago, and since Otopin Airport did not allow telephone confirmations of flights, she called the Office of National Tourism almost hourly to confirm her reservations. Not satisfied with that, she had Lucian drive out to the airport twice on Saturday and 3 times on Sunday to confirm that the flight was still scheduled and that she had a seat reserved. Joshua would fly in her arms and needed no separate ticket. She also had Lucian confirm this. Mr. Stansu at the ministry had been as good as his word. He was a short, red-cheeked, cheerful man, the exact opposite of the stereotype of an Eastern European bureaucrat, as well as the opposite of all the other bureaucrats Kate had met in the country. Confirmed that Joshua's exit visa was complete and cleared. They had waived the usual requirement for the signature of one of the birth parents. The Romanian end of the adoption process was amazingly simple. The American embassy was slower, but by Saturday afternoon Mr. Crawley had expedited Joshua's exit visa. Lucian had brought a Nikon to the hospital to shoot the infant's photo, but it turned out that no photo was necessary, and the U.S. part of the adoption was begun through their liaison with Rocky Mountain Adoption Option Services. Their American headquarters was Denver, so Kate had no problems in completing the process once she got home. Mr. Popescu, the chief administrator of District Hospital 1, was at first displeased that their fiery American visitor was taking one of the children out of their wards, especially without paying him for the privilege, but phone calls from the Ministry of Health and reassurances from the Romanian pediatricians that the child had almost no chance of survival and was a drain on hospital resources evidently reassured the little man to the point he merely smirked at Kate during her last day on the job. All paperwork was in place. Pan American had been notified that a very sick child was being transported to the States and had extra medical equipment standing by in Frankfurt. Kate was bringing her own medical bag aboard the aircraft, replenished as it was by Red Cross supplies and even bootlegged syringes, IV drips, and antibiotics, somehow scrounged by Lucian from the medical school. The syringes were the Western disposable type, still in their sterile packs. The antibiotics were from West Germany. Kate was deeply touched, knowing how much money such contraband would have brought on the black market. And while a part of her mind thought that these supplies should stay in Romania to help a few of the thousands of children in hospitals there, a greater part of her mind and heart knew that she would do anything, steal anything, deny anyone anything in order to keep Joshua alive. It was a shock to Kate after almost 2 decades of service to medical ethics to realize that there were higher imperatives. She had been trying to call Tom, her ex-husband, since Thursday, but his answering machine in Boulder had rattled off an announcement in his deep, happy little boy voice that he was off leading a rafting trip down the Arkansas River and would be back when he got back. Leave a message if you're so inclined. Kate left 4 messages, each one a bit more coherent than the last. Her breakup with Tom 6 years earlier had been quiet rather than melodramatic, resigned rather than angry. As is true of that 1% or so of marriages, she and her ex-husband became closer friends after the divorce and often had meals or drinks together after work. Tom, just turned 40 but as strong as a proverbial ox and handsome in a Tom Sawyerish sort of way, could finally acknowledge that it was true. He had never grown up. His Boulder-based job as river guide, part-time mountaineer, part-time bicycle racer, part-time Himalayan trekking guide, part-time nature photographer, and full-time adventure seeker had given him, he now admitted, the perfect excuse not to grow up. As for Kate, she had been able to admit to him in recent months that perhaps she had grown up too much, that her adult medical persona had pushed out whatever childlike fun she had shared with him in the early days. There was no talk of a reconciliation between them. Kate was sure that neither could imagine living together again, but their conversation had become more relaxed in recent years, their sharing of small problems and large confidences less constrained. And now Kate was bringing home a baby. After reassuring each other for years, each for his or her own reasons, that neither wanted a child in their lives, Dr. Kate Neuman, at age 38, was bringing home a baby. Tom caught her at her Strada Stirbe Voda apartment on Sunday evening. His raft trip had been a success. He could not believe her message. His voice was the usual blend of boyish energy and boulderish enthusiasm. It made Kate want to cry. "I'm scared it won't happen," she said. The connection was terrible, suffering from all the echoes, delays, and hollownesses common to most transatlantic calls, with the added fuzz, rasp, clunk, and echoes of Romanian telephonic service. Still, Tom heard her. "What do you mean it's not going to happen? Didn't you say that you had all the paperwork licked? The baby, Joshua, didn't you say he's okay right now?" "He's stable, yes." "Then what—" "I don't know," said Kate. She realized that if it was 7 o'clock on Sunday evening where she was, the rich May light lay heavy on the chestnut tree outside her apartment window, then it must be 10 o'clock Sunday morning in Boulder. She took a breath. "I just have this terrible fear that it's not going to happen, that something's going to stop us." Tom's voice was as serious as she ever remembered hearing it. "This isn't like you, Kat. What happened to the Iron Lady I used to know and love? The woman who was going to cure the world, whether it wanted to be cured or not?" The gentleness of his tone belied the words. Kate winced at the cat. It had been the name he called her during their love-making early in their marriage. "It's this place," she said. "It makes you paranoid. Somebody told me that every 3rd or 4th person was a paid informer during the Ceausescu years." The phone clunked and whistled. Distance hummed in the wires. "Which reminds me," she said, "we shouldn't be talking on the phone." "Eavesdroppers? Wiretappers? KGB or whatever the Romanian equivalent is?" came Tom's voice through the static. "Fuck 'em. Fuck you, whoever's listening. Not you, Kat." "Not Securitate," said Kate, trying to smile. "The phone bill." "Well, fuck AT&T too, or MCI, or whoever the hell I signed up with." Kate did smile. She always had to pay the bills when they were married. Tom had rarely known whom they were paying for what. She wondered who was paying his bills now. "When do you get into Stapleton tomorrow?" asked Tom. His voice was barely audible over the line noise. Kate closed her eyes and recited her itinerary. "Out of Bucharest on Pan Am 1070 to Frankfurt via Warsaw at 7:10 a.m. Pan Am Flight 67 out of Frankfurt at 10:30 in the morning, arriving JFK at 1:05 p.m. Then Pan Am 597 out of JFK, arriving Denver at 7:58 p.m. "Wow," said Tom. "Hell of a day for the kid. The mother, too." There was a moment of silence except for line noise. "I'll be down at Stapleton to pick you up, Kate." "There's no need. I'll be there." Kate did not argue further. "Thank you, Tom," she said. "Oh, and bring a car seat." "A what?" "An infant carrier car seat." There was the muted sound of laughter and then cursing. "Great," said Tom at last. "I get to spend my day off hunting for a freaking baby's car seat." "You got it, Cat. Love you, kid. See you tomorrow night." He hung up with the abruptness that used to take Kate by surprise. The sudden silence after the conversation was difficult. Kate paced her room 100th time, checked her luggage, all packed except for her pajamas and toilet kit, for the 50th time, and went through the papers in her Banana Republic safari jacket for the 500th time. Passport, her visa, Joshua's visa, adoption papers, stamped by the ministry and the U.S. Embassy, record of inoculation, record of testing for contagious diseases, a letter of request for expedited treatment from Mr. Stansu's office, and a similar letter from Mr. Crawley at the American Embassy. Everything there. Everything stamped, counterstamped, approved, sealed, and completed. Something was going to go wrong. She knew it. Every footstep in the hallway or the apartment courtyard was some official with the word. Joshua had died in the hour since she had seen him, sleeping peacefully in his hospital crib. Or the ministry had revoked its permission. Or something would go wrong. Lucian had offered to drive her to the airport, and she had accepted. Father O'Rourke had business Monday morning in Târgăviște, 50 miles north of the capital, but he had insisted on coming by the hospital at 6 when she was scheduled to pick Joshua up. Everything was timed, arranged, and packaged. She had even had Lucian help her figure out schedules on the Orient Express to Budapest in case Pan Am and Tarom Airlines suddenly quit serving Bucharest. But Kate was sure something was going to go wrong. At 10 p.m., Kate got into her pajamas, brushed her teeth, set her alarm clock for 4:45, and got into bed, knowing that she would not sleep. She stared at the ceiling, thought of Joshua sleeping on his stomach or lying on his back, the IV still attached to give him that final strength for tomorrow's ordeal, and Kate began the vigil of the long night of waiting. Dreams of blood and iron. I watched from these windows, these small windows which shed such thin light upon me now. I watched from these windows as a child of 3 or 4 as they led the thieves, brigands, murderers, and tax dodgers from the cramped jail in Councilman's Square across the street to their place of execution in the jeweler's donjon. I remember their faces, these prisoners, these condemned men, unwashed, eyes red-rimmed, faces gaunt, bearded, and wild, casting their gaze about them in desperation as the knowledge descended on each man that he had only minutes left before the rope would be set around his neck and the executioner would tumble him from the platform. Once, I remember, there were 3 women who had been kept separate in the Councilman's Tower lockup, and I watched on a brisk autumn morning as they were led in chains out of the tower and across the square, from the square to the street, and then down the cobblestoned hill out of sight of my eager eyes. But oh, those seconds of pure sight as I knelt here on the couch in my father's room, which passed as both court and private chamber. Oh, those endless moments of ecstasy! The women were dressed in filthy rags like the men. I saw their breasts through the tatters of rotted brown. The women were streaked with dirt from the tower's jail and with blood from the guards' rough treatment of them. But their breasts were pale, white, defenseless. I saw glimpses of their streaked legs and pale thighs. I saw the darkness between those thighs when the oldest of the 3 women fell, legs spread and sliding on cobblestones as the jailer dragged them squealing and wailing on the long length of chain. But it is their eyes that I remember most, as terrified as those of the male prisoners I had seen, so wide that the whites showed around the dark irises, like the sliding eyes of mares being forced forward after smelling fresh blood or the presence of a stallion. That was the first time I felt the excitement, the rise of thrill in my chest as I watched the sure knowledge of death descend on these men and women, the excitement and the throbbing purity of sensation. I remember falling, legs too weak to support me, on my father's couch at this very window, heart pounding, the images of those straining, doomed men and women burning fresh in my consciousness, even as their actual cries echoed and diminished on the cool air wafting in through father's open windows. My father, Vlad Dracul, had sentenced those people to hang. Or rather, he had confirmed the sentence with no more than a nod or flicker of his hand to a subordinate. Father had created and now enforced the laws which had condemned those women, those men. It was Father who had brought that great terror down upon these people, Father who had summoned that palpable throbbing of death's wings in the square below. I remember lying there on the couch, feeling my heart slowly return to normal, feeling the first flush of embarrassment at the strange excitement. I remember lying in this room and thinking, some day I shall have that power. It was in this room when I was 4 that I first drank from the chalice. I remember every detail. My mother was not present. Only Father and 5 other men I had never seen before, all robed and cowled in their green over-red Draconist ceremonial garb, were in attendance that night. I remember the bright tapestry behind Father's throne, set out for this night only, the great dragon curling in a circle of gold scales, its terrifying mouth open, its wings wide spread, its mighty claws curved into grasping talons. I remember the torchlight and muttered ritual of the Order of the Dragon. I remember the presentation of the chalice. I remember my first taste of blood. I remember the dreams it brought me that night. It was in this room when I was 5, in the year of our Lord 1436, that I heard my father declare his intention to the court of seizing the land and title of his dying half-brother Alexander Aldia, thus making Father the first full prince of Wallachia. I remember the sound of horses' shod hooves on the winter air beyond my nursery window, the creak of leather and death-hollow clank of iron against iron as the cavalry passed our windows that December night. I remember how I loved the richness of the imperial city of Târgovişte. I remember the sensuous feel of the Italian, Hungarian, and Latin words I learned there, each new syllable as rich as the taste of blood in my mouth. And I remember the excitement behind the dry history taught to me by my boyar tutor and the old monks there. And I remember how short that wonderful time was to be. I was 12 years old when my father gave me and my younger half-brother Radu as hostages to the Turkish Sultan Murad. Perhaps he had not planned to do it as we rode to Gallipoli to meet the Sultan, for Father was also seized by the Sultan's men only minutes after we had reached the city gates. But Father later swore an oath on the Bible and Koran not to oppose the Sultan's will, and our continued role as hostages was part of that oath. Radu was only 8, and I remember his tears as the escorted wagon bore us away from Gallipoli toward the fortress of Igrigos in the province of Karaman in western Anatolia. I did not weep. I remember how cold that winter was, how strange the food, and how the manservants who looked after our wants also locked the door to our apartments when the early twilight settled on that mountain city. I remember the shock of the Sultan's people when the ceremony of the chalice was explained to them, but they accepted it as just another barbarism of the Christian faith. Their jails were filled with criminals, slaves, and prisoners of war waiting to be disposed of, so finding donors was not difficult. Later we were taken to Tokat, and later still to Adrianople, where we lived, ate, traveled, and grew into manhood in the Sultan's company. The Sultan Murad was a cruel man, but less cruel, I think, than Father had been. He treated us more like sons than Father ever had. I remember once the Sultan touching my cheek after I had excitedly shown him the sweep and soaring pounce of a falcon I had helped train. His surprisingly gentle touch lingered. By the end of my 6 years there, I was thinking in Turkish more often than in my own language, and even now, as strength ebbs and consciousness dims, it is in Turkish that I form my half-waking thoughts. Radu was always handsome, even as a young child, and was beautiful by the time he showed the earliest signs of manhood. I remained ugly. Radu licked up to the philosophers and scholars who tutored us. I resisted their efforts to instruct us in Byzantine culture. Radu abandoned the chalice even while I found need to drink from it weekly rather than monthly, then daily rather than weekly. Radu gained the awards and caresses of our jailers and tutors. I suffered their whippings. By the time he was 13, Radu had learned how to please both the women in the seraglio and the male courtiers who came to our apartments late at night. I hated my half-brother, and he returned the hatred with added contempt. Each of us knew that if we survived, and each of us in our own way was filled with full determination to survive, that some day we would be enemies and rivals for our father's throne. Radu followed his path to the throne by becoming the minion of Sultan Murad II and harem boy to his successor, Mehmed. He stayed in Turkey until 1462, At 27, Radu was still beautiful, but could no longer be considered a harem boy. Promised my father's title by the Sultan, he found it claimed by someone more daring and resourceful. He found it claimed by me. I remember the day, I was 16, when word of my father's death reached us at the Sultan's court. It was in the late autumn of 1447. Kazan, my father's most faithful chancellor, had ridden 5 days to Adrianople with the news. The details were few but painful. The boyars and citizens of Târgovişte had revolted, urged on by Hungary's rapacious King Hunyadi and his Wallachian ally, the boyar Vladislav II. Mircea, my full brother, had been captured in Târgovişte and buried alive. Vlad Dracul, my father, had been hunted down and murdered in the marshes of Balteni, near Bucharest. Kazan informed us that father's body had been returned to a hidden chapel near Târgovişte. Kazan, his old man's rheumy eyes moistening more than usual, then presented me with 2 objects father had asked as they fled toward the Danube with the assassins on their trail, to give to me as my legacy. This legacy consisted of a beautiful Toledo-forged sword presented to father by Emperor Sigismund in Nuremberg on the year that I was born, and also the gold dragon pendant that my father had received upon entering the Order of the Dragon. Setting the dragon pendant about my neck and holding the sword high above my head, the bright blade catching the torchlight, I swore my oath in front of Kazan and Kazan alone. "I swear upon the blood of Christ and the blood of the chalice," I cried, my voice not breaking, "that Vlad Dracul will be avenged, that I will personally drain and drink the blood of Vladislav, and that those who planned and committed this treachery will lament the day when they murdered Vlad Dracul and earned the enmity of Vlad Dracula, son of the dragon. They have not known true terror until this day. So I swear upon the blood of Christ and the blood of the chalice, and may all the forces of heaven or hell come to my aid in this solemn purpose." I sheathed the sword, patted the weeping chancellor on his shoulder, and returned to my quarters to lie awake and plot my escape from the Sultan, my vengeance on Vladislav and Hunyadi. I lie awake now, realizing that as blades of Toledo steel are forged in the furnaces and crucibles of flame, so are men forged in the crucibles of such pain, loss, and fear. And, as with a fine sword, such human blades take centuries to lose their terrible edge. The light has failed. I will pretend to sleep. Chapter 13. The Colorado extension of the Centers for Disease Control occupied a structure set in the foothills above Boulder on the greenbelt just below the geological formation known as the Flatirons. Locals still referred to the complex as NCAR, pronounced NCAR, because of its 25-year stint as the National Center for Atmospheric Research. When NCAR had finally outgrown the complex the year before and moved into its new headquarters in the town below, CDC had been quick to recycle the center for its own use. The building had been designed by I.M. Pei out of the same dark red Pennsylvanian and Permian conglomerates that had formed the great, tilted slabs of the Flatirons which dominated the foothills above Boulder. His theory had been that the sandstone-like material of the structure would weather at the same rate as the Flatirons themselves, thus allowing the building to disappear into the environment. For the most part, Pei's theory had worked. Although the lights of the CDC were quite visible at night against the dark mass of the Greenbelt forest and foothills, in the daytime a casual glance often left tourists thinking that the building was just another strange sandstone outcropping along this dramatic stretch of the Front Range. Kate Neuman loved her office at CDC Boulder, and her return from Bucharest made her appreciate the aesthetics of the place almost as if she had never seen it before. Her office was on the northwest corner of the modern structure. Pei had designed it as a series of vertical slabs and overhanging shale and sandstone boxes with large windows, and from her desk she could see the great wall of the first 3 Flatirons to the north, the undulating meadows and pine forests at the foot of the Flatirons, the hogback ridges of fountain sandstone formations poking up through the thin soil of the meadows like a stegosaur's plates, and even the plains themselves, starting at Boulder and stretching away to the north and east as far as the eye could see. Her ex-husband, Tom, had taught her that the Flatirons had once been layers of sediment beneath an ancient inland sea, upthrust some 60 million years ago by the ferocious mountain building going on in the Rockies to the west. Now Kate could never look at the Flatirons without thinking of cement sidewalk slabs upended by roots. A trail began immediately outside the back door of the CDC. The larger Mesa Trail was visible beyond the next ridge. Deer came down to graze immediately below her window, and her co-workers had informed Kate that a mountain lion had been seen that summer in the trees not 100 feet from the building. Kate was thinking of none of this. She ignored the stacks of papers on her desk and the blinking cursor on her computer screen, and she thought about her son. She thought about Joshua. Unable to sleep that last night in Bucharest, she had taken all her bags, found a cab in the dark and rainy streets, and gone to the hospital to sit by Joshua's side until it was time to go to the airport. The elevator was out of order at the hospital, and she had run up the stairs, suddenly sure that the crib in Isolation Ward 3 would be empty. Joshua was sleeping. The final unit of whole blood Kate had ordered for him the day before had brought him back to the appearance of rigorous health. Kate had sat on the cold radiator, her fist under her chin, and watched her adopted son sleep until the first light of dawn seeped through the dirty windows. Lucian picked him up at the hospital. The last volley of paperwork there was less than Kate had feared. Father O'Rourke met them as promised. As she and the priest were shaking hands on the front steps, Kate surrendered to impulse and kissed him on the cheek. O'Rourke smiled, held her face in his hands for a long moment, and then, before Kate could think or protest, blessed Joshua with a gentle touch of his thumb to the baby's forehead and a quick sign of the cross. "I'll be thinking about you," O'Rourke said softly, and held the front door of the Dacia open for Kate and the baby. The priest looked at Lucian. "You drive carefully here?" Lucian had only smiled. The highway to the airport was almost empty. Joshua woke during the drive, but did not cry, merely stared up from the cradle of Kate's arms with his large, dark, questioning eyes. Lucian seemed to sense Kate's uneasiness. "Would you like to hear another Ceausescu joke I used to tell?" Kate smiled wanly. The dilapidated wipers scraped tiredly at the rain. "Aren't you afraid there are microphones in your car?" she asked. Lucian grinned. "They wouldn't work any better than the rest of this junk heap," he said. "Besides, the National Salvation Front doesn't mind Ceausescu jokes. They just shit bricks when we tell NSF jokes." "Okay," said Kate, tucking the baby deeper in his light blanket. "Let's hear your old Ceausescu joke." "Okay. Well, not long before the revolution, the Big C wakes one morning in a good mood and goes out on his balcony to greet the sun. 'Good morning, son,' he says. Imagine his surprise when the sun says, 'Good morning, Mr. President.' Ceausescu rushes back inside and wakes up Elena. 'Wake up,' he says. 'Even the sun respects me now.' 'That's nice,' says the wife of our supreme leader, and she goes back to sleep. Ceausescu thinks maybe he's going a little crazy, so at noon he goes out on the balcony again. 'Good day, son,' he says. Again the son answers in a respectful voice. 'Good day, Mr. President.'" "Does this have an ending?" asked Kate. She could see the exit for the airport less than a kilometer ahead of them. The rain was falling more heavily now. She wondered if the Pan Am flight to Warsaw might be canceled. "Good day, Mr. President," the son said at noon, continued Lucian. He tapped the turn signal, but there was no click, no blinking light. He ignored it and took the exit into the long airport drive. "Ceausescu is so excited he tries to get Elena out on the balcony, but she is busy putting on her makeup. Finally, at sunset, he convinces her to come out on the balcony. 'Watch, listen,' he says to his wife, who is also the chairman of the National Science and Technology Council. 'The sun respects me.' He turns toward the beautiful sunset. 'Good evening, son,' he says. 'Fuck you, asshole,' says the son. Ceausescu is upset. He demands an explanation. 'This morning and at noon you addressed me with respect,' he splutters. 'Now you insult me. Why?' Kate saw a parking place along the row of cars and cabs lining the curbed drive to the terminal, but before she could point to it, Lucian stopped and parallel parked with some skill. He did not break the rhythm of his story. 'Why do you insult me now?' our leader demands. 'You dumb shit,' answers the son. 'I'm in the West now.' He came around to the passenger side and held an umbrella above them while she and the baby got out. Kate smiled her appreciation, more of his kindness than of the joke. They walked toward the terminal together, Lucian carrying one of her suitcases and holding the umbrella in place, Kate carrying her lighter carry-on bag and the baby. "The Transylvanians have a proverb about jokes like mine," said Lucian. "Ridem noi ridem, persi ua e moarte in cosar." "Which means?" Kate blinked in the dimness as they came in under the heavy concrete overhang of the terminal. Gray uniformed guards with automatic weapons stared impassively at them. "Which means, We are all laughing, but the pig is dead in the basket." Lucian lowered the umbrella, shook it, folded it, and opened the door to the terminal with his shoulder. The place was as dismal as Kate remembered it from her arrival in the country, a cavernous, concrete, echoing space, rimmed with dirt and debris, guarded by soldiers. To her left, the long, scarred tables and inoperable conveyor belts of incoming customs lay empty. There were no incoming flights. Straight ahead, security checkpoints and curtained booths marked the beginning of the gauntlet she and Joshua would have to run before boarding the Pan Am plane. Lucian set her bags on the first inspection table and turned toward her. Non-passengers were not allowed beyond this point. "Well," he began and stopped. Kate had never seen her young friend and translator at a loss for words. She threw her free arm around his neck and kissed him. He blinked and then touched her back gently, tentatively. An official behind the counter marked "Controlu Passaportilor" snapped something, and Lucian pulled away, still looking at her. Kate thought that there was a question in Lucian's eyes, and that those eyes looked strangely like Joshua's for that moment. The official said something more loudly. Lucian finally broke the gaze and snapped back at the man. "Lasciami in pace!" For an instant, the man behind the passport control counter stared as if in shock at Lucian's insolence. Then he recovered and snapped his fingers. 3 uniformed thugs moved quickly across the concrete floor. Kate thought she saw something like wildness in Lucian's eyes. She hugged him again, putting her body and the baby's body between Lucian and the guards. At the same time, she had fumbled out her American passport and held it toward the guards as if it were a magic amulet. The magic worked, at least temporarily. The guards hesitated. The passport control officer snarled something at Lucian and crossed his arms. The guards looked at him and then back at Lucian and Kate. "I'm sorry," Kate said to the guards, "but my fiancé gets very emotional. We hate being separated. Lucian, tell the gentleman that we have something for him." Lucian was glaring at the passport control officer, but he snapped out of it when Kate pinched his forearm. "What? Oh. Avetsi dreptate ime pare rau. Avem ceva pentru dumnea vocestra." Kate heard Lucian's apology and the phrase that meant, "I've been thinking of you," which was the polite precursor to bribery, bakshish, the universal Romanian game of paying off those in authority. She fumbled 3 cartons of Kents out of her carry-on baggage and handed them to Lucian, who handed them to the passport control man. The guard blinked and scowled, but whisked the cartons out of sight, dismissed the 3 security men, gave Kate's luggage a cursory inspection while he snapped questions at her, and then tossed her bags on a battered luggage cart and waved her through. She automatically took a step forward and was startled when a barrier slammed shut behind her. Kate turned toward Lucian and found herself suddenly too filled with emotion to speak. Joshua stirred and fretted in her arms, his face reddening in preparation for tears. She began and had to stop. She felt like an idiot but did not try to hide the tears. Kate could not remember the last time she had cried in public. "Hey, it's all right, babe," said Lucian in his best imitation of Southern California surfer speak. "I'll catch you and Josh when I come to the States to do my residency. Later, dudes." He reached across the barrier and touched his fingertips to hers. The passport control officer snapped something, and Lucian nodded without taking his eyes off Kate and the baby. Then Lucian turned and walked across the empty terminal space without looking back. Kate carried Joshua through the security aisles, down a narrow corridor, and into the arrival and departure area. Hidden speakers carried recordings of what may have been children singing traditional Romanian folk songs, but the voices were so shrill, the recordings so scratched and distorted, that the effect was far from quaint or pleasant. Kate thought of choruses of torture victims screeching. There were a dozen other passengers waiting for the boarding call, and Kate could tell from their ill-fitting clothes that they were either Romanian officials traveling to Warsaw or Poles returning home. She saw no Americans, no Germans, no Brits, no tourists other than herself. She stood a little apart from the group and glanced nervously around the terminal. The space was huge, designed for hundreds of people, the arched ceiling rising 60 feet or more overhead, and every squeak of shoes or cough echoed mercilessly. There were a few booths against the north wall, a counter to change money at the official rate, a dusty sign for the National Tourist Office, but they were empty. Most of the waiting passengers were smoking and glancing furtively at the armed guards who stood by the stairway to the lower level, by the security gates, and by the customs counters. More guards wandered across the cavernous space in teams of 2, their automatic weapons slung under their arms. Joshua was still fretting, but Kate rocked him rapidly, cooed to him, and offered him a pacifier. He sucked on the plastic and held off the tears. Kate wished that she had a pacifier herself to calm her nerves, and in that second of silliness she had a very real insight into why so many people in East European police states were chain smokers. She wandered over to one of the tall strips of window. There were 2 aircraft on the tarmac near the terminal, the smaller one obviously an official government jet of some sort, the other plane, the one resembling a DC-9, waiting to take Joshua and her to Warsaw, where they would continue on to Frankfurt. Several armored personnel carriers lumbered between the jets, their thick exhaust rising in the steaming air. Kate could see tanks parked along the edge of the runway and made out artillery pieces under camouflage netting near a line of trees. Gray uniformed soldiers huddled by their trucks or around a fire in a barrel. Much further away, a line of Tarom airline jets sat along a weed-infested taxi strip. These jets looked like crude Boeing 727s that had seen better days before being abandoned. They were rusted, there were patches on the wings and fuselage, and one had 2 flat tires. Kate suddenly noticed the armed guards pacing beneath the planes, the bored men trying to keep out of the heavy rain, and she realized with a start that these aircraft were almost certainly still in service. She was very glad that she had paid almost twice as much to fly Pan Am to Warsaw and Frankfurt rather than take the Romanian national airline. "Mrs. Neuman?" She whirled to find 2 security men in black leather coats standing behind her. 3 soldiers with automatic weapons stood nearby. "Mrs. Neuman?" the taller of the 2 security men said again. Kate nodded. She found it impossible not to think of old war movies where the Gestapo interdicted travelers. She shivered inwardly as she thought of traveling in such a society with a yellow Star of David on one's coat, the word Juden stamped in one's passport. She expected these latter-day Gestapo types to ask for her papers. "Your passport," snapped the tall man. His face showed the cratered terrain of a smallpox survivor. His teeth were brown. She handed him her passport and tried not to flinch with anxiety when he put it in his jacket pocket without glancing at it. "This way," he said, and gestured her toward a curtained alcove in the security area she had just passed through. "What is this?" began Kate, and then broke off as the other security man touched her elbow. She pulled her arm away and followed the taller man across the littered floor. The other passengers watched passively, smoke rising from their cigarettes. There was a woman security guard waiting in the curtained alcove. Kate thought that the woman looked like a humorless version of Martina Navratilova with a bad haircut. Then all flippant comparisons fled as Kate was overcome with the certainty that this butch monstrosity was going to strip-search her. The pockmarked security man pulled her passport out, inspected it for a long moment, taking care to look at the seams where the document was stitched, and then snapped something in Romanian to the other 2 guards. He turned toward Kate. "You are adopted child, yes?" Kate was puzzled for a moment, not certain if the man was making a bizarre joke or not. Then she said, "I have adopted this child, yes. He is my son now." Both men peered at the passport and the wad of papers and carbons that were tucked into it. Finally, the tall, pockmarked one looked up and stared at her. "There is no parent sign." "Parent signature," Kate realized he was saying. New Romanian laws demanded the signature of at least one of the biological parents whenever a Romanian child was adopted. Kate had wholeheartedly agreed with the law. "No, there is no signature," she said, speaking slowly and enunciating carefully. "But that is only because no biological parents were ever found. He is a child of an orphanage, abandoned." The pockmarked security man squinted at her. "For baby to adopt, you must have parent sign." Kate nodded and smiled, using all of her will to keep from screaming. "Yes, normally," she said. "But it is believed that this child has no parents. No parents." She reached out and touched the documents. "You see, there is a waiver here saying that no parent signature is required in this case. It is signed, here, by the Deputy Minister of the Interior. And here by the Minister of Health. You see, here." She pointed to the pink form. "And here it is signed by both the administrator of the original orphanage where Joshua was found, and here by the Commissioner of District Hospital 1. The security man scowled and riffled through the documents almost contemptuously. Kate sensed the dirt-deep stupidity under the thug's arrogant demeanor. Oh, God, she thought, I wish Lucian were here. Or someone from the embassy, or Father O'Rourke. Now, why did I think of O'Rourke? She shook her head and stared at the 3 security people, showing a calm defiance but no provocation. Alles ist in Ordnung, she said, not even realizing that she had slipped into German. Somehow it seemed appropriate to the moment. The female guard held out her hands and said something. The baby, said the pockmarked man. Give her the baby. No, Kate said calmly but firmly. She felt anything but calm. Saying no to Securitate thugs was still an invitation to violence, even in post-Ceausescu Romania. The 2 male guards scowled and stared. The woman snapped her fingers with impatience and extended her arms again. No, Kate said firmly. She had the image of the female guard carrying Joshua through the doorway while the other 2 restrained her. She realized how easy it would be for her never to see her son again. No, Kate said again. Her insides were quaking, but her voice remained firm and calm. She smiled at the 2 men and nodded toward Joshua. You see, he's sleeping. I don't want to wake him. Tell me what you need and I'll do it, but I'll keep holding him. The taller guard shook his head and said something to the female. She folded her arms and snapped something at him. The tall man responded harshly, tapped Kate's passport, rustled her other documents, and said, Take baby's blanket and clothes off. Kate blinked, felt the anger hanging in the air like charged ions before a storm, and said nothing. She removed Joshua's blanket and unsnapped his terrycloth jumper. The baby awoke and began to cry. Shh, whispered Kate. With her free hand she set the blanket and jumper on the filthy counter. The woman guard said something. Diapers off, translated the security man. Kate looked from face to face, trying to find a smile. There were none. Her fingers trembled ever so slightly as she undid the safety pins. Even the embassy had not been able to provide her with disposable diapers, and lifted Joshua free. The baby looked even more frail without his clothes, his skin pale, ribs visible. There were bruises on his skinny arms where the IV drip and transfusion needles had been. His tiny penis and scrotum were shrunken in the cold, and as Kate watched, goosebumps broke out on his arms and upper chest. Kate hugged him close and glared at the woman. All right? Satisfied that we aren't smuggling any state secrets or gold bullion? The female guard gave Kate a blank look, pawed through the jumper and blanket, carefully avoided the diaper, said something to the pockmarked man, and left the booth. It's cold, said Kate. I'm going to put his clothes back on. She did so quickly. Beyond the curtained alcove, the shrill public address system announced her flight in a burst of static. She heard the other passengers clattering down the stairs to the boarding area. Wait, said the pockmarked guard. He set Kate's passport and papers on the counter and left with the other man. Kate rocked Joshua and peered out through the curtain. The departure area was empty. The single clock above the door read 7:04 a.m. The flight was scheduled to leave at 7:10. None of the 3 security guards who had been with her in the booth were visible. Kate took a ragged breath and patted the baby. His breathing was rapid and liquid, as if he were catching another cold. Shh, whispered Kate. It's all right, little one. She knew that the tractor that pulled the passenger trailer out to the aircraft would be leaving in a moment. As if to confirm that, an unintelligible but urgent announcement echoed out of the terminal speakers. Without looking back, Kate grabbed her papers, held the baby tightly, left the booth, and walked across the endless expanse of terminal with her head high and eyes forward. 2 lounging guards at the head of the stairs squinted through cigarette smoke as she approached. Briskly, but not as if she had to hurry, Kate flashed her passport and boarding pass. The young guard waved her by. At the bottom of the stairs there was another counter, another security guard. Kate could see the last of the passengers boarding the transfer jitney outside. The tractor engine started in a rush of smoke. Kate focused on the outside door and started to walk past the guard. Stop! She stopped, turned slowly, and forced a smile on her face. Joshua squirmed but did not cry. The guard had a fat face and small eyes. His pudgy fingers tapped the counter. Passport. Kate set it down without comment and tried not to fidget while the fat man looked it over carefully. There were footsteps and voices just out of sight up the stairs. Outside, the last of the passengers and baggage had been loaded on the 2 trailers. The tractors roared their engines. We'll be late. Kate said quietly to the guard. He lifted his pig eyes and scowled at her and the baby. She held his gaze in silence for the better part of a minute. The baggage jitney pulled away. The passenger jitney waited to follow it the 100 yards out to the aircraft. When she had been a practicing surgeon, Kate had often commanded colleagues or nurses to hurry with nothing more than the strength of her gaze above the surgical mask. She did so now, putting every ounce of authority she had earned in her life and career into the look she gave the guard. The fat man looked down, stamped the passport a final time, and brusquely handed it to her. Kate forced herself not to run with Joshua in her arms. The jitney had already begun rolling toward the aircraft, but it stopped and waited while she caught up and stepped aboard. The Polish and Romanian passengers stared at her. They were on the aircraft 12 minutes before it taxied to the head of the runway, but Kate was sure that her watch had stopped. It seemed like hours, days. She watched out the streaked window as 2 security men in leather jackets joked and smoked at the foot of the stairs. They were not the 2 men from the terminal, but they carried handheld radios. Kate closed her eyes and came as close to praying as she had since she was 10. 3 airport workers rolled away the stairs. The plane taxied to the end of the deserted runway. No aircraft had taken off or landed since they had boarded. The plane accelerated down the patched runway. Kate did not breathe deeply until the landing gear was up and Bucharest was a scatter of white buildings rising above chestnut trees behind them. Her hands continued to tremble until she knew they must be out of Romanian airspace. Even at the Warsaw airport, she felt her heart pounding until they changed crews and lifted off for Frankfurt. Finally, the pilot's voice came over the intercom. He had an American accent. "Ladies and gentlemen, we've just leveled off at our cruising altitude of 23,000 feet. We've just passed over the city of Luge and should be coming up on the German border in, 5 minutes or so. We've had a bit of rough weather, as I'm sure you noticed, but we've just passed the tail end of that front, and Frankfurt informs us that it's sunny and very warm there. Temperature 31 degrees centigrade, winds out of the west at 8 miles per hour. We hope you enjoy the rest of the flight." Sunlight had suddenly streamed through the small window. Kate kissed Joshua and allowed herself to cry. Kate Neuman blinked away the glare from the sunlight that had made its way through Boulder CDC's tinted windows and answered the phone. She honestly could not have said how long it had been buzzing. She vaguely remembered her secretary sticking her head in the office to announce she was running down to the cafeteria for lunch. "Dr. Neuman," said Kate. "Kate, this is Alan, down in imaging. I have the newest pictures from your son's last workup." "Yes?" Kate realized that she had been doodling circles within circles until her memo pad was almost black. She set the pen down. "How do they look, Alan?" There was the briefest hesitation, and Kate could imagine the red-headed technician sitting in the glare of his multiple display monitors, a half-eaten corned beef sandwich on the terminal in front of him. "I think you'd better come down, Kate. You should see this yourself." There were 6 video monitors set into the long console, and each of them displayed a slightly different view of 9-month-old Joshua Neuman's internal organs. These were not X-rays, but complex images built up by Alan's magnetic resonance imaging equipment. Kate was able to make out her child's spleen, liver, the sinuous curves of the upper small intestine, the lower curve of his stomach. "What is that?" she asked and stabbed a finger at the center monitor. "Exactly," said Alan, pushing his thick glasses up and taking a bite of his corned beef sandwich. "Now, watch when we run the sequence with the CT data from 3 weeks ago." Kate watched the primary VDT as the images coalesced, rotated in 3 dimensions, zoomed in for a closer look on the lower curve of the stomach, differentiated layers of stomach lining with false colors, and then ran a time-lapse sequence with digital enhancement. A small appendix or abscess seemed to grow in the wall of Joshua's stomach. "Ulcer?" said Kate, knowing that it was not one even as she said the word. The magnetic resonance imaging showed solid structure in the anomaly. She felt her heart sink. "No," said Alan, taking a sip of cold coffee. Suddenly he saw Kate's face, and he jumped to his feet and slid a chair under her. "Sit down," he said. "It's not a tumor either." "It's not?" Kate felt the vertigo lessen. "But it has to be." "It's not," said Alan. "Trust me. Watch. This is the CT Enhanced series from this week's MR imaging." The lower curve of stomach was normal again. Colored layers proliferated. The abscess, or whatever it was, appeared, grew as substantial as an appendix, and then began to shrink. "A separate growth?" said Kate. "Same phenomenon, different time period." Alan pointed to the data column to the right of the image. Notice the correspondence? For a moment, Kate did not. Then she leaned closer and rubbed her upper lip. The same day that Josh received the plasma. She wheeled her chair over to the monitor where the previous cycle had been frozen on the screen. Running her finger down the screen, she said, "And the same date 3 weeks ago that he had a transfusion. These images show some change in the baby's gut whenever he receives blood." Alan took a healthy bite of sandwich and nodded. "Not just a change, Kate, but some sort of basic adaptive process. That structure is there at other times. It just becomes more visible when it's absorbing blood." "Absorbing blood?" Kate's shout surprised even herself. She modulated her voice. "He's not absorbing blood through the stomach wall, Alan. We give Joshua intravenous injections. We don't give him a baby bottle with blood in it." Alan missed the irony. He nodded and finished chewing. "Of course, but the adaptation, organ, whatever it is, does absorb blood. There's no doubt about it. Look here." He touched buttons, and all 6 of the monitors blinked red near the abnormal swelling. "The gut wall there is rich with veins and arteries. It's one of the reasons an ulcer is such a problem there. But this," he touched the image of the tumor-like structure, "this thing is fed by a larger arterial network than I've ever seen. And it is absorbing blood. There's no doubt about that." Kate pushed her chair back. "My God," she whispered. Alan was not listening. He shoved his glasses higher on his nose. "But look at the other data, Kate. It's not the absorption of blood that's interesting. Look at the most recent MR series. What happens next is unbelievable." Kate watched the new series of MR images and flickering data columns with eyes that did not blink. When it was finished, she sat in silence for a full minute. "Kate," whispered Alan. His voice was almost reverent. "What's going on here?" Kate's eyes never left the screen. "I don't know," she said at last. "I honest to God do not know." But somewhere, deep in the creative subconscious that had made her one of CDC's finest diagnosticians, Kate Neuman did know, and the knowledge both scared her to death and filled her with a strange exhilaration. Chapter 14. Kate Neuman's home was in a high meadow 6 miles up Sunshine Canyon above Boulder. Kate had always disliked canyons. She hated the lack of sunshine, especially in winter, and being at what she considered the mercy of gravity if any boulders decided to dislodge. But the road climbed out of the broad swale of Sunshine Canyon and ran along high ridgelines miles before it reached the turnoff to her home. She considered the location of her home almost perfect. High meadows laced with aspen and pine trees swept away on either side. The snow-capped summits of the Indian Peak section of the Continental Divide loomed up 10 miles to the west, and at night she could look out the gaps in the Front Range south of the Flatirons and see the lights of Boulder and Denver. She and Tom had bought the home the year before their breakup, and while they had used her income to secure the mortgage and pay the down payment, Kate would always be grateful to Tom for suggesting they look in that particular area for a house. The structure itself was large and modern, but it blended into the rocks and trees of the ridgeline. Its windows framed views in all 4 directions. There was a wonderful patio from which she could look downhill toward the Flatirons, and while there was only a handful of houses in the 600-acre residential ranch, the area was guarded by a security gate which could be unlocked only by the residents after a visitor contacted them via intercom. These visitors were usually shocked by the roughness of the gravel road beyond that security gate. The year-round residents there all owned 4-wheel drive vehicles to cope with winter snows at the 7,000-foot level. On this July morning, 1 week after her discussion with Alan, Kate rose, jogged her usual 3/4 of a mile on the loop trail behind her home, showered, dressed in her usual casual outfit of jeans, sneakers, and a man's white shirt for CDC. She wore a suit or dress only when a VIP visit or travel was inflicted on her, and had breakfast with Julie and Joshua. Julie Strickland was a 23-year-old graduate student who was currently working on her PhD dissertation on the effects of pollution on 3 species of flowers found only on the alpine tundra. Kate had met Julie 3 years earlier through Tom. The younger woman had traveled with Tom's mountain challenge tours for an entire summer of hiking and camping above treeline in some of Colorado's most inaccessible regions. Kate was fairly certain that Julie and Tom had enjoyed a brief fling that summer, but for some reason the fact never bothered her. The two had become friends soon after meeting each other. Julie was quiet but enthusiastic, competent and funny. In exchange for watching Joshua 5 days a week, Julie had her own section of Kate's 5,000-square-foot house, was free to use Kate's 386E PC with its CD-ROM memory for her thesis when Kate was at work, had weekends free for her field trips, and received a token salary that allowed her to buy gas for her ancient Jeep. Both women enjoyed the arrangement, and Kate was already worrying about the winter when Julie would be finished with her dissertation. Always sympathetic to the plight of working mothers forced to scramble for daycare, Kate now had nightmares about finding adequate care for Joshua. But on this beautiful summer morning, the sun already high above the plains and free of the rim of foothills to the east, Kate put the worry out of her mind as she ate her bran flakes and fed Joshua his cereal. Julie looked up from her section of the Denver Post. "Are you taking the Cherokee or the Miata to work this morning?" Kate resisted a smile. She had planned to take the red Miata, but she knew how much Julie loved to drive the roadster down the canyon. The Jeep, I think. Did you have any shopping to do before you dropped Josh off at CDC? At the mention of his name, the baby smiled and banged a spoon on his tray. Kate wiped a bit of excess cereal from his chin. "I thought I'd stop by the King Soopers on Table Mesa. You sure you don't mind me driving the Miata?" "Just be sure to use the baby seat," said Kate. Julie made a face as if to say, "Of course I will." "Sorry," smiled Kate. "Maternal instinct." She said it as a joke, but instantly realized that this was precisely what prompted such obvious comments. "Josh loves the convertible," said Julie. She took her own spoon and pretended to eat some of the baby's cereal. Joshua beamed his appreciation. Julie looked at Kate. "You want him there right at 11? "Approximately," said Kate, glancing at her watch and clearing her dishes. "We have the MR equipment reserved until 1, so it's all right if it's a few minutes after." She gestured toward Joshua's unfinished cereal. "Do you mind?" Said Julie, exchanging goofy expressions with the baby. "We like to eat together, don't we, Pooh?" She looked back at Kate, oblivious to the drop of milk on her nose. "This MR stuff won't hurt him, will it?" Kate paused by the door. "No, it's the same procedure as before. Just pictures." "Pictures of what?" she asked herself for the 100th time. "I'll have him home in time for his nap." It was less fun driving the Cherokee down the winding canyon road than double-shifting the Miata through the turns, but this morning Kate was so lost in thought she did not notice the difference. Once in her office, she asked her secretary to hold all calls and put a call through herself to the Trudeau Institute in Saranac, New York. It was a small research facility, but Kate knew that it did some of the best work on effector mechanisms of cell-mediated immunity relating to lymphocyte physiology. More than that, she knew its director, Paul Sampson. "Paul," she said when she had got past receptionists and secretaries. "Kate Neuman. I've got a riddle for you." She knew that Paul was a sucker for puzzles. It was a trait that he shared with quite a few of the best medical researchers. "Shoot," said Paul Sampson. "We have an 8.5-month-old infant found in a Romanian orphanage. Physically, the child looks about 5 months old. Mental and emotional development seem normal. Physically, we see intermittent bouts of chronic diarrhea, persistent thrush, failure to thrive, chronic bacterial infections, as well as otitis media. Diagnosis?" There was only the slightest hesitation. "Well, Kate, you said it was a riddle, so AIDS is out, and that would be too obvious given the Romanian orphanage. Something interesting, you say?" "Yep," said Kate. On the green belt below her CDC window, a family of white-tailed deer had come out to graze. "Was the workup done in Romania or here?" "Both places," said Kate. "Okay, then we have some chance of reliability." There was a pause, and Kate could hear the soft sound of Paul chewing on his pipe. He had given up smoking the thing almost 2 years earlier, but still played with it when he was thinking. "What was the T and B cell count?" "T-cell, B-cell, and gamma globulin levels almost did not register," said Kate. The data was in the file on her desk, but she did not have to refer to them. "Serum IgA and IgM were markedly decreased." Said Paul. "Sounds like Swiss-type skid." "Sad. And rare. But not too much of a riddle, Kate." She watched the deer freeze as a car came up the winding road to the CDC parking lot. The car passed. The deer returned to grazing. "There's more, Paul. I agree the symptoms seem to suggest Swiss-type severe combined immunodeficiency, but the white blood cell count is also low." "What is the WBC count?" "Less than 300 lymphocytes per mu1, she said." Paul whistled. "That is strange. I mean, he makes the so-called boy in the bubble case of SCID look tame. According to your description, this poor Romanian kid has 3 of the 4 types of SCID: Swiss type, SCID with B lymphocytes, and reticular dysgenesis. I don't think I've ever seen a child with more than one of the manifestations. Of course, SCID itself is rare, no more than 25 or so kids worldwide. His voice trailed off from stating the obvious to silence. Is there more, Kate? She resisted the urge to sigh. I'm afraid so. The child shows severe adenosine deaminase deficiency. ADA too? Interrupted the doctor on the other end of the line. She heard his teeth click on the stem of his pipe and imagined the pained expression on his face. The poor little bastard has all 4 types of SCID. The symptoms usually manifest themselves between the 3rd and 6th month. How old did you say he was? Almost 9 months. Kate thought of the birthday cake Julie would be shopping for at King Soopers. They celebrated Joshua's birthday every month. She wished she had taken time to shop for the cake herself. 9 months, came Paul's voice, obviously musing to himself. I don't know how the little guy got that far. He won't be getting much older. Kate winced. That your prognosis, Paul? She heard fumbling sounds at the other end of the line and could almost see the rumpled researcher sitting up, setting his pipe on the desk. You know I wouldn't make a prognosis without seeing the patient and the tests in person, Kate, but, my God, signs of all 4 of the SCID variations. I mean, if it were just the ADA, it would be bad enough. Has there been a haploidentical bone marrow transplant? There's no twin, Kate said softly. No siblings at all. The orphanage couldn't find even the parents. Obviously, no histocompatibility is possible. There was silence for a moment. Well, you could still try ADA injections to restore some of the immune function, also shots of transfer factor and thymic extracts. And there's the human gene therapy work that Mulligan, Grossfeld, and the others are working on. They're having some real success in building some ADA-delivering retroviruses. His voice trailed off. Kate said what her friend would not. But with all 4 types of SCID present, the chance of avoiding a killer germ while the gene therapy was building resistance would be... What, Paul? Too small to count? My God, Kate, said the researcher. You know as well as I do that all it takes to bushwhack a SCID's kid is 1 infection, generalized chickenpox, measles with hex giant cell pneumonia, cytomegalovirus or adenovirus infections, or our old buddy pneumocystis carinii. 1 good head cold and the child is gone. Their own protein-losing enteropathy adds to the problem. It's like greasing a slide and then going down it on waxed paper. He paused for breath, obviously upset. Kate spoke softly. I know, Paul, and I used to do that too. Do what? Grease the slide on the playground and go down it on waxed paper. She heard him chewing on his pipe again. Kate, are you working with this child personally, I mean? Yes. Well, I'd put my hope on the gene therapy work being done and hope for the best. There's a lot of energy going into solving the ADA problem these days, and if you lick that, the Swiss type, B-lymph, and reticular dysgenesis malfunctions can be attacked with more conventional immunological reconstructive techniques. I'll fax you everything we have on Mulligan's work. Thank you, Paul, said Kate. The deer had gone back into the pine forest when she was not looking. Paul, what would you say if I told you that this child's symptoms were periodic? Periodic? You mean varying in severity? No, I mean literally periodic. That they appeared, grew critical, and then were beaten back by the child's own rebuilt system. This time the silence extended for almost a minute. Autoimmunological reconstruction? WBCs rebuilt from 0? T and B cell levels up? Gamma globulin levels return to normal? From a SCID child with 300 lymphs per mu1 as a starting point? With no histocompatible marrow transfusions, no ADA retrovirus gene therapy? Correct, said Kate. She took a breath. With nothing but blood transfusions. Blood transfusions? His voice was almost shrill. Before or after diagnosis? Before. Bullshit, said the researcher. Kate had never heard him use a curse word or vulgarity before. Absolute bullshit. 1. Autoimmune reconstruction doesn't happen outside the comic strips. 2. Any live vaccines or non-irradiated transfusions for this child prior to diagnosis would have almost certainly killed him, not brought about some miracle cure. You know the problems an allogenic transfusion would cause, Kate. Fatal graft versus host disease, progressive generalized vaccinia. Hell, you know what the result would be. There's something wrong with this picture. Either a misdiagnosis on the Romanian end or a total screw-up in the T-cell study or something. Yes, agreed Kate, knowing that the data was valid. I'm sorry to take up your time on this, Paul. It's just that things seem a bit muddled. That's an understatement, came her friend's voice. But if anyone can straighten it out, you can, Kate. Thank you, Paul. I'll talk to you soon. She set the phone in its cradle and stared out at the empty meadow. She was still staring 2 hours later when her secretary buzzed to tell her that Julie was there with the baby. Even after 15 years as a physician, Kate thought that the saddest sight on earth was a small child surrounded by modern medical equipment. Now, as a mother watching her own child submit to sharp needles and frightening equipment, she found it twice as sad. Julie had shown up weeping and apologizing. It took several minutes for Kate to understand that the girl had set Joshua loose in his baby seat for a moment in the front seat of the Miata. Just while I put his birthday cake in that dinky little trunk. And the child had tumbled out, hitting his forehead against the center console. There had been little bleeding. Joshua had already stopped crying, but Julie was still upset. Kate had calmed her, shown her how slight the abrasion was, although there was going to be a serious goose egg, and then led a small parade of Josh, Julie, Kate's secretary Arlene, her office neighbor Bob Underhill, one of the world's top men on hereditary spherocytic hemolytic anemia, and his secretary Calvin on a search for some antiseptic and a Band-Aid. Kate found it amusing, and even Julie began chuckling through her tears that there they were in the Rocky Mountain Region Center for Disease Control, a $600 million research center containing state-of-the-art medical laboratories and diagnostic equipment, and no mercurochrome or Band-Aid. Finally, they found some spray-on antiseptic and adhesive strips in the chief administrator's office. He was a fanatic jogger who tended to fall down a lot. Calvin brought a lollipop for Joshua, Julie left in a better mood, and Kate brought her baby down to the basement imaging center. When the center was being moved to the NCAR complex, Dr. Malberly, chief administrator and a Ph.D. doctor in epidemiology, not a medical doctor, had opposed the presence of the magnetic resonance imagers in the same complex as CDC's Pride and Joy, the twin Cray computers on the second floor. Malberly and the others knew that in the early days of MR imaging, faults in shielding had ruined wristwatches and stopped automobiles on the street outside, or so the tales went. Dr. Malberly wanted to take no chances with the Crays that represented a sizable chunk of RMCDC's budget. Alan Stevens and the other technicians had convinced the administrator that the Crays' brains and cojones were in no danger from the MR and CT scanners. Alan had shown how the basement imaging complex would be electromagnetically isolated from the rest of the world, literally a room within a room. When Dr. Malberly had still hesitated, Alan brought in the pathologists and Class 6 biolab glamour boys. The MR and CT equipment might not be necessary for living patients, they pointed out, but it was absolutely vital for the corpses, both human and animal, that were the raison d'etre of pathology and biolab's daily toil. Malberly had agreed. Alan met Kate in the basement hallway between the imaging and sealed lab centers. Joshua had been here before and was not afraid of it, although this time there was a nasty surprise as RN Terry Halloway was waiting in the imaging room with an IV tube and needle. Joshua wailed as the needle was inserted on the inside of his skinny arm. Kate tried not to wince. She would have handled the transfusion herself, but Terry had a gentler touch. Sure enough, Joshua quit crying after only a pro forma protest and lay back blinking. Alan and Kate helped set him onto the imaging pallet, setting his head firmly in place with pillows and strips of broad tape, also taping his wrists to the pillows. It was disturbing to see, but they could not run the risk of the baby turning and moving during the imaging sequence. Not only would it ruin the CT pictures, but it would dislodge the biosensors Terry was setting in place so they could monitor real-time physiological changes. Kate leaned over and cooed to Joshua during the entire preparation, having his favorite stuffed animal, a Pooh Bear with one eye missing, talk and play with him. He barely seemed to notice when Terry pricked his finger for the first of many blood tests. The nurse nodded at Kate, smiled at Joshua, and hurried off to the adjoining lab. Finally, Kate tucked Pooh in next to her son and left the room. Airlock-style doors slid shut behind her. She joined Alan at the bank of video monitors. "Is his runny nose just from crying, or have the flu symptoms returned?" asked Alan. "The last 3 or 4 days," said Kate. "The diarrhea's back, too." Alan nodded and pointed toward the biosensor readout. "His temperature is closing in on 100. And look at the results of the first test Terry took." Kate was looking. Data from the lab was fed directly through to the MRCT control room. According to the first test, Joshua was showing the characteristic skid shortage of white blood cells. The WBC count was at 930 lymphocyte per mu1, as well as the classic drop-off in T-cell, B-cell, and gamma-globulin levels. More than that, liver enzymes were elevated, and there were indications of an electrolyte imbalance. "Looks like GVH problems to me," said Alan. Kate tapped a pencil against her teeth. "Yes, except it's been almost a month since the last transfusion, and he showed no graft versus host rejection then. It's not the new blood his body has trouble with. It's his own system he seems to want to reject." She glanced at the monitor. Joshua seemed frail and insignificant strapped into his imaging cradle. She could see his mouth move as he cried, but there was no sound. Kate switched on the audio pickup and keyed the microphone so that he could hear her. "It's all right. Mama's right here. It's all right." She nodded at Alan. "Let's do it and get him out of there." Alan's fingers played the console as if it were a Wurlitzer keyboard. Joshua's imaging palette slid him into the CT torus, and Kate had the surreal sense that he was a tiny human artillery shell being loaded into the breech of a plastic cannon. She watched as the display showed that the IV drip had been opened to the whole blood, then as the biosensors began to relay Joshua's body's response to it. Three-dimensional images of his liver, spleen, and abdominal lymph nodes began to build up on the monitors. "To do this right," said Alan, his eyes moving from monitor to monitor, "we should scan his spleen using 99M TC colloid or heat-damaged red blood cells, so we could get a detailed fix on any functioning splenic tissue." "Too invasive," snapped Kate. Her eyes stayed glued to the biosensor columns. "We'll stick to the CT, MR, and ultrasound," she added, her voice softer. "I don't want him to go through any more than he absolutely has to." Alan nodded agreement. "Okay," he said. "Coming up to the scan of stomach wall, right here." Kate leaned over, stared at the central monitor, and frowned. "I don't see the abnormality we found last time." "The CT can't pick up anything less than 2 centimeters, said Alan. "At this point, we're dealing with a slightly fibrous mass, smaller and less dense than most tumors. Ultrasound isotopic imaging with 67 GA and 111 in-labeled leukocytes would show it was something worth worrying about, but the CT just gives us the slightest indication of an abscess. There, see that shadow?" Kate did, but only because Alan's finger tapped the monitor at the precise spot. It was the shadow of a shadow. She looked back at the biosensor columns. "My God," she whispered. "His temperature is at 103 and rising. Stop the sequence. I've got to get in there." Alan grasped her forearm. "No, wait. I've got a hunch on this, Kate. We weren't monitoring his temperature last time, just taking pictures. My guess is that whatever's going on with the redistribution of blood to that shadow organ in his stomach wall, it's burning up lots of energy." "It's burning him up," said Kate. "Abort the sequence." Alan set his hand above the red master switch, but then raised it and pointed. "Look." Joshua's temperature now hovered at 103.5, but the other sensors showed near chaos. His blood pressure spiked, normalized, then spiked again. His heart rate was 50% over normal. Skin resistance traced a mountain range of changes. Kate leaned over the console, her mouth open. "What's happening?" Alan pushed his glasses higher on his snub nose and pointed to the primary monitor. The shadow on Joshua's stomach wall had materialized into a vein and capillary-rich mass. The CT scan showed a nexus of nerves that was almost 3 centimeters across and growing. "He's stabilizing," said Alan, voice tense. Kate saw that he was right. Temperature, blood pressure, heart rate, and the other vitals were dropping back into the normal range. "We're finished with the first sequence," said Alan. The monitor showed the pallet sliding out. Joshua was squirming a bit within his restraints, but showed no signs of trauma or discomfort. He was not crying. Alan looked at Kate over the tops of his glasses. "Do you want to go in with Terry for the next round of blood and pictures, or shall we scrub this right now?" Kate hesitated only a second. The mother in her wanted to lift her son out of that torture device now. Take him home now. The doctor in her wanted to find out what was trying to kill him, and find out now. "Call Terry," she said, already heading for the airlock. "Tell her I'll help her draw the next blood sample." The 3 imaging sequences took less than 50 minutes. Joshua had wet his diaper. They'd had a catheter rigged for urine samples, but it had overflowed. But other than that and a lot of rage at being restrained for so long, the baby seemed fine as Kate lifted him out and rocked him while Terry and Alan helped detach the biosensors. Terry took the last blood sample, pricking Joshua's big toe again, and the small room echoed to his wails. As they left the imaging complex, Alan said, "I'll program the entire sequence to deal with different variables and have the enhanced videotapes ready to roll by 8 a.m. Shall I start with T-cell rate or the adenosine deaminase curve?" "Do the AD," said Kate, "but I want it visually all cross-referenced." Alan nodded and made a note on a small pad. "We'll have all the lab data back by 6 p.m., said Terry. "I'll make sure McPherson handles it personally." Kate used her free hand to pat the nurse's shoulder. "Oops," said Terry. Joshua's Band-Aid had been loosened from rubbing against his head restraints. Terry pulled it free. "Well, I guess we don't need this old thing, do we, sweetums?" Alan caught Kate's hesitation and sudden attention. "What?" he said, some concern in his voice. Kate made sure that her voice was calm and level. "Nothing. I was just hoping that this doesn't screw up his nap schedule." Swinging him around slightly, bringing out the first smile of the afternoon, Kate brought her son's forehead closer to the overhead light. She leaned closer and kissed him, her eyes only inches away from the sweet-smelling skin of his scalp. The nasty bruise and abrasion he'd received less than 2 hours before were gone. No pooled blood under the skin, no sign of swelling or lingering hematoma, not the slightest sign of the raspberry rash that should have taken a week or 2 to fade. The wound was gone, as if it never existed. "This should be fascinating stuff," said Alan, returning to his console. "I can hardly wait." "Me too," said Kate, looking into the baby's eyes and realizing that her heart was pounding wildly against her rib cage. "Me too." Chapter 15. On Saturday morning, Tom drove his Land Rover to Kate's house. She loaded picnic things in her backpack. Tom stowed Joshua in the backpack carrier, and they hiked the easy mile to Bald Mountain. Technically, Bald Mountain was part of the Boulder City Park system, but it was far enough away from the town not to get too many hikers and picnickers. Kate had always loved it for its view. It was just that much higher than her home to open up a wider vista of high peaks and plains. The July sun was hot, and they paused several times while climbing the hill to let the breeze cool them. At one of these times, Kate had the out-of-body view of the 3 of them, Joshua well and happy on Tom's broad back, her ex-husband grinning and not the least out of breath, the breeze ruffling her own hair and the sunlight hot on her bare legs. She could not help but feel a pang of loss at this snapshot of their family that could have been. The summit of Bald Mountain was almost devoid of trees, which made the view that much more impressive. Kate spread the blanket she had packed up, they set Joshua down to play, and Tom began setting out picnic things. The sky was a faultless arch of blue. Heat shimmered on the plains to the east, and Kate could see sunlight glimmering off windshields on the narrow ribbon of the Boulder Turnpike to Denver. Only the smallest pockets of snow remained on the Indian peaks to the west. "Deviled eggs," said Tom. "You sweet thing." Kate hated deviled eggs, but she had remembered Tom's fondness for them. She cut a slice from the roll of French bread and folded it around some turkey. Joshua ignored the food and crawled over Tom's knee to get off the blanket and onto the grass. Kate started an old game that she and Tom used to play on their outings. "What's that tree over there?" she asked. Tom did not even glance behind him. "Ponderosa pine." "I knew that," said Kate. "Then give me a hard one." She scooped up some of the sandy, pebbly soil they were sitting on. "What do you call this stuff?" "Dirt," said Tom. He was building a gargantuan sandwich. "Come on now, Balboa," she said. "Be Pacific." It was an old, dumb joke of theirs. Tom used his free hand to lift a bit of the soil. "This is called gruss," he said. "It's just a worn-down version of the granite that makes up these hills." "What wears it down?" Kate rarely grew tired of this game. Most of what she knew about nature came from talking to Tom. "The granite?" he said, and took a big bite of his sandwich. "Ice expanding and contracting, the plant roots, the acid from fungi hyphae in those lichens. Given time, living things will chew the crap out of any mountain. Then the organic stuff decomposes. We get critters burrowing in it and enriching it further when they decompose, and voila! Dirt. He took another bite. Kate ran her hand across the sparse grass and low weeds where Joshua was crawling. And what's this? Blanket flour, said Tom around his sandwich. That jagged thing you don't want Josh to tumble into is prickly gilia. Those sharp little jobbies are mistletoe stems and the involucral bracts of gumweed. That scabby stuff on the rock is crustose lichen. That other stuff we have a sort of technical name for, which is grass, said Tom, and took another big bite. Kate sighed and leaned back on the blanket, feeling the fierce sun on her skin. The breeze stirred the high grass, cooled her, and then died, allowing the sun to fill her senses again. Kate knew that she should not feel so totally content with her ex-husband and a sick child, but at the moment everything was perfect. She opened one eye and looked at Tom. His blond hair, always thin on top, had thinned a bit more, allowing his eternal sunburn to creep higher on his forehead, but other than that detail, he looked just like the overgrown boy she had met and fallen in love with 15 years ago. He was still fit and almost obscenely healthy-looking, his forearms sculpted in the muscled symmetry only rock climbers could develop. His face, pink-skinned and unlined, fell into the pleasant, unself-conscious smile lines of someone pleased with not only where he was, but who he was. Tom greeted every day as if he had just arrived on planet Earth, fresh and rested, and had too much to do and see that day to cram into 24 hours. On the other hand, Kate admitted, he never seemed rushed or in a hurry. Living with him had been like hiking up a mountain with him, steady, unforced, taking time to see and know the names of all the flowers, but never turning back short of the goal. It was just, Kate realized now, that they had never agreed on a goal. Joshua's arm slipped and he went face down into the grass. Tom lifted him and set him down on a softer surface. The baby sat for a minute, balancing, and then teetered sideways. He began moving again, pausing only to check the taste of the soil he was creeping across. He did not like it. Tom watched him. Shouldn't this guy be walking pretty soon? Kate pulled a strand of grass and chewed on it. He could be already if his development had been normal. As it is, he's still several months behind. We'll be lucky if he walks by the time he's 14 months old. Tom poured them each coffee from the thermos. Okay, why don't you tell me what the test showed? I've been waiting all week. Kate held the plastic cup under her chin so she could inhale the rich scent of the coffee. The results were crazy, she said. Tom arched an eyebrow. You mean screwed up? No, the data is accurate. It's just that the results are crazy. Explain. He leaned back on one elbow. His blue eyes were clear and attentive. Kate concentrated on keeping it in layman's terms. For all of Tom's interest in the natural world, medicine, at least above the first aid level, had never been something he spent time trying to understand. You remember, said Kate, that I told you about the cyclical nature of Josh's immune deficiency problem and how it seemed to relate to the transfusions he was receiving? Yeah, but you said that that shouldn't be the case. Wasn't it bone marrow, not blood, that would help the kid's immune system? Right. Well, I've seen the results of our last test, and there's no doubt that the blood transfusion has brought about an amazing recovery in his immune system. Within an hour of the injection of whole blood, Joshua's WBCs were back to normal. What's WBC? Asked Tom. He was watching the child crawl while he listened. White blood cells. Kate took another sip of coffee. More than that, his T-cell and B-cell count shot back up to normal. Above normal, actually. His gamma globulin levels peaked. And the weirdest part is, the enzyme I told you about, the one that's totally lacking in his system? Adenosine something, said Tom. Adenosine deaminase, right. Well, his ADA count had returned to normal within an hour of the transfusion. Tom frowned. But that's good, isn't it? It's great, said Kate, trying not to get emotional. But it's impossible. Why? Kate lifted a twig and drew a circle in the pebbly soil as if she could explain it all with diagrams. ADA deficiency is a genetic failure, she said. The gene for ADA is on chromosome 20. We know how it works, although we're not sure why it's so important. I mean, the reason for toxicity of adenosine metabolites isn't totally resolved, but we know it has something to do with inhibition of nucleotide reductase by deoxyadenosine triphosphate. Whoa, said Tom and held up one hand. Back to why it's impossible. Sorry. Kate rubbed out the circle and squiggles in the soil. It's a genetic defect, Tom. The gene is either there or it isn't. We can look at one of Joshua's red blood cells and see whether ADA is being produced or not. Is it? Kate chewed her lip. No. No, it's not being produced naturally. But after a transfusion, his immune system suddenly comes up to snuff and he produces ADA like it's going out of style. Tom nodded. But you don't see how he's getting this new ability to create the stuff. You can't borrow a gene from somebody's blood, right? Exactly. The only way we can get that ADA-producing gene into children with SCID, this immune problem, is either to have a bone marrow transplant from a twin or via a newfangled gene therapy program that's just been developed where you splice the human gene into the patient by using a virus. Tom blinked. A virus? Wouldn't that make the patient sicker? Kate shook her head. Viruses don't have to be harmful. In fact, most are harmless. And for the gene therapy, retroviruses are perfect. Tom whistled. Retroviruses? We're in AIDS territory here, aren't we, Kat? Still almost lost in thought, Kate nodded. That's what makes this kind of gene therapy so interesting. The HIV retrovirus really shook us up because it's so lethal, but the cloned retroviruses the gene therapists use are harmless. Retroviruses don't even screw up the cell they're invading. They just break into the cell, insert their own genetic programming there, and let the cell go about its business. Tom sat up and poured more coffee for each of them. Joshua had crawled in a full circle and now returned to play with Tom's shoelaces. He managed to tug one until it was untied. Tom grinned and untied the other one for him. So you're saying that this gene therapy could save Joshua's life by getting some harmless retrovirus in there to fake out the cells into producing ADA? We could, said Kate, sipping at her coffee, gaze unfocused. But we don't have to. Somehow Josh uses the blood we inject to do the same thing. Somehow his body breaks down the genetic structure of that blood, finds the cellular building blocks it needs to overcome his own body's immune deficiency, and trucks it around his system within an hour. How? Said Tom. He ruffled the dark fuzz on Joshua's head. We have no idea. Oh, we found what Alan calls a shadow organ, a thickening of the stomach wall that might be the site where blood is absorbed and deconstructed for its constituent genetic parts, and my guess is that Joshua's body carries its own neutral virus to disseminate the new genetic information around his body, but the actual mechanism is unknown to us. Tom lifted the child high. Joshua's face showed a second of alarm and then filled with pure pleasure. Tom swung him around in an airplane and set him back on the grass. Kate, he said, are you saying that your child is a mutant of some sort? Kate paused in the act of getting out jars of the baby's applesauce and strained carrots. Yes, she said at last. That's exactly what I seem to be saying. Tom leaned over and touched her wrist. But if his mutation allows his body to overcome its own whatchamacallit deficiency, beat the immune system problem, then it may hold the cure for AIDS, finished Kate, her voice raw. And for cancer, and for God knows how many other scourges we've had to suffer throughout the whole history of humankind. Jesus Christ, whispered Tom, looking at Joshua in a strange way. Yes, said Kate, and opened the jar of applesauce to feed her baby. Kate had not planned for it to happen that night. She and Tom had come close to making love several times in the years after their divorce, but each time one or the other or both of them had thought better of it. In the past couple of years, their new relationship as friends had seemed too important to jeopardize by resuming a sexual relationship which each knew to be an emotional dead end. But this Saturday night had been different. It was just the two of them and Joshua in the house. Julie was off on an alpine flower collecting tour somewhere near Lake City. They had barbecued chicken out on the patio, moved around to the terrace on the west side to watch the sun set north of Long's Peak, and sat drinking wine and talking until the sky was strewn with stars. It had seemed natural when Tom had finally set down her wineglass, taken her hand, and led her into the bedroom they had shared until 6 years ago. Their lovemaking had been urgent but gentle, heightened by the unself-consciousness that only an intimate familiarity with the other person's body can bring, and tinged a bit with sadness as they lay in each other's arms afterward. Would it be better if I left? Tom had whispered sometime after midnight. Kate had stirred against him, set her hand on his chest. Tom no longer lived near Boulder, but in a renovated cabin near Rollins Pass, an hour's drive away up Boulder Canyon and south along the Peak to Peak Highway. The thought of him driving it so late at night made her heart sad. "No," she whispered. "It's all right. Julie won't be back until late tomorrow evening. I have some bagels in the freezer, and Toby's going to deliver the Times when he comes up to work on the satellite dish tomorrow morning." Tom had touched her head gently. One of the few rituals of their marriage that each had enjoyed had been a slow Sunday morning with bagels, coffee, and the New York Times. He kissed her on the lips. "Thanks, Kat. Sleep well." "Same to you," Kate had mumbled, already sliding into a contented sleep. She awoke suddenly and completely. The alarm clock dial read 3:48 a.m. Kate was sure that she had heard something. For a relieved second, she remembered that Tom had stayed and assumed she had heard him padding around in the bathroom, but when she sat up in bed, she realized that he was also sitting up in bed, listening. There came a second sound from down the hall. Tom put his hand on her mouth and whispered, "Shh," in her ear. Another soft sound came from the dining room. Tom leaned close again and whispered, "Would Julie be up here if she came back early?" Kate shook her head. She could hardly hear her own answering whisper for the pounding of her heart. "Her rooms are downstairs. She never comes up at night." She could see Tom's head silhouetted against the faint starlight from the patio. A chair in the dining room was bumped softly. Kate heard the loose floorboards squeak at the far end of the hall. Tom slid noiselessly out of bed, but leaned close to whisper in her ear again, "Is the 12-gauge where I left it?" For a second the question did not register, but then Kate remembered the argument about the shotgun that Tom had insisted she keep if she was going to live alone out here. They had compromised when he had put it far back in the unused corner of her closet. She'd meant to get rid of the thing, but after a while she had just forgotten about it. She nodded. "Did you load it the way I told you to?" he whispered. There was another squeak in the hallway. Heart pounding, Kate shook her head. "Shit," whispered Tom. He was crouched by the side of the bed. His lips touched her ear again. "Is the box of shells still on the top shelf?" "I think so," whispered Kate. Her mouth was terribly dry. She strained to hear any sound. Suddenly a door creaked and she swung herself out of bed. "The baby's room," she said aloud. Tom moved incredibly fast. The closet door slid open with a bang that almost made Kate scream. He flicked the light on, came out with a pump shotgun and a yellow box of shells, stopped Kate from running down the hall by pressing his hand flat against her chest before she could get out the bedroom door, and shouted, "We have a gun!" as he fed 3 shells into the magazine. They both heard Joshua's door slamming open. Tom was out the door and down the hall in an instant, slapping light switches as he ran. Kate was a half-second behind him. She froze as she stumbled through the doorway into Joshua's room. A tall man dressed in black was bending over Joshua's crib. In the second before Tom hit the light switch in the room, Kate saw only the black shape looming over her baby, the man's thin face illuminated by the nightlight next to the crib. His fingers were long, gloved, and reaching for her son. Tom snapped on the light and crouched with the shotgun pointed. "Don't move a fucking muscle!" he shouted, his voice strong and in command. He was still naked. His body looked tanned and powerful to Kate, rather than made vulnerable by the nudity. The intruder was wearing some sort of black balaclava, but his face was uncovered. He had a wide gash of a mouth, long nose, heavy brows, and eyes that looked like black pits to Kate. This is a nightmare, she thought through the frenzied pounding of her heart. Kate was sure the intruder would use the baby as a shield, but the man stared at Tom from the black pits of his eyes, and then lifted his spidery hands and stepped away from the crib. Tom shifted to his left to keep the field of fire away from the baby, and Kate slid along the wall behind him. "Freeze!" Tom commanded and pumped a shell into the chamber. The man in black seemed to nod, and then everything happened very fast. Kate had seen Tom's reflexes in action before, catching a rafter who had gone over the side in heavy rapids, going on belay to arrest her fall while teaching her to rock climb, once leaping to stop Kate from a nasty collision with a rock while glissading down a snowfield. But the man in black moved so quickly that even Tom did not have time to react. One second the intruder was 10 feet across the room, arms extended, and the next instant the black form was hurling across the carpet in a tuck and roll, then exploding upright under the shotgun, hands going for Tom's throat. Tom was the strongest man Kate had ever known, but the intruder lifted him like a child and tossed him across the room. A mobile came crashing down. Tom slammed into the framed N.C. Wyeth print on the far wall, and then he bounced and rolled while the man in black leaped after him. Somehow Tom had held on to the shotgun. "Down, Kate!" She had run toward the crib but dropped to the floor on Tom's command. Kate saw a glimmer against the black gloves and realized that the man had a blade in his hand and that the hand was rising above where Tom was sprawled. Kate's scream and the shotgun blast were simultaneous. The intruder's downward leap suddenly reversed itself as if a film were being run backward. He flew up and back, slammed against the wall where Kate had been standing a moment earlier, and slid to the floor. He left a trail of blood and black wool on the ducks and airplanes wallpaper. Kate ran to the crib and lifted Joshua out. The baby was screaming, face red with terror at the sudden sounds, but he looked unharmed. Tom got to his feet, his left arm obviously injured, and approached the fallen man carefully. The knife the man had held now lay on the carpet. Kate had never seen anything so short and deadly. It had no handle, no hilt, merely a flat knob that she guessed would fit in the palm of his hand. Both sides of the blade were obviously razor sharp. "Careful," began Kate as Tom turned the slumped form over with his foot. She caught her breath. The shotgun blast had torn a foot-wide hole in the man's chest and upper abdomen, while some of the pellets had struck his throat and face. There was much blood. Kate stared for a long second before her medical training took over. She kissed Joshua, set him back in his crib, and crouched next to the man. Blood wicked onto the hem of her silk nightgown, and she brusquely flipped it out of the way, tore the remnants of the man's black sweater open, and felt for a pulse at the base of his neck. There was none. The intruder's eyes were slightly open, but the pupils had rolled up until only the whites showed. "Call 911 and tell them to have an ambulance dispatched from community," she said. She arched the man's head back and opened his mouth to clear it of blood and tissue fragments. "Oh, Jesus, Kate, don't give that asshole mouth to mouth. Besides, he's dead." "I know," said Kate, bending closer, "but we have to try." Tom cursed and set the shotgun against the wall. Lifting Joshua, he stepped toward the door. Kate fought down a sudden surge of nausea and lowered her face toward the dead man's. The intruder's eyes snapped open like an owl's. Kate screamed, and he shoved her aside and vaulted to his feet, leaping toward Tom and the baby. Tom turned instinctively, shielding Joshua from the stranger. The man landed on Tom's back, and Joshua tumbled to the floor and rolled under the crib, screaming. The man in black threw Tom against the wall and leaped for him, long fingers going for his throat. Tom met the attack with a stiff arm and upraised palm that flattened the intruder's nose like a pulped tomato. The man snarled, the first sound that Kate had heard from him, and threw Tom 10 feet through the open screen door to the balcony. Then he pivoted, reminding Kate of a giant spider, and began scrabbling under the crib to get at Joshua. Kate's first and strongest impulse had been to get to her child, but her brain had overridden her instinct, and she had left Joshua under the crib while she crawled across the carpet to the shotgun. The intruder saw what she was doing. He gave up reaching for the screaming child and leaped to his feet and bounded across the room toward her. Later, Kate did not remember pumping another shell into the chamber or lifting the weapon, nor could she remember pulling the trigger. But she would always remember the terrible blast, the sight of the man catapulted backward through the glass of the sliding door, and the terrible angle of his body sprawled across the balcony overlooking the ravine. Tom had just gotten to his knees, and now he shielded himself from a hailstorm of shattered glass. Kate staggered to her feet and stepped forward, staring through the smashed glass at the intruder's body. This blast had almost separated his left arm from his torso. She could see exposed ribs gleaming. "Cat!" shouted Tom at the same instant the intruder jackknifed forward and seized her ankle. She went down hard on her back, her head hitting the leg of the crib. The man pulled himself through the shattered door, using just his right arm. Dazed, only half conscious, forgetting her Hippocratic oath and her lifelong pledge of nonviolence, she raised the Remington, pumped the last shell in, and shot the man in the chest and face from point-blank range even as he reached past her for Joshua. This time the blast knocked the man out the door, across the patio, and over the railing into the 60-foot ravine below. And then Kate remembered nothing except Joshua in her arms, still crying but unhurt, and Tom's arm around her, Tom's voice soothing her as he led her into the lighted living room and called the police. Chapter 16. Kate had been on the ER end of ambulance runs during her residency years ago, but it was as if she had never seen paramedics in action on site before. They arrived 10 minutes before the police and seemed to take the blood and glass-filled nursery for granted. One of the men went to check for signs of the intruder in the ravine, while the remaining male and female paramedics at Tom's dislocated shoulder pulled shards of glass from his back and checked Kate and Joshua over and pronounced them unhurt. Kate and Tom both pulled on some clothes in preparation for the next wave of officialdom. 3 Boulder police cars and the sheriff's 4x4 arrived at the same time, blue and red lights flashing across the meadow and shimmering on the windows. The paramedics were trying to get Tom to go to the hospital, but he refused. The detectives interviewed Tom in one room, Kate in the other. She never let go of Joshua. Powerful flashlights were probing the ravine when Tom and Kate pulled on their jackets, bundled Joshua in a heavy blanket, and stood at the edge of the patio to watch. "It's at least 80 feet down there," said the sheriff, "and there's no way down to the stream except down this cliff." "It's less than 60 feet, said Tom, standing at the edge of the granite and sandstone bluff. The shrubs there were broken and torn. Kate could hear the stream trickling at the bottom of the ravine. It was a sound she had grown so used to that she normally ignored it. "The body could have washed downstream," said the chief Boulder detective. He was young and bearded and had dressed hurriedly in sweatshirt and chinos under a corduroy jacket. "The stream's pretty shallow this time of year," said Tom. "No more than 6 or 8 inches of water in the deeper spots." The detective shrugged. The sheriff's men were rigging a purlawn climbing rope around the large ponderosa pine at the edge of the patio. "You're sure you didn't recognize the man?" asked the detective sergeant for the 3rd time. "No. I'm sure," said Kate. Joshua was sleeping in the folds of blanket, the pacifier still in his mouth. "And you don't know how he got in?" Kate looked around. "The sheriff said that the kitchen door had been jimmied. Is that correct, Sheriff?" The sheriff nodded. "Pane cut out, both inside locks opened. It looked fairly professional." The detective made a note and looked over to where the sheriff's people and the paramedics were arguing about how to rig the ropes. Uniformed police officers walked along the edge of the ravine, shining flashlights down into the darkness. The chief detective came out of the house holding a plastic baggie. Kate saw the gleam of steel in it. He held it up to the light. "Know what this is?" he asked. Kate shook her head. "Fancy little palm knife," he said, showing her how it was held, the steel nub against his palm, the double-edged blade protruding between the knuckles of 2 fingers. The detective turned to Tom. "He had this in his hands when he came at you?" "Yeah. Excuse me a second, Lieutenant." Tom walked over to the sheriff's deputies and quietly showed them how the purlawn lines had to be rigged. Then he borrowed a web harness from a paramedic and clicked a carabiner in place as if to demonstrate how to prepare for a rappel. "Hey!" shouted the deputy as Tom leaned back, one arm still in a sling, and gracefully rappelled over the edge of the cliff. A paramedic tied on to his own line and followed him down the cliff. The uniformed officers swung their lights onto the duo as they bounced down rock and dropped gently into the shrubs and dwarf juniper at the base of the cliff. Tom looked up, waved with his good hand, and unclipped from the purlawn line. Deputies scurried to hook on and follow. The sun came up before the search was called off. Kate had carried Joshua into the house and tucked him in her own bed. When she came back out, Tom was pulling himself easily up the rock face with one arm, while the deputies and paramedics huffed and puffed to climb with both arms busy. He stepped onto the patio, unclipped his carabiner, and shook his head. "No body," gasped the deputy coming over the edge. "Lots of blood and broken branches, but no body." The detective sergeant took out his notebook and stepped close to Kate. He looked tired, and the brilliant morning light gleamed on gray stubble. "Ma'am, you're sure you hit this guy with both shotgun loads?" "3 times, said Tom, putting his good arm around her. "Twice at ranges of less than 4 feet. The detective shook his head and stepped back to the bluff. "Then it's just time until we find the body," he said. "Then maybe we'll figure out who he was and why he was trying to kidnap your baby." Tom nodded and went into the house with Kate. On Monday, Ken Mauberly called Kate into his office. She had been expecting the invitation. Mauberly was the chief administrator for the Rocky Mountain Region CDC, but his office was the only one in the NCAR CDC complex without windows. He said that the view distracted him. Kate sometimes thought that this choice of an office said much about the character of the man. Quiet, dedicated to work, self-effacing, competent, and fanatical only about his long-distance running. He waved her to a seat and slouched in his own chair. His jacket was draped over the back of the chair, his tie was loosened, and his sleeves were rolled up. He leaned across the desk and folded his hands. "Kate, I heard about the problem you had Saturday night. It's terrible, just terrible to have your home invaded like that. Are you and the baby all right?" Kate assured him that they were fine. "And the police haven't caught the assailant?" "No. They found some signs that he might have left the stream about half a mile below the house, but there's been nothing definite. They've put out some sort of bulletin based on the description Tom and I gave them." "And your ex-husband is all right?" Kate nodded. "His arm was injured slightly, but this morning he was pressing weights with it." She paused. "Tom is staying with us, with Julie and the baby and me, until they find the guy or we all get our courage back." Marberly tapped a pencil against his cheek. "Good, good. You know, it's funny, Kate. I've opposed capital punishment all of my adult life, but if I woke as you did to find someone in my child's bedroom, well, I wouldn't hesitate a second to end that person's life on the spot." Embarrassed, he set the pencil on the desk. "Ken," said Kate, "I appreciate the sentiments, but you wanted to talk to me about something else, didn't you?" The administrator leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers. "Yes, Kate, I did. I haven't had a chance to tell you what a fine job you did on the Romanian tour, both while you were there and in the report you did afterward. Billington and Chen at the WHO tell me that it was pivotal in helping form policy toward the relief effort. Pivotal." Kate smiled. "But what have I done for you recently?" Marberly returned the smile. "That's not quite how I'd put it, Kate, but it has been a couple of months since you've gone full-time into another project. I'd hoped that you'd head up the Colorado Springs hepatitis B investigation. Not that Bob Underhill isn't capable, don't misunderstand me, but I've spent a lot of my time and the center's resources in trying to cure my son," Kate said softly. The administrator rubbed his fingers together. "That's totally understandable, Kate. What I'd hoped to do with you is discuss some alternatives. A friend of mine, Dick Clempton, is at Children's Hospital in Denver, and he's one of the best ADA men in—" Kate unsnapped her briefcase, removed a thick file, and shoved it across the desk to her boss. Marberly blinked. "Read it, Ken," she said. Without another word, he pulled his glasses out of his shirt pocket and began reading. After the third page, he took his glasses off and stared at her. "This is hard fact?" Kate nodded. "You see who signed the imaging and lab reports. Donna McPherson has repeated the tests twice. There's no doubt that the patient's body, Joshua's body, is somehow cannibalizing the necessary genetic components to reinvigorate its own immune system." Marberly glanced through the rest of the papers, skimming the more technical pages to read the conclusions. "My God," he said at last. "Have you conferred with anyone outside the center?" "I've gotten some ideas without revealing all of what you're looking at," said Kate. Yamasta at the Georgetown University International Center for Interdisciplinary Studies of Immunology, Bennett at SUNY Buffalo, Paul Sampson at Trudeau, all good people. And none of them have even a hypothesis how a SCID child can affect a spontaneous remission of such marked hypogammaglobulinemia with just blood transfusions as a catalyst." Marberly rubbed his lower lip with the earpiece of his glasses. "And do you have a hypothesis, I mean?" Kate took a deep breath. She had not suggested such a thing to anyone yet, but now everything depended on sharing her thoughts with her boss, not just the incredible breakthroughs she thought might be possible, not just her job, but Joshua's life. "Yes," she said, "I have a theory." Unable to stay seated, Kate stood and leaned on the back of her chair. "Ken, imagine a group of people, an extended family, say, living in a remote region of an isolated Eastern European country. Say that family has suffered from a severe but classic case of SCID, a form of the disease that exhibited all 4 strains, reticular dysgenesis, Swiss type, ADA deficiency, and SCID with B lymphocytes." Marberly nodded. "I'd say that family would die out in a generation." "Yes," said Kate, and leaned farther forward, "unless there were a cellular or physiological mutation in that family, passed on only through recessive genes, which allowed it to cannibalize genetic material from donor blood so that their own immunodeficiency was overcome. Such a group could survive for centuries without being noticed by medical authorities, and given the rarity of the double recessive appearing, few offspring would be born with either SCID or the mutational compensation." All right, said Marberly. Assuming there are a very few people, in the world with this accelerated immune response, and the child you adopted is one of them. How does it work? Kate went over the broad outlines of the data, never talking down to Marberly as layman. He was too brilliant and too conversant in medical realities for that, but also never getting bogged down in either overly technical details or idle speculation. All right, she summarized. This indicates that 1. Joshua's body has a way of adapting human blood as a repair mechanism for his own immunodeficiency. 2. There is some place, possibly that blood-rich shadow organ Alan isolated, where the blood is broken down. 3. The constituent genetic material is disseminated throughout his body to catalyze the immune system. How? Said Marberly. The administrator's eyes were very bright. Kate spread her hands in front of her the way she did when guest lecturing at a medical school. Best guess is that the transmitter component of Joshua's disease is a retrovirus, something as persistent as HIV, only with life-giving rather than fatal consequences. From the data, we know the dissemination is very rapid, much more aggressive than HIV, even in its most virulent stages. It would have to be, interrupted Marberly, if it were to have any survival value for the SCID-symptomized family or families in which the mutation appeared. A slow immunological reconstruction would be useless when the slightest head cold in the interim would be fatal. Exactly, said Kate, unable to hide her own excitement. But if the mutated retrovirus can be isolated, cloned, then... She was unable to go on, despite the importance of doing so. Marberly's gaze was elsewhere. His voice was shaky. It's premature, Kate. You know what we're thinking is premature. Yes, but... He held up one hand. But the payoff would be so dramatic, so miraculous. He closed Joshua's file and slid it back across the desk to her. What do you need? Kate almost collapsed into her chair. I need time to work on this project. We'll codename it, RS-91 or R to the third. Marberly raised an eyebrow. RS for retrovirus search and for Romanian solution, she said with the slightest smile. R to the third for Romanian recessive retrovirus. You'll get the time, promised Marberly, and the budget, if I have to sell one of the crays. What else? Kate had thought it all out. Continued use of the imaging facilities, pathology, and at least one Class 6 lab, she said, and the best people to go with them. Why the Class 6 biolab? Asked Marberly. The expensive and super-secure facilities were used only with the most dangerous and experimental toxins, viruses, and recombinant DNA experiments. Oh, he said, seeing the answer almost immediately. You'll be trying to isolate and clone the retrovirus. The thought sobered him. All right, he said at last. You can have Chandra. Kate nodded in surprise and appreciation. Susan McKay Chandra was CDC's superstar, one of the 2 or 3 top viral and retroviral experts in the world. She normally worked out of Atlanta, but had been a temporary researcher at Boulder CDC before. Well, thought Kate, I did ask for the best. We'll have to submit this to the Human Bioethics Review Board, began Marberly. Kate stood up. No, please, she calmed herself. Ken, think. We're not experimenting on a human being. Marberly frowned. But your son has undergone a few advanced but very basic medical tests, said Kate. And he will have to submit to a few more, blood and urine tests. Another CT scan, more ultrasound, perhaps MR, and maybe isotopic scintigraphy if we find his bone marrow involved in this. Although I'd rather avoid that because bone imaging can be uncomfortable. But we are not experimenting, just carrying out standard diagnostic techniques for isolating the kind and severity of immunodeficiency that this patient has. The review board will tie us up for months, perhaps years. Yes, but, said Marberly, if we isolate the R to the third retrovirus, and if we can clone it to adapt it to HIV or oncological research, pleaded Kate, then we can approach the board. We would have to, but then there would be no doubt as to the need for human experimentation. Ken Marberly nodded, rose, and came around the desk to her. Kate rose to meet him. Amazingly, he kissed her on the cheek. Go, he said. As of 10 a.m. today, you are officially detached for the RS project. Bertha will take care of the paperwork. And, Kate, If we can help you or the family with the after effects of Saturday's problem, well, just ask. We'll do it." He walked her to the office door. Outside, Kate shook her head, not only at the magnitude of what had just happened, but at her realization that for a few minutes she had forgotten all about Saturday's problem. Kate hurried to her office to begin planning for her team and the project ahead. She worked feverishly, almost obsessively, although she did not admit, even to herself, that it was because each time she closed her eyes, she saw the pale face and dark eyes of the intruder. If she allowed time to think of anything except work, she saw those black eyes fixed on the sleeping form of her son. Kate and Tom met with a young police detective on what should have been Kate's lunch break on Tuesday. The detective's name was Lieutenant Bryce Peterson, and now, in daylight, Kate noticed that not only did he wear a beard and sloppy clothes, but his long hair was pulled back in a ponytail, what Tom referred to as a dork knob. The meeting was not enlightening. The lieutenant's questions went over areas that both Kate and Tom had answered before, and the detective had nothing new to tell them. "You're sure that you didn't know the suspect?" said Lieutenant Peterson. "Even casually?" Tom sighed and ran a hand through his thinning hair, a movement that Kate knew usually warned of an imminent loss of temper. "We don't know him, never met him, haven't seen him before, aren't related to him," said Tom, his blue eyes hard. "But we could pick him out of a lineup if you caught him. Are you any closer to catching him, Lieutenant?" The detective tugged absently at his mustache. "You couldn't find a match in the computer?" Kate had been slightly surprised that she and Tom had watched images tick by on a VDT the evening before. She had expected to pore through mug shots, just like the old TV shows. "No," she said. "None of the pictures looked like the man." "But you're sure you could identify him if you did see him again?" asked the lieutenant. His voice was vaguely nasal, vaguely irritating. "We said we could identify him," snapped Tom. "You tell us what the hell happened to him." The lieutenant flipped through some paperwork as if the answer were there. Reading the upside-down papers, Kate could see that they were about some other case. "Obviously the thief was wounded, but not so severely he could not escape," said the lieutenant. "We have notices out to all area hospitals and clinics in case he seeks aid there." "Wounded?" said Kate. "Lieutenant, this man was shot 3 times, at close range, by a shotgun." 12-gauge Remington loaded with No. 6 shot, Tom added dryly. "By a shotgun," continued Kate, attempting and succeeding to keep her voice low and reasonable. "The first shot opened up his chest and did serious damage to his throat and jaw. The second shot almost took his left arm off and left ribs exposed. Lieutenant, I saw the damage. God knows what the third blast did to him, and the fall. You saw yourself that the cliff is almost vertical there." The police detective nodded and stared at her blankly. His eyelids were heavy with that tired, hooded look that some men affected. Kate knew women who found that look sexy. She had always thought that it signified stupidity. "So?" said the lieutenant. "So why are we talking wounded?" said Kate, her voice hard. "Why aren't we asking who carried his body away and why?" The lieutenant sighed as if fatigued by the questions of amateurs. Tom set his hand on Kate's forearm before she said anything else in anger. "Why do you call him a thief?" he asked softly. "Why not kidnapper?" The young cop looked up, eyes heavy. "There's no evidence that the suspect was attempting a kidnapping." "He was in the nursery!" shouted Kate. "He was reaching for the baby!" Lieutenant Peterson stared at her impassively. "Look," said Tom, obviously trying to find some middle ground to keep the discussion from deteriorating further. "We understand that there are no prints because the guy was wearing gloves. His face isn't in your computer, but you have blood samples from the rocks and plants in the ravine, bits of clothing that tore on the way down. Couldn't you use that, or give it to the FBI?" The lieutenant blinked slowly. "Why do you think the FBI would be involved in a local matter?" Kate ground her teeth. "Doesn't the FBI usually get involved in kidnappings or attempted kidnappings?" The lieutenant did not blink. "But, Dr. Neuman, we have no evidence that this was an attempted kidnapping. You live in a wealthy area. Your home has lots of expensive art, electronic equipment, silverware. It's an obvious target for—" "Come on, Kat," said Tom, rising and taking her hand. "Your lunch hour's up. My patience is used up. Lieutenant, you let us know if there's any news at all, okay?" Lieutenant Peterson gave them his best Don Johnson look. In the car, Driving her back up the hill to CDC, Tom opened the glove compartment and handed Kate a small wooden box. "Open it," he said. She did, and said nothing, only looked at her ex-husband. 9mm Browning semi-automatic, Tom said. "I got it from Ned at the sports shop. We'll go out after work tomorrow and practice with it. From now on, it stays in the nightstand drawer." Kate said nothing. She closed her eyes, saw the pale face and black eyes, and, for the 100th time since early Sunday morning, tried not to start shaking. Susan McKay Chandra arrived in Boulder on Thursday and was not happy. Kate had always thought the virus expert beautiful. Chandra had inherited her Indian father's small stature, mocha skin tones, and jet-black hair, but her bright blue eyes and fiery temper were a gift from her Scottish-American mother. That temper was in the ascendant during the 30-minute ride from Denver's Stapleton Airport to Boulder. "Neuman, you have no idea how important the HIV work I'm doing in Atlanta is," she snapped at Kate, who had told the van driver she would pick up the virologist. "Yes, I do," Kate said softly. "I monitor everything of yours that comes across the net and read the bulletin abstracts even before they go to hard copy." Chandra crossed her arms, not mollified by praise. "Then you must know that it's sheer idiocy to drag me out here on some half-assed project while every week my team does without me may cost thousands of lives." Kate nodded slowly. "Look," she said, "give me 2 hours. No, make that 90 minutes. If I can't convince you by noon, I'll buy you lunch at the Flagstaff House, get you a first-class ticket on the 3 p.m. Delta flight back to Atlanta, and drive you to the airport myself." Chandra's blue eyes were not hostile, merely unrelenting. "Tough talk, Neuman, but I'll take you up on it. I'm afraid that nothing short of the second coming is going to convince me to stay away from my team." As it turned out, it took a little less than an hour of going over the data in Kate's office. "Jesus H. Christ," Chandra all but whispered when they had reviewed the last file. "This child may be the biological equivalent of the Rosetta Stone." Goosebumps rose along Kate's arms. "You'll stay then, at least until we get an idea how to isolate this retrovirus?" "Will I stay?" laughed the other woman. "Just try to get rid of me, Neuman. How soon can we get into the Class 6 here?" Kate glanced at her watch. "Will 10 minutes be soon enough?" Chandra stood a moment at the window, staring at the flatirons. "Why don't we say 90 minutes? I think I'll buy you dinner at Flagstaff House. It may be a long time before either one of us takes time for a civilized meal again." The letter from Lucian arrived 4 days later. Kate read it after coming home from work at 9:30 p.m., almost too tired to check in on Joshua in his newly repainted nursery. Then she took a shower, said good night to Julie, went into the study where Tom was preparing his checklist for a Canyonlands trek, and sorted the mail. The sight of Lucian's letter made her heart skip in a strange and unexpected way. It had been sent via International Federal Express. "Dearest Kate and little Joshua, the summer progresses in Bucharest. The markets are much emptier than when you were here. The terrible heat is here, and so am I. There will be no residency in America, at least not this autumn. My uncle and his family cannot afford to make the loan to me. My father has much fame as a poet, but no money. Of course, he is a poet. And no U.S. university has offered to sponsor me despite your eloquent, if true, letter of recommendation praising me as the most exciting discovery since Jonas Salk. Ah, well, enough of my troubles. I will spend another fun-filled winter in beautiful Bucharest, and then begin the application process again in the spring. And how is my favorite hematologist and her new son? I trust this finds you both well. I would be concerned for Joshua's condition if I did not have unlimited faith in your medical abilities, Kate, as well as in the almost miraculous resources, medically speaking, in the U.S. of A. By the way, did I ever tell you the joke about the time our late, unlamented Supreme Leader and his wife went into a district hospital to have their hemorrhoids tended to by a non-party physician? I did? Odd, I don't remember telling that one. Kate, something strange and a little disturbing happened last week. You remember that I was earning money this summer as a teaching assistant in Dr. Popescu's advanced anatomy class? Well, it has been boring, but it allowed me to take out some of my frustrations by wielding a scalpel. Anyway, one of my less enjoyable tasks is to go early to the city morgue and sort through the unclaimed bodies there and choose the best cadavers for the new students. This is where 5 years of training and my family's fortune has brought me. Last Friday, I was going through the cold storage lockers in the morgue, trying to make my selection from the usual assortment of deceased drug addicts and unclaimed accident victims and peasants who died from malnutrition, when I found a bizarre case. The corpse had been brought in a few weeks earlier, was still unclaimed, and had been marked for cremation the day after my visit. The official cause of death was multiple lacerations due to accident, but it only took one look to know that this man had not died from any accident. The corpse had been drained of blood, not of most of its blood, but all blood. Kate, you know how difficult this would be in an accident. The body was that of a man in his mid or late 50s. There had been more than a dozen pre-mortem incisions made into his torso, legs, wrists, and neck. All cuts were clean, almost as if administered by scalpels, and all were near major arteries. There was one atypical wound, very messy, running from his left ankle, splintering the lower tibia and fibula, and then repeated on the right leg and ankle. Around the smaller wounds, there were strange secondary lividity patterns. Strange, that is, until I suddenly realized the method of death. This man had been lifted upside down and impaled on something much like a slaughterhouse hook, which had been passed through the major bones of his lower legs. While he was hanging there, still alive from all evidence, one or several people had administered these expert slashes along major arteries. The amount of blood lost in a short time must have been amazing. But even more amazing, and disturbing, was the cause of the indentations and lividity networks around these wounds. They were teeth marks. Not bites, but more like extreme hickeys, where more than half a dozen mouths had simultaneously fastened around these wounds and held lips and tongues in place during the ingestion of this man's blood. How much blood did they teach us is in the human body, Kate? About 6 quarts, I think. But there is more to this delightful Romanian tale. The man's face was battered and disfigured, but still recognizable. It was our missing deputy minister, whom the papers had theorized had fled to the West with several $1,000s in baksheeshed American money. It was your Mr. Stansu, Kate, the helpful bureaucrat with the dead novelist's name. The man who expedited your and baby Joshua's visa in such unprecedented time. Well, Mr. Stansu will be expediting nothing any more. I told no one of this grisly bit of business. Mr. Stansu was cremated in the paupers' ovens the next day. Why am I bothering you about this terrible thing on what I am sure is a beautiful, sunny Colorado day? I'm not sure. But be careful, Kate. Watch over yourself and our tiny friend. This is a bad place, and sometimes there are things happening here which not even I can joke about. With love from Bucharest. And Lucian had drawn a cartoon of a large smiley face under a rain cloud. For several minutes Kate sat holding the letter and staring out the window at the darkness where the porch lights did not reach. Then she rose, walked past where Tom was bent over his gear spread out on the study floor, went down the hall to the bedroom, slid open the nightstand drawer, and took out the loaded Browning. She was still sitting there on the edge of the bed, holding the pistol, when Tom came in half an hour later. Chapter 17. The summer of 1991 was as wet and rainy as anyone in Boulder could remember, but still, by late August, the foothills below CDC were brown, the meadow beyond Kate's house was dust-dry and browning, and lawns in town needed daily watering. Just as the local children were heading back to school on the week before Labor Day, a schedule which Kate, born and raised in Massachusetts, found appallingly premature, the stormy weather disappeared and the forecast changed to a regular schedule of hot, dry, summer-like days. Kate hardly noticed. The world outside her office and the CDC labs seemed more and more unreal. Rising before sunrise, at work by 7 a.m., rarely home before 10 or 11 at night, it might as well have been midwinter for all the sunlight and fine weather she had appreciated. She remembered a few non-research events of the month. Tom had lost his temper when she had shown him Lucian's letter, wondering just what that ghoulish son of a bitch was trying to do, scare her to death? Tom had gone on his Canyonlands trek in August, but had called her whenever he could. After returning, he spent a few days at the house, but then moved his stuff to an apartment in Boulder, no more than 10 minutes away. He still stopped by most evenings, at first to talk to Kate, and then, as her hours in the lab grew longer and longer, to check on Julie and Joshua before he drove home. There had been a few calls and visits from Lieutenant Peterson or the older sergeant, each time to report no progress. After a while, she instructed her secretary not to interrupt her when the police called, unless there were something new to report. There never was. Kate did remember the phone call she received at home near the end of the summer. "Neuman, is that you?" It was almost midnight. She had just come in, dog-tired but buzzing with excitement as usual, had checked on Josh, poured herself some iced tea, and was nuking a microwave dinner. The ring of the phone had startled her. The voice on the other end seemed vaguely familiar to her tired mind, but she could not quite place it. Neuman? I'm sorry to bother you this late, but your babysitter said that you wouldn't be home until after 11. O'Rourke, she said, suddenly identifying the soft Midwestern accent. How are you? Are you calling from Bucharest? No, from that other drab second-world city, Chicago. I've rotated back to the world for a while. Wonderful. Kate sat on a kitchen stool and set her iced tea on the counter. She was surprised at how happy she was to hear the priest's voice. When did you get back from Romania? Last week. I've been doing my dog and pony show at parishes around the country, trying to raise money for the ongoing relief program. It's not so easy now that Romania has been out of the news for so long. It's been a busy summer, news-wise. Kate realized how insane the entire year had been in terms of news. First the Gulf War and the national jubilation at its quick resolution, much of which she had missed during her Romanian stint, and now the upheaval in the Soviet Union. 2 weeks earlier, the morning paper had heralded Gorbachev's removal from office because of illness. That night, when she had switched CNN on for the 11:30 headline news, word was that Gorby was a prisoner and that the coup might be in trouble. The next time she took a break from lab work to check the news, Wednesday the 19th of August, Gorbachev was back in power, sort of, and the old USSR was breaking up forever. Kate now realized that she had never taken time to wonder how all of this distraction and disruption might be affecting the orphanage situation in Romania. Yes, she said at last. It has been busy, hasn't it? How about you? Asked O'Rourke. Have you been busy? Kate smiled at this. She had almost grown used to the 18-hour days. It reminded her of her residency, although her body had been much younger and more resilient in those days. I've kept myself out of trouble, she said, wondering at why she used that phrase even as she heard herself say it. Good. And how is Joshua? Kate could hear the anxiety in the priest's voice and realized that it took some courage for him to ask. When she had left the country, she had promised to write and keep him informed about the child's welfare, but except for one note in early June, she had not taken time to do so. She remembered how sick Josh had been when they had left the country and realized that the priest must half expect to hear of the baby's death. Joshua's good, she said. Almost all of the symptoms have been stabilized, although he still requires a transfusion about every 3 weeks. She paused. We're doing some experiments on the cause of his problem. Good, O'Rourke said at last. It was obvious that he had hoped to hear more. Well, there is a reason for this late-night call. Kate glanced at the kitchen clock and realized that it must be almost 1 a.m. in Chicago. I'll be bringing my plea for funds to the Denver Council of Churches next month, on September 26th to be precise, and I wondered if you'd like to get together for coffee or something. I'll be in Denver all weekend. Kate felt her heart accelerate and frowned at the response. Sure, she said. I mean, I'm awfully busy right now, and my guess is that I will be in September, too, but if you'd like to come out to Boulder some evening when you're here, maybe that Friday the 27th, perhaps you could come up to the house and see Josh. That would be great. They talked schedules and directions for a moment. O'Rourke would have the use of a car, so there was no problem with his driving from Denver to Boulder. When that was finished, there was a pause for a second. Well, said the priest, I'll let you get some rest. You too, said Kate. She could hear the fatigue in his voice. There was an awkward moment when neither took the opportunity to end the conversation. Neuman, he said at last, you were lucky to get the baby out when you did. You were aware that the government shut off new adoptions only a week or so after you left. Yes. Well, we were lucky. Kate tried to put a lightness in her tone. I didn't think that priests believed in luck, O'Rourke. Don't you believe that everything is, pardon the expression, ordained? She heard a sigh. Sometimes, he said, his voice very weary, I think that the only thing one can believe in and pray for is luck. She heard him shake the exhaustion out of his voice. Anyway, I look forward to seeing you and Joshua next week. I'll call when I get into Denver and double-check our plans. They had said goodbye with as much energy as they could muster. Then Kate had sat in the dark house and listened to the midnight silence. The RS project continued on several fronts, and each area of investigation thrilled and terrified Kate. While she was in charge of the overall project, Chandra was the actual boss of the retrovirus search, Bob Underhill and Alan Stevens had taken over the analysis of Joshua's blood-absorbing shadow organ, and Kate herself was trying to unlock the mechanism by which Josh's body liberated the donor RNA from blood and transcribed it to proviral DNA, ready to be distributed to cell nuclei throughout his body. Her second and more immediate goal was to devise a way for this same immune repair mechanism to work without a massive transfusion of whole blood every 3 weeks. Working with Chandra in the Class 6 lab was an education. The HIV specialist had taken less than 48 hours to get her virus factory up and running at RMR CDC. Kate had given her another 3 days of uninterrupted work before showing up for a briefing. "You see," Chandra had said while showing Kate around the innermost biolab, the two of them in pressurized anti-contamination suits and trailing oxygen hose umbilici, 10 years ago, we would have had to start from scratch in an attempt to isolate the J virus. J virus? Kate had said through her intercom radio. Joshua virus, said Chandra. Anyway, even 5 years ago, we would have had to cover a lot of ground before we could find a starting place. But with the HIV research of the last few years, we can take some shortcuts. Slightly distracted by the hiss of oxygen in the suit and the sight of technicians working with gloves and remote handlers through the clear plastic window behind them, Kate had concentrated on listening. You know that retroviruses are just RNA viruses that express their gene products after their RNA is transcribed to DNA by the reverse transcriptase enzyme, which has DNA polymerase and ribonuclease activities, said Chandra. Kate did not mind being lectured on the obvious, because she knew it was just the way that Chandra framed her explanations to everyone. She nodded through the clumsy headpiece. So, continued Chandra, the polymerase makes a single-stranded DNA copy of the viral RNA and then a second DNA copy using the first template. Ribonuclease eliminates the original viral RNA. Then this new invader DNA migrates to the cell nucleus and gets integrated into the host genome under the influence of the viral integrase enzyme and stays there as a provirus. Kate waited. Well, we assume that the J virus behaves just like any other retrovirus, said Chandra, lifting a culture dish and setting it closer to a technician's gloved hand. Only we're guessing that it models itself after the HIV life cycle, or perhaps HIV mutated from the J virus, we just don't know. At any rate, we're working on the assumption that J virus follows the path of least resistance and binds GP120 glycoprotein to CD4 receptors in T helper lymphocytes, mononuclear phagocytes, and Langerhans cells. Now, my research has shown that our old friend HIV never infects cells without CD4, but we don't know that about J. But CD4 is still the obvious place to start. Kate had understood immediately. The HIV provirus had infected cells and obstructed the immune response. The J virus, according to Chandra's reasoning, broke down RNA the same way, transcribed it to DNA the same way, and invaded cell nuclei the same way, but enhanced rather than inhibited the cell's immune system. You're assuming the same vector for proviral integration, said Kate, but trying to find its footprints after transcription. Of course, said Chandra. We can compare the cells after reverse transcriptase to the control cultures and find out just how the little fucker operates. She glanced at Kate. The J virus, I mean. Kate ran her gloved hand over the counter and stopped it next to a cultured specimen of Joshua's blood. There were 34 similar cultures on this counter alone. Farther down the line were row upon row of HIV and SCID cultured specimens sent from CDC Atlanta. Where do these come in? Asked Kate, gesturing toward the infected cultures. Assuming that the J virus doesn't differentiate between your son's SCID-infected cells and other SCID specimens, and there's no reason it should, retroviruses don't discriminate, then, theoretically, we can observe the action during the binding to CD4 cells in the pre-cultured SCID templates. Kate looked at the other woman through their double layers of plastic. The experiments had been proceeding only a few days at this point, but she needed answers for her own work. And have you witnessed what you expected to? She asked, being careful to keep her voice steady. Shit, said Chandra. She had started to rub her nose before remembering that she was in a pressure suit. She wiggled to scratch the tip of her nose against her gloved hand through the suit's plastic window. Sorry. Oh, yes, we've documented the J binding to both the patient's SCID cells and the pre-cultured specimens. It's close to the HIV model. Chandra was one of those researchers who almost seemed to lose interest in the previous step of a project once that step was accomplished. But Kate had deliberately allowed the woman several days of work without the interruption of briefings or memoranda. Now she needed answers. When HIV binds to CD4, said Kate, looking at her adopted son's culture as if she might see some activity there, the infection of T lymphocytes creates some cytopathic effects and obvious footprints, I think you called them, such as formation of multinucleated cinctia as the GP120 on the surface of infected cells fuse with the CD4 of other CD4-bearing cells. That's at least part of the reason we see such a dramatic loss of helper T cells, despite the fact that the HIV retrovirus is infecting just, 1 in 10 to the 5th CD4 cells in the blood. Chandra looked at her as if she had forgotten that Kate was a research hematologist. Yes? Kate kept sharpness out of her voice. So do you see the same cinctia formation? Chandra shook her head. I helped pioneer the treatment of injecting HIV-positive victims with recombinant soluble CD4 protein to slow the infection at that point by inhibiting cinctium formation. But it wouldn't work in the case of the J virus. Kate's heart sank. Why not? The J viral integrase enzyme doesn't transfer the invading transcribed DNA on the 1 in 10 to the 4th or 1 in 10 to the 5th of the blood cells that we're used to here, Kate. Chandra's eyes through the reflective plastic looked very intelligent and very bright. What is the ratio? Asked Kate. If it were too small, the chances of cloning an artificial J virus would go down markedly. From the first few hundred samples checked, said Chandra, her voice constrained, we estimate 98.9% infection. Kate felt as if someone had hit her in the stomach. She checked to make sure that the counter behind her was empty and sat on it. 98.9. That is conservative. Kate shook her head. AIDS killed its host by infecting 1 out of every 1,000 or 10,000 white blood cells. The J virus was so efficient that almost all of the cells in the host's body were reprogrammed within hours of infection. Cytotoxicity? Said Kate. Such a rapid and universal infection of cell nuclei must have terrible side effects. Chandra shrugged. Microbiologically, CYP. Transfer and the transfection process require mucho energy, of course, but you've documented that with the baby's temperature rise during the process. The child is a chemical and genetic crucible after this blood absorption and reconstruction, but the deed is essentially done after a few hours, although our preliminary research suggests that it would take a week or so for complete genetic assimilation. Kate gestured with a gloved hand toward the other cultures. And the HIV specimens? Chandra blinked. Because we're so familiar with HIV diagnosis through viral detection, I'm using that as a second control. We take the patient's blood, Joshua's, and co-culture it with the template skids and HIV, using a CD4 cell line or normal CD4 lymphocytes stimulated with phytohemagglutinin and IL-2. With the HIV virus, we do an assay for reverse transcriptase on some of the cultures, the presence of P24 antigen on others. Then we cross-check that with the Skid and Joshua cultures that were done at the same time. And the result? Reverse transcriptase is quite visible in the J virus cultures, although, as I said, without the cytotoxicity. The P24 antigen analysis doesn't work with the J virus, which is a shame because with HIV patients the antigen can sometimes be detected directly in a blood sample via an enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay. Kate nodded. She had also hoped that this relatively simple avenue of diagnosis would be available for them. As if to reassure Kate, Chandra hurried on. We're still assuming that the J virus creates a J antibody, even though the results of the infection are immunoreconstructive rather than immunosuppressant. We should have that antibody for you today or tomorrow. Kate looked out at the dozen or so technicians working in the outer lab. Even though it was a shirt-sleeve environment compared to the Class 6 inner lab, the technicians wore coats, surgical masks, cotton booties, and rubber gloves. Kate knew that the entire lab was pressurized, with the internal pressure lower than ambient pressure in the rest of the building. If the biolab leaked, it would leak inward. Even the apparently non-toxic J virus was considered guilty until proven innocent. What techniques are you using to isolate the antibody? Asked Kate. The usual: enzyme immunoassay, Western blot, immunofluorescence, radioimmunoprecipitation assay. Chandra's voice revealed her eagerness to get back to work. "Fine," Kate said crisply. "From now on, I'd like daily reports sent up. You can have Calvin follow you around and type them up if you want," she added quickly to head off any protests. "But Bob's blood absorption work and my hemoglobin studies will be piggybacking on your breakthroughs, so we need daily updates. And I'd like half an hour of personal briefing every Monday and Saturday." Kate saw Chandra's eyes flare with anger. Not at the thought of giving up her weekends, Kate was sure, since she worked weekends anyway, but at the idea of wasting time explaining her work. But the professional side conquered the researcher's momentary pique, and she merely nodded. Kate was, after all, in a position to take away all of Chandra's toys and games if she wished. By Friday, September 5th, the J-virus antibody was isolated and tagged. By Wednesday the 11th, the J-retrovirus itself had been identified. 2 days later, Chandra began her attempts to clone the retrovirus. The same day, she revealed her hidden agenda for co-culturing the HIV specimens. Chandra was wasting no time in experimenting with the J-virus as a possible AIDS cure. Kate was not surprised. Indeed, she would have been amazed if the dedicated HIV researcher had planned anything else. As long as it did not slow down the RS project, Kate had no objections. Alan and Bob Underhill had completed a hypothetical schematic of the absorption organ by Thursday, September 19th, and a full-team seminar was scheduled for Wednesday the 25th so that everyone could listen and comment. By this point, getting the entire team together was only slightly more difficult than assembling a dozen of the world's political leaders, given everyone's imperative to avoid interruptions. Kate's work on both the DNA transfer mechanism and the blood substitute problem was also going well. Almost too well, she thought. Not only did she see a way effectively to cure Joshua of the SCID aspect of his disease, but she was confident that her work would help Chandra in the HIV breakthrough. Things were going too well. Not in any way superstitious, Kate still had twinges of anxiety that the balance of pain in the universe would reassert itself soon. And then, late on Sunday the 22nd of September, just another workday as far as she was concerned, the calendar in her wizard electronic organizer told her that the next day was the autumnal equinox, that Tuesday was Joshua's birthday, or at least the day they had chosen to celebrate his birthday, and that Father Michael O'Rourke would be visiting before the end of the week. Kate knew that, even without compromising the details of the project, she would have wonderful things to tell him. What she did not know was that within the week her life would be changed forever. Chapter 18. Kate came home early on Tuesday to celebrate Joshua's 11-month birthday. These monthly celebrations had been Julie's idea. At a time when she was not sure that the baby would survive another week, much less another month, it seemed important to mark every milestone. Kate had chosen the 24th at random, although she did like the evenness of the number. The CBS Evening News carried a story of miners running amok in Romania, commandeering trains to take them to Bucharest, where the rioting continued in some sort of unfocused protest against the government. Kate remembered that the current regime had used miners, many of whom were Securitate agents in miners' coveralls, to brutalize their own people the year before. She watched the video images of men smashing windows, tossing Molotov cocktails at buildings, using crowbars against doors, and she wondered what was really going on in that miserable country. She was glad that she and O'Rourke were out of there and hoped that Lucian and his family were lying low. Joshua loved his cake. Not waiting for the slow spoonsful offered by Kate or Julie, he tore into his piece of cake with his hands, soon smearing enough on his face to equal the amount still on his high-chair tray. Later, cleaning his face with a washcloth and then setting him down on the floor so he could play with his wooden penguin toy, Kate looked at her adopted son with a clinical, if not critical, eye. On the surface, Josh was the picture of health. Chubby, rosy-cheeked, bright-eyed, and beginning to show real hair rather than just a nimbus of dark fuzz. But Kate knew that this was a manifestation of the last segment of what she thought of as his healthy manic swing. In a week or less, the diarrhea and listlessness would return, followed by more serious lethargy and infection, until the next transfusion. Kate watched her baby lie on his back and wrestle with the wooden toy, 2 penguins on a wooden dolly, their rubbery flippers moving and beaks clacking as the wheels turned. Not a sophisticated toy in an age when Nintendo ruled, but one which fascinated Joshua for some reason. Kate knew from her baby books and conversations with other mothers that an 11-month-old should be sitting and standing by himself, perhaps even walking. Joshua was just mastering crawling. She knew that normal 11-month-olds could pull on some of their own clothes, lift a spoon, say several words, including mama, and understand the word no. Joshua could not handle clothing or a spoon, did not speak other than the occasional gibberish, and rarely had to be told no. He was a hesitant child, physically and socially. While obviously comfortable and happy with Kate and Julie, it had taken him weeks before he would relax with Tom. Joshua dropped the penguin toy, rolled over onto his stomach, and began half creeping, half crawling toward the dining room. "He's been exploring more," said Julie, her mouth half full of cake. "This morning he headed for the front door when I let him out of his crib." Kate smiled. Neither she nor Julie thought that Joshua suffered from mental retardation as a result of his deprived infancy, merely delayed development. Kate had sought out opinions from at least 3 childhood development specialist friends, and each had different opinions on the long-term effects that 5 months in a Romanian orphanage or hospital would have on a child. 2 of the specialists had seen Joshua, and both agreed that the boy seemed normal and healthy enough, merely small for his age and slow in development. So now, watching her son creep across the living room carpet and make noises rather similar to an airplane, Kate saw the behavior of a happy 8- or 9-month-old rather than the 11-month-old whose birthday they were celebrating. Later, tucking him in his bed in her own bedroom, Kate lifted Joshua one final time and patted his back, smelling the talcum and baby scent of him, feeling the fuzz of his hair against her cheek. His tiny hand curled against her face. His breathing showed that he was already asleep, drifting into whatever dreams 11-month-olds dreamt. Kate set him on his stomach, pulled the covers up, and went out to talk to Julie for a while before each woman went back to her own computer terminal and her own studies. On Wednesday, the 3 RS project teams came together in the windowless meeting room near the imaging lab. In addition to the team leaders and their top assistants, Director Moberly and 2 other top CDC administrators were there. Bob Underhill and Alan Stevens opened with their presentation on the absorption organ. When they were finished, the room was filled with a shocked silence. Ken Moberly broke the silence. "What you're saying is that this child, Joshua, has a specially mutated adaptation of the stomach lining which can absorb blood for nutritional purposes." Underhill nodded. "But that purpose is secondary, we think. The primary reason for this mutation's existence is to break down the blood into its constituent parts so that the retrovirus, what Chandra and Neuman are calling the J virus, can most efficiently begin the distribution of the borrowed RNA for immunoreconstruction purposes." Moberly chewed on his expensive fountain pen. "But for this to work, the child would have to ingest blood." Alan Stevens shook his head. "No. Blood is directed through the capillaries of the absorption organ no matter how it enters the body. We estimate that it actually would take several hours longer for it to begin working there via ingestion rather than transfusion, but of course we haven't experimented with this." He paused, looked at Kate, and then looked down at his notes. Stevens cleared his throat. "No one wishes to give the patient blood to ingest, although if we are to continue the analysis of the absorption organ, this would be necessary." Moberly was frowning. I can't see the survival value in drinking blood. I mean, it makes one think of, well..." Kate stood up. "Vampires?" she said. "Bela Lugosi?" There was a ripple of nervous laughter. "We've all made or heard those jokes since the project began," said Kate, smiling, diffusing the tension. "And it's obvious given the fact of where Joshua was born. Transylvania, vampire country, and there may be a reason for that." She nodded to Chandra. The virologist stood up and used a remote control to turn out the lights and advance a slide on the projector. "These charts show a projected family or clan over 20 generations since approximately 1500 AD to the present, illustrating the spread of the J virus mutation within that family. Given the trait's recessive nature, plus the high mortality rate one would assume with the immunodeficiency disorder which goes with the trait, you see that even if we might consider it a relatively benign mutation, its spread would not be too considerable." Everyone worked at decoding the long strands of hypothetical family growth, the J virus mutation strands helpfully drawn in red. After 30 seconds, it was Bob Underhill who whistled. I thought that the mutation must be new or we would have seen it before, but this shows that it could be around for centuries without spreading too widely. Chandra nodded and advanced the slide. Assuming for the spread of the mutation through marriage and genetic dispersion, we would still be talking about a relatively small set of survivors from the initial breeding couple, 300 to 2,000 people worldwide. Chandra looked at Kate. And these people would need a relatively constant supply of whole blood for transfusions to survive into adulthood, assuming the disease continues beyond infancy, and we have no reason to believe otherwise. It was one of the CDC bigwigs, a doctor administrator named Deborah Rawlings, who said, "But there were no transfusions in the 15th century, or anywhere until the last century." She paused. Kate stood in the light from the projector. Precisely. For this trait to be passed down at all, the survivors would have had to have actually ingested blood, literally fed blood to their children, if the children possessed the J virus recessive. Only in the last century would transfusions have saved the J virus mutation individuals. She waited a minute for the full impact to settle on the specialists and administrators. Vampires, said Ken Mauberly. The myth has its origins in reality. Kate nodded. Not fanged creatures of the night, she said, but members of a family who did have to ingest human blood in order to survive their own faulty immune systems. The tendency would be for secrecy, solidarity, inbreeding. The recessive traits would have been more frequent as a result, much as with the hemophilia which plagued the royal houses of Europe. An assistant virology researcher named Charlie Tate hesitantly raised his hand as if he were a high school student. Kate paused. Charlie? The young man adjusted his round glasses. How in the hell, how did that first J virus sufferer find out that blood would save him, or her? How did someone start drinking blood? In the Middle Ages, said Kate, there are records of noble women who bathed in blood because legend had it this would make their skin more beautiful. The Maasai still drink lion's blood to absorb the animal's courage. Blood has, until recent decades, been the source of superstition and awe. She paused a second, looking at Chandra. Now, with AIDS, it's regaining that terror and mystery. Kate sighed and rubbed her cheek. We don't know how it began, Charlie, she said softly. But once it worked, the J virus sufferers had no choice. Find human blood or perish. The silence stretched on for another 30 seconds before Kate went on. Part of my work has been to end that cycle, she said, and it looks as if I have a solution. She advanced the slide, and an image of a pig's face filled the screen. The doctors in the room giggled despite themselves. Kate smiled. Most of you know about the DNX breakthrough on human blood substitute this past June. Ken Mauberly held up his fountain pen. Refresh our overworked administrative memories, please, Kate. DNX is a small biotech lab in Princeton, New Jersey, said Kate. In June of this year, they announced that they had perfected a way of producing human hemoglobin in pigs via genetic engineering. They've given the research to the FDA and are applying for human trials even as we speak. Mauberly tapped his pen against his lower lip. How does this artificial hemoglobin help in the J virus research? It's not really artificial hemoglobin, answered Kate, merely not created in the human body. She advanced the slide carousel again. Here you see a simplified schematic of the process. By the way, I've been working with an old friend, Dr. Leonard Sutterman, who is Chief Hematology Consultant for DNX, as well as with Dr. Robert Winslow, Chief of the Army's Blood Research Division at the Letterman Institute of Research in San Francisco. So we're duplicating research with permission here and being careful not to tread on DNX's pending patents. Anyway, here is the schematic. First, the researchers extract the 2 human genes we know are responsible for producing hemoglobin in the human body. Kate glanced at the administrators. Hemoglobin, of course, is the oxygen-carrying component in the blood. All right, having extracted the genetic information, these genes are then copied and injected into day-old pig embryos taken from a donor pig. These embryos are then inserted into the womb of a second pig, where they grow to term and are born as normal, healthy piglets. The only difference is that these pigs have human DNA in them, directing them to produce human hemoglobin along with their own pig-variety blood. Excuse me, Kate, interrupted Bob Underhill. What's the percentage on that? Kate started to answer and then paused. On which, Bob? The number of successful transgenic pigs or on the amount of human hemoglobin the successful ones produce? Underhill spread his hands. Either. Both. About 5 pigs in 1,000 successfully carry the transfers, said Kate. Of those, each averages about 15% of their blood cells carrying human-type hemoglobin, but DNX is working on getting the ratio up closer to 50% of the cells. She waited a second, but there were no more immediate questions. Kate advanced the slide again. You see here that DNX's real breakthrough is not in the genetic engineering, that was straightforward enough, but in patenting a process to purify the swine blood so that useful human hemoglobin can be recovered. This is what so excites my friends Dr. Leonard Sutterman and Dr. Jerry Sandler with the Blood Division of the Red Cross. Kate advanced the slide to an empty frame and stood a minute in the brilliant light. Think of it. Substitute human blood, only much more useful than whole blood or plasma. How so? Asked Deborah Rawlings. Whole red blood cells are made of perishable membranes, said Kate. Outside the body they have to be refrigerated, and even then spoil after a month or so. Also, each cell carries the body's immune codes, so blood has to be matched by type if it's not to be rejected. Pure hemoglobin avoids both these problems. As a chemical, it can be stored for months. Recent experiments show that it can even be freeze-dried and stored indefinitely. The Army's Dr. Winslow estimates that about 10,000 of Vietnam's 50,000 battlefield fatalities could have been saved if this oxygenated blood substitute had been available. But plasma already has the shelf-life attributes you're talking about, said Rawlings, and it doesn't require expensive genetic engineering. Right, said Kate, but it does require human donors. Plasma availability is restricted by the same factors that mean that whole blood is sometimes unavailable. The human hemoglobin acquired via the DNX process only requires pigs. A lot of pigs, said Alan Stevens. DNX figures that 4 million donor pigs could provide risk-free blood for the entire U.S. population, Kate said softly. And it would only take about 2 years to grow those donor pigs. Bob Underhill whistled again. Marberly raised his fountain pen like a baton. Kate, I see where you're going with this for the RS project. Someone with the J-virus immunodeficiency disease could theoretically be injected with this genetically altered swine blood, but it seems to me that this wouldn't help at all. Kate nodded. Right, Ken. The only genes cloned in the DNX process are those which govern the production of hemoglobin. This is my suggestion. She clicked her last slide on and gave everyone a minute to study it. You see, she said at last, aware that her voice was thickening with emotion for some reason, what I've done is piggyback on Richard Mulligan, Tom Maniatis, and Frank Grosveld's work on transplanting human beta-globin genes via retrovirus for immunoreconstruction. Mulligan and the others have been concentrating on curing beta-thalassemia and adenosine deaminase deficiency. Although they've also done some startling work with boosting tumor-infiltrating lymphocytes, TIL cells, with interleukin-2 hormone, putting the cells back in cancer patients, and watching the gene-boosted cells attack tumors. But you're not after tumors, said Charlie Tate. The young man sounded like he was talking to himself. No, agreed Kate, but I've used the same cloning and retrovirus injection technique to isolate the regulatory genes which code for antigen-specific cellular and humoral responses. SCID, Ken Marberly said very softly. The whole range of congenital immunodeficiency diseases. Yes, said Kate, irritated that her voice threatened to betray her by showing emotion. She cleared her throat. Using the DNX-style genetically engineered human hemoglobin as a carrier template, taken from pigs, remember, not human beings, I have been successful in cloning and attaching normal ADA genes to deal with the adenosine deaminase deficiency, as well as the necessary human DNA to deal with the other 3 types of severe combined deficiency. The DNX blood substitute is an excellent carrier. As well as providing clean, well-oxygenated blood which does not have to be matched for the subject, the virally introduced DNA should cure all SCID symptoms. There was a long moment of almost absolute silence. Finally, Bob Underhill said, Kate, that would allow the J-virus to continue rebuilding the child's immune system without ever needing actual human blood again. Question. Where did you get the DNA to clone for the ADA, B lymphocyte, and other immunoreconstructive genes? She blinked. My own blood, she said, her throat closing on her. She doused the projector lamp and took a minute to recover her composure before turning the lights back on. Some people in the room were rubbing their eyes as if the light hurt. Ken, Kate said, her voice steady again, when can we begin human trials on Joshua? Marberly tapped his pen. We can begin applying to the FDA for permission almost immediately, Kate, but because of the DNX patent and the complicated nature of the process, my guess would be at least a year, perhaps longer. Kate nodded and sat down. She would not tell them that the evening before, in the most flagrant violation of professional ethics she had ever imagined, she had injected her adopted son with the modified DNX hemoglobin. Joshua had slept well and been healthy and happy in the morning. Marberly took the floor. We're all excited by these developments, he said. I'll notify CDC Atlanta immediately, and we'll begin to discuss possible involvement by the World Health Organization and other agencies. Kate could imagine the scramble of researchers through Romania and Eastern Europe, hunting for other J-virus individuals. Dr. Chandra, said Marberly, would you like to brief us at this time on the results of the J-virus research on our hunt for an HIV cure? No, said Chandra. Marberly nodded and cleared his throat. All right, he said, but soon, perhaps? Soon, agreed Chandra. Ken Marberly tucked his pen back in his shirt pocket and clapped his hands together. Well, all right, then. I imagine everyone wants to get back to work. I only want to say... The room emptied of researchers before he could finish. Tom came into her office at about 6 p.m. For a second, Kate could not believe it was Tom. He never had come up to her CDC office. And then her heart began to pound wildly. Joshua, she said, what's wrong? Her ex-husband raised an eyebrow. Nothing's wrong. Relax. I just came from there. Josh and Julie are playing in the mud near the patio. They're both fine. Kate exited the program she had been working on. Then what? I thought it was a good night to take you out to dinner, he said. Kate took her reading glasses off and rubbed her eyes. Thanks, Tom. I really appreciate the offer, but I've got another couple of hours of work to do before... I have reservations at Siebenton's, he said softly, still holding the door open. Kate turned the computer off, hung her white coat on the rack near the door, and pulled on the blazer she had worn for the presentation that morning. I'll have to go home, she said. Wash up, feed Joshua. Joshua's been fed. Julie loves the idea of putting the kiddo to bed tonight. Leave your Cherokee in the parking lot. I'll give you a ride to work in the morning. Now, use your executive lab, he said. Reservations are for 6:30. Boulder, Colorado was a town with too many restaurants, most of them indifferent, a few very good, and one or two excellent. Siebenton's was none of the above because it was not in Boulder. The French restaurant was on the main street of Longmont, an unassuming cow town 12 miles down the diagonal highway. Even finding the little restaurant was a chore, since it was tucked away between ugly storefronts that had once been a small town's drugstore or department store or hardware store, and were now flea markets and taxidermy shops. But Siebenton's, while hard to find and not aesthetically pleasing from the outside, was simply the finest French restaurant in Colorado, possibly in the Rocky Mountain region. Kate did not consider herself a gourmet, but she had never turned down an invitation to Siebenton's. 2 hours later, the view out the restaurant window was softened by darkness, and the small interior was illuminated only by candlelight. Kate returned to the table and smiled at the coffee and cheesecake that had materialized while she was on the phone. Julie and Josh okay? Asked Tom. Both fine, said Kate. She put Josh down about 8. She says he had a great day creeping around the patio and that he seems to feel fine. She leaned forward and said, All right, Tommy, what's the occasion? He sat back and lifted his coffee cup with both hands. Does there have to be an occasion? No, said Kate, but I can tell that there is. Your face always gets a little extra red when you're building up to something. Tonight you could guide Santa's sleigh. Tom set his coffee down, coughed, folded his hands, unfolded them, and leaned back to cross his arms. Well, there is something. I mean, I've been thinking about you up there on the hill by yourself. Nobody but Julie around, and she'll be leaving in December. Kate softly bit her lip. It's all right, Tom. I'll find someone. Besides, things are going to slow down in the lab, so I'll have more time to spend with—" Tom shook his head and leaned closer. "No, I don't mean that, Kat. Bad start. What I mean is, how would you feel about me moving back in for a while? Not permanently, but just for a few weeks or months, just to see if it feels right." He stopped. His face was redder than the Victorian wallpaper in the restaurant. Kate took a deep breath. She knew that she and Tom were not destined for a new beginning. She loved him. She had always loved him in one way or another. But she was also certain that their marriage had been wrong, out of sync, a union that had done little except mess up a wonderful friendship. She was certain of that. Or am I? Thought Kate. He's changed. He's different around Joshua. Hell, I've changed. She looked down at her coffee, watching the cream in it swirl and feeling a similar swirl of emotions. "Hey," said Tom, "you don't have to answer now. It's probably a dumb idea. I wasn't talking about reconciliation, just about—" He faltered. Kate put her hand on his, noticing how small and white hers seemed next to his tanned and massive paw. "Tom," she said, "I don't think it's a good idea, but I'm not sure anymore. I'm just not sure." He grinned at her, that boyish, unself-conscious grin that had made her dizzy the first time they met. "Look, Kat," he said, "let's just table it for a while. Or better yet, let's talk about it over a drink. Do you still have that brandy that the Harrisons sent from England last Christmas?" She nodded. "But it's a work day tomorrow. And what's-his-name, your priest buddy, is coming," finished Tom with a smile. "Right. We'll just have one snifter full. Maybe two. Then I'll carefully drive myself down the hill to my efficient little efficiency. Good enough?" "Good enough," said Kate, feeling the effects of the wine she had already drunk as she stood up. She steadied herself with a casual grip of the table. "I'm drunk," she said. Tom touched her back. "You're exhausted, Kat. You've been putting in 80-hour weeks since you got back from Romania. I would have dragged you out of there tonight even if I hadn't had anything to propose." She set her hand against his cheek. "You're sweet," she said. "Yep," said Tom. "That's probably why you divorced me." They walked together to his Land Rover. Kate had given Tom an access card for the development security gate, and he used it now rather than disturb Julie, who almost certainly was still working on her dissertation. It was only 9 p.m., but it was very dark out, and the few stars showing through the clouds seemed to gleam with a cold brilliance. "We've missed the autumn equinox celebration this week," Kate said softly as the Land Rover bounced and jostled down the rutted road. The equinox celebration had been one of Tom's made-up holidays, each of which had started as a joke and become something of a real tradition during their years together. "Not too late to celebrate it," Tom said. "We just don't try to balance any eggs on end. Wait a minute." He had stopped the Land Rover just as they came around the last bend before the house, and Kate immediately noticed what he had seen. All the lights were out on the house. Not just interior lights, but porch light, garage security light, patio light, everything. "Shit," whispered Tom. Kate's heart seemed to skip a beat. "We've had a couple of outages this summer." Tom inched the Land Rover forward. "Did you notice if the Bedridges was lit up?" Kate turned in her seat to look across the meadow toward their nearest neighbor a quarter of a mile away. "I don't think so, but that doesn't mean much. They're in Europe." The Land Rover's headlights illuminated the dark garage, breezeway, and a bit of the patio as they turned into the slightly inclined driveway. Tom doused the lights and sat there a minute. "The security gate was working," he said. "I forget. Does it have some sort of backup generator?" "I don't know," said Kate. "Julie should have heard us," she was thinking. "She should have come to the door." There was no hint of candlelight inside the front or second-story windows on this side of the house. "Julie works in the study next to my room, Joshua's room, until I get home. We wouldn't see the candlelight from here if she stayed with Joshua." "Stay here," Tom said at last. "The hell with that," said Kate, opening her car door. Tom muttered something, but tugged the keys out. They were 3 feet from the front door when Julie's terrified voice said, "Stay away! I have a gun!" "Julie!" cried Kate. "It's us! What's wrong? Open the door!" The door opened onto blackness and a flashlight beam flicked on, first in Kate's face, then in Tom's. "Quick, get in!" Julie said. Tom slammed and locked the door behind him. Julie was holding Joshua against her while juggling the flashlight in her left hand and the Browning automatic in her right. Tom took the weapon from her as the young woman whispered excitedly, "About 20 minutes ago, I was working at the computer. All the lights went out. I was looking in the dining room for the flashlight and candles when I saw shadows out on the patio, heard men whispering." "How many men?" Tom asked, his voice very soft. Kate had taken the baby, Julie had flicked off the flashlight, and now the three adults huddled together in the darkened hallway. Julie was just a silhouette as she shook her head. "I don't know. 3 or 4 at least. For a minute I thought maybe it was guys from the power company come to fix the electricity, and then they started rattling the patio door." Her voice was ragged. Kate touched her shoulder as Julie paused to take a few deep breaths. "Anyway, I ran in, got Josh and the pistol, and came back out just as the guys were breaking the glass on the patio door. I yelled at them that I had a gun, and then they weren't there anymore. I ran around the house making sure all the windows were closed, and it's dead, Tom. I tried it right away." He had moved to the hall phone. Now he listened a second, nodded, and set it back. "Anyway," said Julie, "it was just a minute or 2 later that I heard the truck and saw the lights out front. It didn't sound like the Cherokee, and oh, Jesus, I'm glad to see you guys." Holding the pistol at his side and taking the flashlight from Julie, Tom moved from room to room, the 2 women behind him. He would flash the light for a second, then flick it off. Kate saw the shattered glass on the patio sliding door, but the door was still locked. They moved past the kitchen to the study, beyond the study to the master bedroom. "Here," said Tom, and handed Kate the Browning. He went into the bedroom closet a minute and came out with a shotgun and the box of shells. Dumping shells into the pocket of his tweed sports coat, he pumped the shotgun once. "Come on," he said. "We're getting out of here." There were shrubs and boulders along both sides of the driveway, and Kate was sure each of them was moving as she watched Tom spring the 10 paces to the Land Rover. She saw that the hood was up slightly the same instant that she heard Tom say, "God damn it." He slid behind the wheel anyway, but the starter did not even crank, nor did the lights come on. He jogged back to them at the doorway, the shotgun at port arms. "Wait," said Kate. "Listen." There was a sound from beyond the kitchen. Something had broken or dropped downstairs, on the lower level where Julie's room and the other guest suite were. "Miata," whispered Tom, and led the way down the hall and into the dark kitchen, toward the breezeway to the garage. The refrigerator clanked on, and Kate jumped a foot and swung the Browning toward it before she recognized the sound. Joshua stirred and began to cry softly. "Shh," whispered Kate. "Shh, baby, it's all right." They moved down the breezeway in the dim light through the windows along each side, Tom first, then Kate, Julie clinging tightly to Kate's shirt. There was another sound from the house behind them. Tom kicked open the garage door and extended the shotgun with the flashlight directly above it. Both swung in fast arcs, the flashlight beam illuminated storage shelves, the closed garage door, the open side door, the Miata with its hood up and wires visibly ripped free. They moved back into the breezeway and crouched there. Tom doused the light. "Hey," whispered Julie, her teeth chattering audibly. "It was only a 2-seater anyway." She grasped Kate's hand where it held the baby. "Just kidding." "Quiet," whispered Tom. His voice was soft but steady. They huddled there near the garage door, below the level of the breezeway windows, staring down the 15 feet of tiled floor toward the door to the kitchen. They had left the door open a crack. Kate tried to listen, but could hear nothing above Joshua's soft whimpering in her ear. She rocked and patted the baby, still feeling Julie's hand on her arm. There was a movement of black against black. Tom switched on the flashlight, and his shotgun roared an instant before Julie screamed and the baby began wailing. The white face and long fingers had disappeared from the kitchen doorway a second before Tom's shotgun blast ripped off part of the doorframe. Kate was sure that the face had ducked out of sight in that second. She was also sure that it was the same face she had seen in the baby's room 2 months earlier. Tom flicked off the flashlight, but not before she had caught the look of shock as his gaze met Kate's. He had also recognized the man. There was a scrape and sliding from inside the garage. Trying to hush both the baby and the pounding of her own heart, Kate slid against the wall and slowly raised her eyes to the breezeway window. 2 dark forms moved with incredible quickness outside on the small patch of yard between the breezeway and the cliff. Tom had also glimpsed them. "Fuck this," he whispered to them. We need to get outside where we can get into the meadow. Head for the road. Kate nodded. Anything was better than this claustrophobic corridor where anyone could come at them from any direction. In the dim light from the windows, she looked down at the pistol in her hand. Could I really shoot someone? Another part of her mind answered almost immediately, You've already shot someone, and if he comes after you or Joshua, you will shoot him again. She blinked at the clarity of the thought which cut through the swirling mists of conflicting duties, her Hippocratic imperative, and heart-pounding fears like a searchlight through fog. You will do what you have to do. Kate looked at the pistol and noticed with almost clinical detachment that her hand was not shaking. Come on, whispered Tom. He pulled them to their feet. We're going out. The breezeway had a door that opened onto the walk leading from the garage to the front door, but before Tom could open it, everything happened at once. A shape launched itself through the kitchen door again. Tom whirled, lowered the shotgun to hip height, and fired. The window behind them exploded into shards as two men in black clothing hurtled through the glass. Kate raised her pistol even as she tried to shelter Joshua from the spray of glass. Someone came through the breezeway door. Tom pumped the shotgun and turned toward the man. Julie screamed as dark arms and white hands came out of the garage and seized her by the hair, pulling her into the darkness. The shotgun roared again. A man screamed something in a foreign language. Kate stumbled backward into the corner, still sheltering Joshua from the melee of dark forms, crunching glass, and a sudden lick of flames visible from the open kitchen door. She leaned into the garage and extended the Browning, trying to separate the dark form of the intruder there from the struggling shadow that had to be Julie. "Julie!" screamed Kate. "Drop!" The smaller shadow fell away. A man's white face was just visible as it turned toward the breezeway. Kate fired 3 times, feeling the automatic buck higher in her hand each time. Joshua let out a piercing wail in her ear, and she hugged him tighter as she said, "Julie?" The shotgun blasted again behind her, and she was suddenly slammed into the breezeway corner as several forms collided with her. Tom's face loomed for an instant. She saw that at least 3 black-clad men were wrestling with him, and that the shotgun had been wrenched from his hands, and before she could open her mouth to speak or scream or cry, he said, "Run, cat!" And then the struggling forms swirled away through the open door. At least 3 other dark shapes were pulling themselves to their feet in the breezeway, their forms silhouetted by the soft glow of flames from the kitchen. Something moved in the garage, but Kate could not tell if it was Julie or not. One of the men in black reached for her pistol. Kate fired 3 times, the dark shape fell away and was replaced by another hurtling form. She raised the Browning directly into a white face, made sure it was not Tom, and fired twice more. The face snapped backwards and out of sight as if it had been slapped by an invisible hand. 2 other men rose from the floor. Neither was Tom. A man's hand slid around the door frame from the garage. Kate lifted the pistol and fired, heard the hammer click uselessly. A heavy hand fell on her ankle. "Tom!" she gasped, and then, without thinking, curled both arms around Joshua and threw herself through the shattered window. Dark shapes scrambled behind her. Kate hit hard in the flower garden and felt the wind go out of her. The baby had breath enough to cry. Then she was up and running, loping across the yard, trying to get behind the garage and beyond into the aspen trees near the access road. 2 men in black stepped out and blocked her way. Kate skidded to a stop in loose loam and reversed herself, running back toward the balcony and doors to the lower level. 3 men in black stood between her and the house or the breezeway. The windows of what had been the nursery were painted orange with flame from inside the house. There was no sign of Tom or Julie. "Oh, God, please," whispered Kate, backing toward the cliff edge. Joshua was crying softly. She set her free hand on the back of his head. The 5 forms advanced until they formed a semicircle, forcing her back until her heels were on the exposed granite at the edge of the cliff. In the sudden silence, Kate could hear the crackling of flames and the soft sound of the creek 60 feet below her. "Tom!" she screamed. There was no answer. One of the men stepped forward. Kate recognized the pale, cruel face of the intruder. He shook his head almost sadly and reached for Joshua. Kate whirled and prepared to jump, her only plan to shield Joshua from the fall with her own body and hope that they hit branches. She took a step into space and was pulled back, a gloved hand wrapped in her hair. Kate screamed and clawed with her free hand. Someone jerked the baby from her grasp. Kate let out a sound more moan than cry and twisted around to face her attacker. She kicked, clawed, gouged, and tried to bite. The man in black held her at arm's length for a second, his face totally impassive. Then he slapped her once, very hard, took a firmer grip on her hair, spun her around, lifted her, and threw her far out over the edge of the cliff. Kate felt an insane moment of exhilaration as she spun out over treetops illuminated by flame. "I can grab a limb!" But the limb was too far, her fall was too fast, and she felt a surge of panic as she tumbled head-first through branches that tore at her clothes, ripped at her shoulders. And then she felt a great pain in her arm and side as she hit something much harder than a branch. And then she felt nothing at all. Dreams of blood and iron. My enemies have always underestimated me, and they have always paid the price. The light coming through the small windows of my bedroom has an autumnal edge to it now as it moves across the rough white walls, across the broad boards of the floor, and onto the tumbled quilt covering my bed, my prison. I have been dying here for years, for an eternity. The others whisper to each other, thinking that I cannot hear the urgency in their voices. I know that there is some problem with the investiture ceremony. They are afraid to tell me about the problem, afraid that it will upset me and hurry my final dissolution. They are afraid that I will die before the investiture takes place. I think not. The habit of life, however painful, is too difficult to break after all these centuries. I can no longer walk, can hardly lift my arm, but this accursed body continues to attempt to repair itself, even though I have not partaken of the sacrament since my arrival home more than a year and a half ago now. I may soon ask about these whispers and urgent comings and goings. It may be that my enemies are stirring again, and my enemies have always underestimated me. I began my reign in August of 1456, staging the anointment ceremony in the cathedral at Târgoviște, the city where my father had ruled. I devised my own title, Prince Vlad, son of Vlad the Great, sovereign and ruler of Ungro-Wallachia and of the duchies of Amlas and Bucharest. After my escape from the Sultan, and in recognition of the alliances I had formed with Transylvania's boyar noblemen, John Hunyadi thought it wise to orchestrate the return of a Dracula to the Dracul throne. At first my voice was soft, conciliatory. In a letter I wrote to the mayor and councilmen of Brasov a month after my ascension to the throne of Wallachia, I used my best court Latin to address them as honesti viri, fratres, amici et vicini nostri sinceri, or as honest men, brothers, friends, and sincere neighbors. Within 2 years, most of those fat burghers would be writhing on the stakes upon which I had impaled them. I remember with a joy that not even such oceans of time have been able to dim, that Easter Sunday of 1457. I had invited the boyars, those noble couples who felt that I ruled at their pleasure, to a great feast in Târgoviște. After the Easter Mass, the visitors repaired to the banquet hall and open courtyards where long tables of the finest food had been set aside for these gentlemen and their families. I allowed them to finish their feast. Then I appeared, on horseback, in the company of 100 of my most loyal soldiers. It was a beautiful spring day, warmer than most. The sky was a deep and terrible blue. I remember that the boyars cheered me, their ladies waving lace handkerchiefs in their admiration, their children lifted to shoulders the better to see their benefactor. I doffed my plumed cap in response to their cheers. It was the signal my soldiers were awaiting. The oldest boyars and their wives I ordered impaled on the stakes I had raised outside the city walls while the unsuspecting fools attended Mass. I was not the inventor of impalement as a punishment. My own father had used it occasionally. But after this day I was known as Vlad Țepeș, Vlad the Impaler. I did not dislike the title. With the older boyars and their wives still writhing on the stakes, I began marching the able-bodied in the crowd toward my castle on the Argeș River, some 50 miles away. The weakest did not survive the 3-day march without provisions, but then I had no use for the weakest. The survivors, the strongest, I used to rebuild Castle Dracula. The castle was old and abandoned even then, its towers tumbled down and its great hall fallen in. I had found it and sheltered there during my flight from the Sultan and Hunyadi, and resolved then and there to rebuild it as Castle Dracula, my eerie and final retreat. The location was perfect, high on a remote ridge above the Argeș River, which cut its deep canyon from Wallachia through the Fugarash Mountains into the south of Transylvania. There was a single road along the Argeș, narrow, dangerous in the best of seasons, and easily defensible once the castle was rebuilt. No enemy, neither Turk nor Christian, could approach me in Castle Dracula without advance warning. But first it had to be rebuilt. I had had a kiln built along the river's banks, and the bricks from that kiln were passed uphill from man to man, or woman to woman, in my human chain of boyar slaves. The local villagers were amazed to see such slaves dressed as they still were in the rags of their boyar Easter finery. From horseback, I directed the reconstruction of this ancient Serbian ruin. The 5 towers were rebuilt, 2 dominating the highest point on the ridge, the 3 others lower on the northern slope. The thick walls were made doubly thick with brick and stone so as to repulse even the heaviest Turkish cannonade. The battlements were high, 80 feet and more, and they grew out of the stone of the cliff itself, so they appeared to be a sheer 1,000-foot wall. The central courtyards and donjons conformed themselves to the space between the great towers, as well as to the rough topography of the ridge-top that was less than 100 feet wide at its widest. A great earthen ramp was extended out from the southern cliff face, and from that ramp a wooden bridge allowed the only access to the keep. The center of that bridge was always raised, and was designed so that it could not only be lowered to allow entry, but could, with the severing of 2 great cables, be dropped into the chasm below. In the center of Castle Dracula, I had the few surviving boyar slaves deepen the well so that it fell through solid stone more than 1,000 feet to an underground tributary of the Argeș. The subterranean river had carved its own caverns in the mountain, and I directed the construction of an escape passage from that well to the caves that opened onto the Argeș 1,000 feet below. Even today, I am told, the caves along the river there are referred to by the villagers as pivnitsa, or cellar. With its escape routes and deep donjons, its caverns and sunken torture pits, Castle Dracula indeed had its cellar. A few of the boyars survived the 4-month reconstruction of my new home. I had them impaled in rows on the cliffs overlooking the village. In the summer of 1457, I crossed the Carpathians at the pass at Bran. Hunyadi was locked in mortal combat with the Turks at Belgrade, but I had other scores to settle. On the plains near Târgoviște, I attacked the retreating army of Vladislav II, my father's assassin. In single combat, I bested him. When he asked for mercy, I ran the point of my short sword up under his jaw, through his brain, and out through the top of his skull. I displayed that skull for the rest of that summer on the top of the highest wall of Târgoviște. Songs were sung of it. I drank the sacrament from Vladislav's headless corpse. My enemies were legion. I knew from the outset that I must command respect and fear from everyone if I were to survive. That winter the Genoese ambassadors to my court doffed their hats but left on the skullcaps they wore underneath. When I politely inquired as to why they remained covered in my presence, one of the ambassadors answered, "This is our custom. We are not obliged to take our skullcaps off under any circumstances, even in an audience with the Sultan or the Holy Roman Emperor himself." I remember nodding judiciously. "In all fairness, I wish to recognize your customs," I said at last. The ambassadors smiled and bowed, their skullcaps still on. "And to strengthen them," I added. I called in my guards, chose the longest nails I could find, and had them driven in a circle through the caps and into the skulls of the screaming ambassadors. I drove the first nail into each one, saying as though in a litany, "Witness, this is the manner in which Vlad Dracula will strengthen your customs." The woman was brought before me for defying my court edict that each maiden of the kingdom would preserve her virginity until given permission by her royal prince to lose it. The stake was 5 feet long, and I had it heated over the fire until it was red hot. As my dinner guests, including ambassadors from 6 nearby nations, watched, I had the red-hot stake driven through the woman's vagina, up through her entrails, and continued driving it until it emerged through her screaming mouth. I fortified the island of Snagov north of the village of Bucharest, enlarging and adding to the ancient monastery there. In the central hall, I had laid a tiled floor with alternating squares of black and red. To amuse myself, I would have a group of courtiers scurry around the floor while the court orchestra played a brief tune, and the soldiers held their spears inward around the perimeter, assuring that none would escape. The courtiers would each have to choose a tile. At the end of the tune, I would throw a heavy lever, and several of the wax tiles would drop open, the trapdoor sending the screaming courtiers 30 feet to sharpened stakes in the pit below. Almost 500 years later, in 1932, an archaeologist friend sent me a photograph from the excavations on Schnagoff Island. Remnants of the stakes were still visible. The skulls were still stacked in neat rows. It was 3 winters after the rebuilding of Castle Dracula that one of my mistresses announced that she was pregnant, thus hoping to gain precedence over my other concubines. Assuming that she was lying, I asked her if she would mind being examined. When she demurred, I had her brought to the main hall while the court was assembled. She protested her love, her sorrow for her error, but I ordered my bodyguards to proceed. They sliced her womb open from vulva to breastbone and peeled back the walls of muscle and flesh while she writhed, still alive. "Witness this!" I cried to the white faces staring up at me. My words echoed in the stone hall. "Let the whole world see where Vlad Dracula has been." Chapter 19. Kate became aware of the pain before she was aware of anything else. She did not know who she was, where she was, or why the world seemed composed of separate stilettos of pure pain, but she knew that she hurt. She swam up from a great depth, remembering the water above her face at the bottom of what? Of the fall that seemed to comprise all that she remembered of her previous life. She remembered lifting her face through that ceiling of water. She remembered beginning the climb, dragging her injured left arm behind her, blinking water and something heavier out of her eyes as she climbed upward through the mud and nettles and crumbling shale and aspen and thorny pinyon. I remember the flames. I remember the taste of ashes. I remember the other bodies in the light from the ambulances and fire engines. Kate gasped awake, blinking wildly. White ceiling, white bed, the functional sag of an IV bag, white walls and gray medical monitors. Father O'Rourke leaned closer and touched her uninjured arm just above the plastic hospital bracelet there. "It's all right," he whispered. Kate tried to speak, found her tongue too dry, her lips too swollen. She shook her head violently from side to side. The priest's bearded face was lined with worry, his eyes visibly assaulted by sadness. "It's all right, Kate," he whispered again. She shook her head again and licked her lips. It was like speaking with cotton balls in her mouth, but she managed to make sounds. She had to explain something to O'Rourke before the tides of drugs and pain pulled her down under the ceiling of consciousness again. "No," she croaked at long last. O'Rourke squeezed her good hand with both of his. "No," she said again, trying to turn and hearing the IV rattle on its stand. She shook her head and felt the bandages thick and heavy on her forehead. "It's not all right. Not all right." O'Rourke squeezed her hand, but he nodded. He understood. Kate quit struggling and let the currents drag her under. The young police detective, Lieutenant Peterson, Kate remembered through the shifting curtain of pain and drugs, came in the morning. The older, sad-looking sergeant stood by the door while the lieutenant sat in the empty visitor's chair. "Mrs. Neuman?" said the detective. He was moving a breath mint from one cheek to the other, and the click of the candy against his teeth made Kate remember the sound her left arm made as she climbed the night before. "No, 2 nights before," she reminded herself, using all of her energy to concentrate. "It is Saturday. It was Thursday night that your life ended. It is Saturday now." "Mrs. Neuman, you awake?" Kate nodded. "Can you talk? Can you understand me?" She nodded again. The lieutenant licked his lips and glanced at the sergeant, whose gaze remained unfocused or turned inward. "Well, Mrs. Neuman, I've got a few questions," said the lieutenant, flipping open a small notebook. "Doctor," said Kate. The lieutenant raised his eyebrows. "You want I should call the doctor? You feeling bad?" "Doctor," repeated Kate, gritting her teeth against the pain in her jaw and neck when she spoke. "Dr. Neuman." The police lieutenant rolled his eyes slightly and clicked his ballpoint pen. "Okay, Dr. Neuman. You want to tell me what happened Thursday night?" "Tell me," gritted Kate. The lieutenant stared. She took a breath, It had been hours since her last shot, and everything hurt beyond reason.
"Tell me what happened," she said. "Tom dead? Julie dead? Baby dead?"
The young lieutenant pursed his lips.
"Now, Mrs. Neuman, what we have to concentrate on right now is getting some details so we can do our job. Then you concentrate on getting better. Your friend, Father What's-His-Name, he'll be back pretty soon."
Kate used her good hand to grasp the lieutenant's wrist with a strength that obviously shocked him.
"Tom dead?" she rasped. "Julie dead? Baby dead?"
Lieutenant Peterson had to use his other hand to free his wrist. He sighed and said,
"Now look, Dr. Neuman, my job is to get as much—"
"Yes," said the sergeant. The older man's gaze had shifted to Kate. "Yes, Dr. Neuman. Your ex-husband is dead. So is Miss Strickland. And I'm afraid your adopted child also died in the fire." Kate closed her eyes.
The other bodies on the gurneys as they loaded me aboard the ambulance in the glow of flames. Carbon-black skin, blackened lips pulled back, teeth gleaming. The small body in the clear plastic bag made for small bodies. I didn't dream it.
She opened her eyes in time to catch the glare the lieutenant was giving the older detective. Peterson looked back at her, obviously irritated.
"I'm sorry, Dr. Neuman. You have our condolences."
He clicked his pen again.
"Now, can you tell us what you remember from Thursday night?"
Fighting to stay afloat on the waves of pain from her arm and skull, fighting the currents that threatened again to pull her down into the dark, welcome depths, Kate formed each word with care while she told him everything she remembered. She opened her eyes, and it was night. Rectangles of reflected white light on the walls and the glow of a nightlight on the panel behind her were the only illumination. O'Rourke lowered the book he had been reading in the dim light and scooted his chair closer. He was wearing the sweatshirt he had worn in Bucharest.
"Hi,"
he whispered. Kate floated in and out. She concentrated on staying in. "It's the smack on your head," O'Rourke said softly. "The doctor explained about the effects of the concussion, but I don't think you were really awake when he was explaining." Kate formed the words carefully in her mind before allowing her lips to have them.
"Not dead," she said.
O'Rourke bit his lip, then nodded.
"No, you're not dead," he said.
She shook her head angrily.
"Baby," she said.
For some reason, the J in Joshua hurt her jaw and head to say. She said it anyway.
"Joshua, not dead."
O'Rourke squeezed her hand. Kate did not squeeze back.
"Not dead,"
she said again, whispering in case any of the men in black were beyond the curtain or outside the door.
"Joshua."
The pain made her head swim, made the undertow stronger.
"Joshua is not dead."
O'Rourke listened.
"Have to help," she whispered. "Promise."
"I promise," said the priest. Ken Mauberly came on Sunday morning when Kate was alone. Despite the pain, she could concentrate and speak, but the pain was still very bad. She knew it would soon be worse as soon as she saw the administrator's face. Despite the condolences, Mauberly was all optimism and quiet cheeriness.
"Thank God you were spared, Kate,"
he said, adjusting his glasses and fiddling with the flowers he had brought. He set them in a vase and fluffed at them.
"Thank God you were spared."
Kate set her hand on the mass of bandages that was her right temple. It seemed to steady things a bit when she spoke.
"Ken,"
she said, surprised to note that her voice belonged to her again. "What is it?" He froze with his hand still on the flowers.
"What is it, Ken? It's something else. Tell me, please."
Mauberly sagged. He pulled a chair over and collapsed into it. There were tears behind his glasses when he spoke.
"Kate, someone broke into the lab on the same night. They started fires in the biolab section, smashed seals, burned papers, trashed the computers, stole the floppy disks."
Kate waited. He would never cry over vandalism.
"Chandra," he began.
"They killed her," said Kate. It was not a question. Mauberly nodded and removed his glasses.
"The FBI—oh, God, Kate, I'm sorry. The doctor and the staff psychologist said it was way too early to tell you, and—" "Who else?" demanded Kate. Her hand was on his forearm. Marberly took a breath. "Charlie Tate. He and Susan were working late when the intruders got in past security." "J-virus cultures?" asked Kate, wincing at the extra pain the J caused her. "Joshua's blood samples?" "Destroyed," said Marberly. "The FBI thinks that they were flushed down the disposal sink before the fire began." "Cloned copies?" said Kate. Her eyes were closed, and she could see Susan McKay Chandra bent over an electron microscope eyepiece, Charlie Tate saying something with a laugh behind her. "Did they get the cloned copies in the Class 6 lab?" "They're all gone," said Marberly. "No one thought of sending cultures out of the building at this stage. If I'd only—" His voice caught on a high note of anguish. He touched Kate's good arm with his soft fingers. "Kate, I'm sorry. You've been through hell, and this is only making it worse. Concentrate on getting better. The FBI will find these people. Whoever did this, the FBI will find them." "No," whispered Kate. "What was that?" Marberly scooted closer with a screech of chair legs on tile. "What, Kate?" But she had closed her eyes and pretended to be gone. The FBI had come and gone. The 2 doctors and half a dozen friends and another half-dozen co-workers had arrived and been shooed out by the red-haired nurse, and only Father O'Rourke was there when the last bands of late September light painted the east wall orange. Kate opened her eyes and looked out the window past the silhouette of the priest. He seemed lost in thought as he leaned on the radiator at the window. The sunset was sending low bands of light directly down Sunshine Canyon into the west wing of the hospital. It was not quite 7 p.m., and the hospital had a Sunday evening quiet to it. "O'Rourke?" The priest turned away from the window and came to the chair by her bedside. "Will you do something for me?" she whispered. "Yes." "Help me find the people who killed Tom and Julie." Blackened corpses, flesh scaled like the ashes of a log. Their bodies smaller, shrunken by flame. Brittle arms raised in a boxer's stance. The gleam of teeth in a lipless smile. "Yes," said O'Rourke. "More," whispered Kate, grasping his large hand with her good right hand and the cast of her left hand. "Help me find Joshua." She felt his hesitation. "No," she said, her voice rising above a whisper but still in control, not hysterical. "The burned baby corpse wasn't Josh's. Too big. Believe me. Will you help me find him?" The priest hesitated only another few seconds before squeezing her hand again. "Yes," he said. And then, after a minute when the sunlight faded from the east wall and the view outside the window grew suddenly darker, "Yes, I'll help." Kate fell asleep holding his hand. Chapter 20. Kate left the hospital on Monday, September 30th. Although her head still ached abominably, her left arm was in a temporary cast, and the doctors wanted her to stay at least another 24 hours. She did not feel that she had another 24 hours to spend in bed. Because the part of the house that had not burned had been damaged by smoke and water, and because she would not have returned to that house under any circumstances, Kate took a room at the Harvest House Hotel, not far from CDC. O'Rourke and other friends had retrieved some of her clothes from the undamaged bedroom of the house, and Kate's secretary, Arlene, had bought some new things for her. Kate wore the new things. Julie Strickland's remains, after an autopsy and positive identification through dental records, had been flown home for burial in Milwaukee. Kate had talked to Julie's parents by telephone on Monday evening and had lain in the darkness of the hotel room for an hour afterward, wanting to cry, needing to cry, but unable to cry. Tom's body was cremated on Tuesday, October 1st. He'd once told friends that he wanted his ashes tossed to the winds along the Continental Divide in the center of the state, and after the packed memorial ceremony at a Boulder mortuary, a caravan of almost 40 vehicles, most of them four-wheel drive, left for Buena Vista to carry out his wishes. Kate was not feeling well enough to go along. Father O'Rourke drove her back to the hotel. The FBI continued to file through the hotel lobby to question her over and over about details. As though believing her story about men in black, probably Romanians trying to kidnap the Romanian orphan for reasons unknown, they promised her that all U.S. passport control stations had been alerted. They could not tell her for whom they had been alerted. Kate talked to Ken Marberly on Tuesday night and learned that Chandra's body had been returned to her husband and family in Atlanta. He also told her the details of virology researcher Charlie Tate's funeral in Denver. "It turns out that Charlie was a passionate amateur astronomer," said Marberly, his voice soft over the phone line. "I went to his memorial service Sunday evening in the planetarium down at the Denver Historical Museum. The whole service, short eulogies by friends, a brief talk by his Unitarian minister, was held in the star chamber with only the constellations overhead for illumination. When the eulogies were finished, a star suddenly brightened in the sky. Charlie's widow—you remember Donna, don't you, Kate? Well, Donna stood up and explained that the light from that star was 42 light years from Earth and had begun its journey in the year that Charlie had been born in 1949, perhaps even the day of his birth, only to arrive this week. Anyway, the star grew brighter and brighter until the dome was this bright milky color, sort of like just before sunrise, and we all filed out under this magnificent light. And the headstone that they're having carved, well, the epitaph is very touching." Marberly paused. "What does it say, Ken?" asked Kate. Marberly cleared his throat. "Charlie wrote his own epitaph years ago. It reads, 'I have loved the stars far too fondly ever to fear the night.'" There was silence a moment. "Kate, are you still there?" "Yes," she said. "I'm still here. Ken, I'll talk to you tomorrow." Kate had requested a second and more thorough autopsy be done on the body of the infant found in the burned house, and at first the county coroner had balked. The child's corpse had been recovered in the collapsed section of the house only when the flames there had burned themselves almost out. Kate discovered that she had spent almost an hour and a half crawling up the steep slope with her broken arm and concussion, being found only as the bodies were being discovered, and there was little left of the infant's corpse to analyze. No teeth for dental records, no dental records in any case, and no way to determine the cause of death because of the severity of the burns to the small body and the massive internal damage done by collapsing walls and masonry. After an initial inspection, the cause of death had been established as death from burns and other injuries related to the fire, and the coroner had got on with the other autopsies relating to the case. "Do it over and do it more carefully," Kate had said to the startled coroner, "or I will. We need a blood sample, a full X-ray series, magnetic resonance images of the internal organs, and actual samples of the stomach lining and upper intestinal tract. It's crucial to both the FBI's investigation and the CDC's search for a possible plague virus. If you drop the ball the second time, both organizations will be on your neck. Do it again, and do it carefully." The coroner had been irritated, but had complied. On Wednesday, October 2nd, Kate brought the thick report out to Alan Stevens at the CDC imaging lab. Everyone there was pleased to see her, but she had no time for pleasantries. She barely glanced at the sealed-off Class 6 biolabs where Chandra and Tate had died, and had not even sat down in her own office after confirming that the floppy disks, files, and project reports were indeed gone. She met Alan in a basement conference room that had just been repainted but still smelled of smoke. "Kate, I'm so terribly sorry," began the red-haired technician. "Thank you, Alan." She slid the report across to him. "This was done by the county coroner. Do we need to do it over?" Alan bit his lip as he flipped through the stapled pages. "No," he said at last. "The conclusions are sloppily written up, but the data look solid enough." "And could that child be Joshua?" The technician settled his glasses higher on his snub nose. "This baby is the right gender, the right age, approximately the right size, and there's no reason for another child to have been in the house." "Could it be Joshua, Alan? Look at the section under blood samples." He nodded. "Kate, it's not unusual in fires and massive trauma cases like this that there is little blood left in the body." "Yes, I know," Kate said as patiently as she could. She did not mention her emergency room residency or her training with one of the country's finest pathologists before choosing hematology. "But all of the blood missing or boiled away, Alan?" "It's unusual, I admit," said the technician, "but not unheard of." "All right," said Kate. She handed him the extra folder with the X-ray and MRI hard copy. "Is this Joshua?" Alan spent almost 30 minutes studying the stills and comparing them to hard copy and stored computer visuals in the imaging control room. When he was finished, they returned to the conference room. "Well?" said Kate. Her young friend's face was almost forlorn. I can't find the stomach wall abnormality for certain, Kate, but you can see the extent of the internal damage from whatever fell on the child. A support beam, perhaps. But the actual tissue samples support the identification. I mean, the cellular pathology is similar. Similar, said Kate, standing. But not necessarily the same as Joshua's? Alan took his glasses off and squinted at her. His face looked very vulnerable and very sad. Not necessarily. There's no way to be sure with this post-mortem data. You must know that. But the chances of an infant of similar size with such an unusual cell pathology being found in the same house? Kate walked to the door. It just means that they sacrificed one of their own, she said. Alan frowned at her. One of whose own? Nothing, said Kate and opened the door. Alan rose with the files. Don't you want these? Kate shook her head and left. The infant was buried in a lovely cemetery near Lyons, a small foothills community where Kate and Tom had sometimes walked. When she had requested a headstone, the salesman had gone into the back room for a minute and brought out a photocopy of an elaborate stone with an infant's cherubic face, a lamb, and a curling flower. Kate shook her head. A plain stone. No ornamentation whatsoever. The salesman nodded enthusiastically. And the deceased's name to be inscribed? Ah, yes, Joshua Neuman, he said and cleared his throat. I have read the newspaper accounts of the tragedy, Dr. Neuman. My deepest sympathies. No, said Kate, and the flatness in her tone made the man glance up over his bifocals. No name, she said. Just inscribe the stone, Unknown Romanian Infant. On Friday, October 4th, Kate withdrew a total of $15,830 from her savings account, another $2,200 from her checking account, put most of the cash in folders with other loose papers that went into her carry-on bag, stuffed the rest of the bills in her purse, took the shuttle limousine to Stapleton International Airport, and boarded a United flight to New York with tickets in her purse for a connecting Pan Am flight to Vienna. The plane had moved away from the gate when a man dressed all in black dropped into the empty seat next to her. You're late, said Kate. I thought you changed your mind. No, said O'Rourke. I promised, didn't I? Kate chewed on her lip. Her headache, although much improved over the migraine intensity a few days earlier, still roared through her skull like a rasping wind. She found it hard to concentrate, but did so anyway. Did your senator friend get through to the man at the embassy in Bucharest? O'Rourke nodded. The bearded priest looked tired. And is the embassy guy going to contact Lucian? Yes, said O'Rourke. It will be done. They chose someone who is, not unused to delicate assignments. CIA, said Kate. She rubbed her forehead with her good hand. I keep thinking that I've forgotten something. O'Rourke seemed to be studying her face. The travel arrangements you requested have been made. Lucian will know where and when to meet us. My friends at Matthias Church in Budapest have made the contacts with the gypsies. Everything we discussed is in place. Kate continued to rub her forehead without being aware of doing so. Still, it feels like I've forgotten something. O'Rourke leaned closer. Perhaps you've forgotten you need time to mourn. Kate pulled back suddenly, turned away as if looking out the window during the takeoff, and then turned her gaze back on the priest. No, I feel it. I mean, Tom and Julie's and Chandra's deaths are in me like a pain more real than this concussion or this arm. But I can't take time to feel it all yet. Not yet. O'Rourke's gray eyes studied her. And Joshua? Kate's lips grew tight. Joshua is alive. The priest nodded almost imperceptibly. But if we can't find him? Kate's thin smile held no warmth, no humor, only resolve. We'll find him. I swear on the graves of the friends I just buried and the eyes of the God you believe in that we'll find Joshua and bring him home. Kate turned away to watch out the window as the plains of Colorado fell behind as they flew east, but for the longest time she could feel O'Rourke's gaze on her. Chapter 21. Kate had never been to Vienna before, but her jumbled, jet-lagged impressions of it were pleasant. beautiful old architecture coexisting with the most modern refinements, parks, gardens, and palaces set along the circular ring roads of the old city, easy affluence, efficiency, cleanliness, and an obvious care for aesthetics that had not faltered in centuries. She thought that she might like to return to Vienna some day, when she was sane. She and O'Rourke had arrived shortly after sunrise and taken a cab to the Hotel de France on Schottentor, near Rooseveltplatz, and a cathedral that O'Rourke said was called the Votivkirche. "You've been to Vienna before," said Kate, trying to focus through the headache and jet lag. "Even cities as prosperous as Vienna have orphanages," said O'Rourke. "Here, I'll check us in." Their rooms were on the 5th floor in a modern edition of the hotel carved out of a 2-century-old building behind the main structure. Kate blinked at the gray carpet, gray walls, teak furniture, and 21st-century appointments. O'Rourke dismissed the bellboy in German and turned to leave for his own room when Kate called to him from the door. Father, wait a minute." He paused in the narrow hall. Behind him, greenhouse-style windows looked down on slate roofs and old courtyards. "O'Rourke," said Kate, trying to return from the dark place her sad weariness kept taking her, "I forgot to reimburse you for your ticket and for all this." She gestured lamely at the hallway. The priest shook his head. "I've got a loan from a well-to-do childhood buddy." He grinned for the first time in the week he had stayed with her, showing white teeth against his dark beard. "Dale's a writer and never does anything with his ill-earned profits anyway. He was happy to give me a loan." "No, I'll reimburse you for everything," she said, hearing the exhaustion in her own voice. She frowned at him. "You never told me while we were discussing all this. Where does your diocese or bishop or whoever your boss is, where do they think you are?" O'Rourke's grin remained. "On vacation," he said. "6 years overdue. Everyone from His Excellency to the WHO administrator I work with to my housekeeper in Evanston think that it's a great idea that I'm finally taking some time off." Kate leaned tiredly against the doorframe. "And what would it do to your reputation if they learned that you're traveling across Europe with a woman?" O'Rourke tossed his room keys in the air and caught them with a jingle. He traveled with a single leather carry-on garment bag, and he slung the strap over his shoulder with the practiced ease of an inveterate traveler. "It would improve my reputation immensely if some of my old seminary buddies and instructors could see me now," he said. "They always thought I was too serious. Now you get some sleep, and we'll get together for a late lunch or early dinner whenever you waken. All right, Neuman?" "All right, O'Rourke." She watched him stroll whistling down the hall and noticed his slight limp before she closed and locked her door. They had an appointment with the gypsies in Budapest on Sunday evening, and O'Rourke had booked them aboard the Vienna-Bucharest hydrofoil leaving at 8 a.m. that Sunday morning, October 6th. "It's the last day the hydrofoil runs," he said as they walked in Rathaus Park the next day. "Winter's coming on." Kate nodded, but did not really believe it. The day was warm, in the mid-60s at least, and the blaze of fall foliage in the gardens and along the Ringstrasse merely added to the crisp perfection of the weather. Kate's mood called for rain and cold. "We have the day," the priest said softly, as if reluctant to invade her thoughts. "Any ideas how to spend it? You should be resting, of course." "No," Kate said firmly. The idea of lying in her hotel bed made her want to scream with impatience. "Well, the Kunsthistorisches Museum has a wonderful collection of art," he said. "And this is a big year for Mozart." "Didn't you tell me that the Kunsthistorisches had a portrait of the real Dracula?" asked Kate. She had been reading everything she could on historical Transylvanian rulers since she had first diagnosed Joshua's illness 3 months earlier. "Yeah, I think so," said the priest. "Come on, we can catch the number 1 tram." The small sign under the portrait read, "Vlad Fier, Ziepisch, Voivoda der Wallachei, Guest 1477, Deutsch 16, Jahre." A smaller sign under the painting said, in German and English, "On loan from the Ambras Museum, Innsbruck." Kate stared at the face in the life-size portrait. As a doctor, she saw the large, slightly protruding eyes as possibly hyperthyroidal, the prognathous jaw and extruded underlip of a type sometimes associated with mental retardation or certain types of pituitary and bone disorders. Platyspondylosis? She wondered. The kind of characteristic abnormality found with thymic dysplasia and other severe combined immune deficiency symptoms?
Cruel eyes, aren't they? Said O'Rourke. The priest stood with his hands locked behind his back, rocking slightly on his heels. Kate was almost startled by the question. I wasn't thinking about whether they were cruel, she said. She tried looking at the portrait without medical prejudice. No, she said at last. I'm not struck by the cruelty in that gaze. Arrogance, to be sure, but he was a prince. Voivoda of Wallachia, agreed O'Rourke. That's the really frightening thing about Vlad the Impaler's monstrosities. They were more or less par for the course in those days. That's the way princes remain princes. He turned and watched Kate's absorbed gaze. You really think Bela Lugosi here has something to do with the strain of Joshua's disease? Kate pretended to smile. Dumb, huh? But you heard the clinical description of the immunoreconstructive process the disease feeds on. Drinking blood, an enhanced lifespan, amazing recuperative powers, almost autotomizing. What's autotom whatever? Autotomizing is the way some reptiles, like salamanders, can actually shed their tails in an emergency and regrow them, said Kate. Her head hurt less when she thought about things medical. The black tide of sorrow receded then as well. We don't know much about regenerative powers in salamanders, only that it occurs on a cellular level and that it requires an immense amount of energy. O'Rourke nodded toward the portrait. And you think maybe Vlad had some salamander in his royal lineage? Kate rubbed her forehead. It's crazy. I know it's crazy. She closed her eyes a moment. The museum echoed with footsteps, coughs, conversations in Austrian that sounded as harsh as the coughs, and an occasional laugh which sounded as insane as she felt. Let's sit down, said the priest. He took her arm and led her to an area on the second-floor rotunda where cake and coffee could be purchased. He chose a table away from the traffic flow. Kate was fuzzy for a moment, becoming aware of things again as O'Rourke urged her to take another sip of strong Viennese coffee. She didn't remember his ordering it. You really believe that the Dracula legends might have something to do with Joshua's abduction? His voice was just above a whisper. Kate sighed. I know it doesn't make sense, but if the disease were contained in a family, requiring a rare double recessive to manifest itself, and the sufferers needed human blood to survive... She stopped herself and looked down the hallway toward the room where the painting hung. A small royal family, continued O'Rourke, requiring secrecy due to the nature of their disease and their crimes, having the money and power necessary to eliminate enemies and retain their secrecy, even to sending kidnappers and murderers to America to retrieve a baby from that family, a baby adopted by mistake. Kate looked down. I know. It's nuts. O'Rourke sipped his espresso. Yes, he said, unless you belong to a church that has had secret correspondence for centuries about just such an evil and reclusive family, a family which originated somewhere in Eastern Europe half a millennium ago. Kate's head snapped up. Her heart was already pounding, and she felt the rise in blood pressure as a sharper pain in her aching skull. She ignored it. Do you mean... O'Rourke set down the cup and held up a single finger. Still not enough to base a theory on, he said. Unless you tie it to the strange coincidence of having met someone who looks very much like the late, unlamented Vlad Tepes. Kate could only stare. O'Rourke reached into his coat pocket and took out a small envelope of color photographs. There were 6 of them. The background was obviously Eastern Europe, a dark factory town, a medieval city street, dacias parked along the curb. Kate knew intuitively that the photographs had been taken in Romania, but it was the man in the foreground who held her attention. He was very old. That was immediately apparent from his posture, the curve of spine, the sense of a shrinking body lost in oversized clothes. His face was just visible above the lapels of an expensive topcoat beneath the short brim of a Homburg. But although sharpened and abraded by age and injury, it was a familiar face. No mustache here, but the broad underlip, the extended jaw, eyes sunken in the skull but still vaguely hyperthyroidal. Who? Whispered Kate. O'Rourke slipped the photographs back in his coat pocket. A gentleman I originally traveled to Romania with almost 2 years ago.
a gentleman whose name you've probably heard." Two men began arguing loudly in German just behind O'Rourke's chair. A man and a woman, Americans from the looks of their casual clothes, stood 3 feet away watching Kate and the priest, obviously waiting impatiently for the table. O'Rourke stood up and extended his hand to her. "Come on. I know a quieter place." Kate had seen pictures of the big wheel before. Everyone had. But it was somehow more charming when encountered in reality. She and O'Rourke were the only passengers in an enclosed car that could have easily held 20 people. The car behind them, although empty this evening, was actually filled with dining tables set with linen and china. Slowly, the wheel rotated their car 200 feet to its highest point and then stopped as other people loaded far below. "Neat Ferris wheel," said Kate. "Riesenrad," said the priest, leaning on a railing and looking out the opened window at the fall foliage burning in last glow of autumn twilight. "It means giant wheel." As he said that, the glow on the clouds faded and the sky began to pale and then darken. The car moved silently around, swept down past the loading point, and then climbed above the treetops again. Lights were coming on all over Vienna. Cathedral towers were suddenly illuminated. Kate could see the modernistic towers of UNO City off toward the Danube. Susan McKay Chandra had once described to Kate the excitement of attending a conference there at the headquarters of the United Nations Commission for Infectious Diseases. Kate winced, closed her eyes a second, and then looked at O'Rourke. "All right. Tell me about this man." "Werner Deacon Trent. You've heard the name?" "Sure. He's the Howard Hughes-style reclusive billionaire who made his fortune in, what, appliances? Hotels? He has that big art museum named after him near Big Sur." Kate hesitated. "Didn't he die last year?" O'Rourke shook his head. The car swooped low, and the sounds of the few rides, still operating, came more clearly through the open window. Their car rose again. "Mr. Trent bankrolled the mission that brought me and a bunch of other guys, a WHO bigwig, the late Leonard Paxley from Princeton, other heavy hitters, into Romania right after the revolution. I mean right after. Ceausescu wasn't cold yet. Anyway, I went back to the States in February of last year, 1990, to try to round up some church-sponsored aid for the orphanages over here, and before I left Chicago in May of that year, I'd read that Mr. Trent had suffered a stroke and was in seclusion somewhere in California. But he was still in Romania the last time I saw him." "That's right," said Kate. "Time had a thing about the corporate battle over control of his empire. He was incapacitated but not dead." She shivered at the suddenly cool breeze. O'Rourke pulled the window almost shut. "As far as I know, he still hasn't died. But I was struck at the time we first came to Bucharest how much Mr. Werner Deacon Trent looks like that old portrait of Vlad Tepes." "A family resemblance," said Kate. The priest nodded. "But the painting we saw today was a copy, done a century after Vlad Tepes lived. It may be inaccurate." O'Rourke nodded again. Kate looked at the lights of the old city. Screams came up from the loop-the-loop roller coaster below. "But if it is a family resemblance, then it may have some connection with something." She heard how lame that last word sounded, even to herself, and she closed her eyes. "There are about 24 million people in Romania," O'Rourke said softly. "It has an area of, what, somewhere around 100,000 square miles. We have to start somewhere, even if all of our theories are half-assed." Kate opened her eyes. "Do you have to say a Hail Mary or something when you swear, O'Rourke? I mean, do penance?" He rubbed his cheek but did not smile. "I give myself a dispensation, since I can't give myself absolution." He glanced at his watch. "It's after 6, Neuman. We'd better find a place to eat and get to bed early tonight. The hydrofoil is scheduled to leave at 8, and the Austrians are nothing if not prompt." Chapter 22. The hydrofoil was sleek and enclosed, the forward compartment holding half a dozen rows of no more than 5 seats per row on each side of the aisle, the curving perspex windows giving a panoramic view of both banks of the Danube as the engines fired to life and moved the boat out carefully from the dock. The old city fell away quickly, and within moments the only signs of habitation were the elevated fishing and hunting shacks along either side of the river. Then these also fell behind, and only forest lined the shores. Kate looked at her Donau-Domschifffahrtsgesellschaft schedule, saw that it would take about 5 hours to travel down the Danube to Budapest, and said to O'Rourke, "Maybe we should have flown directly." The priest turned in his seat. He was dressed in jeans, a denim shirt, and a well-broken-in leather bomber jacket. "Directly to Bucharest?" Kate shook her head. "I still don't think they would let me in the country, but we could have flown directly to Budapest." "Yes, but the gypsies wouldn't meet with us before tonight." He turned back to watch the south shore as the hydrofoil accelerated to 35 knots and rose on its forward fins. The ride was perfectly smooth. "At least this way we get to see the sights." The warm sunlight fell across their row of seats, and Kate half dozed as the hydrofoil carried them northeast around the curve of the Danube near Bratislava, then southeast until a young woman announced over the intercom that the shore to their right now belonged to Hungary, with Czechoslovakia still on the left. The forest along the river seemed more advanced into autumn here, with many of the trees bare. As they turned south, the sky began to cloud up, and the warm band of sunlight across Kate first dimmed and then disappeared. Warm air began to blow out of the ship's ventilators to make up for the sudden chill outside. O'Rourke had thought to have the hotel pack a lunch for them, and they opened the sealed containers and munched on salad and roast beef as the Danube hooked south into Hungary proper. Just as they had finished their lunch, O'Rourke said, "This area is known as the Danube Bend. It's been important since Roman times. The Romans actually had summer homes along here. It was the border of the empire for centuries." Kate glanced at the forested riverbanks and could easily imagine the northeast shore being the edge of the known world. The cold wind spiraled leaves onto the gray and choppy surface of the Danube. "There," said O'Rourke, pointing to their right. "That's Visegrad. The Hungarian kings built that citadel in the 13th or 14th century. King Matthias occupied it during the height of the 15th century Renaissance." Kate barely glanced to her right. She saw the ancient fortification on the hill and a broad wall running down to an even older-looking tower near the riverbank. "That's where our friend Vlad Dracula was imprisoned from 1462 to 1474, said the priest. "King Matthias had him under house arrest for most of the last years of his life." Kate swiveled in her seat to watch the old wall and tower fall behind on the right. She continued staring even after the fortifications were out of sight. Finally, she turned back to her companion. "So you don't think I'm completely crazy to be interested in the Dracula family? Tell me the truth, O'Rourke." "I don't think you're completely crazy," he said. "Not completely." Kate simulated a smile. "Tell me something," she said. "Sure." "Why do you know so much about so many things? Were you always this smart?" The priest laughed, an easy, sincere sound that Kate realized she loved to hear, and scratched his short beard. "Ah, Kate, if you only knew." He looked out the window a moment. "I grew up in a small town in central Illinois," he said at last, "and several of my childhood friends were really smart." "If these small-town buddies include Senator Harlan and that writer, they must have been," said Kate. O'Rourke smiled. "I could tell you a few things about Harlan, but yeah, you're right. Our little group had some pretty smart kids in it. I had a friend named Dwayne who... well, that's another story. Anyway, I was the dummy of the group." Kate made a face. "No, seriously," said the priest. "I realize now that I had a learning disability, probably a mild case of dyslexia, but the result was that I flunked 4th grade, was left behind all my buddies, and felt like a moron for years. Teachers treated me that way, too." He folded his arms, his gaze turned inward at some private memory. He smiled. "Well, my family didn't have enough money to get me into college, but after NAM, after the Veterans Hospital, I should say, I was able to use the GI Bill to go to Bradley University and then to seminary. I guess I've been reading ever since, sort of to make up for those early years." "And why the seminary?" Kate asked softly. "Why the priesthood?" There was a long silence. "It's hard to explain," O'Rourke said at last. "To this day, I don't know if I believe in God." Kate blinked in surprise. But I know that evil exists, continued the priest. I learned that early on, and it seemed to me that someone, some group, should do its best to stop that evil. He grinned again. I guess a lot of us Irish think that way. That's why we become cops or priests or gangsters.
Gangsters? Said Kate.
He shrugged. If you can't beat them, join them.
A woman's voice announced over the intercom that they were approaching Budapest. Kate watched as the farms and villas began appearing, to be superseded by larger buildings and then the city itself. The hydrofoil throttled back and came off its forward planes. They began to bounce along in the wakes of barges and other river traffic. Budapest had perhaps the most beautiful riverfront Kate had ever seen. O'Rourke pointed out the 6 graceful bridges spanning the Danube, the wooded expanse of Margitziget, Margaret Island, splitting the river, and then the glory of the city itself, old Buda rising high on the west bank, younger, sprawling Pest stretching away to the east. O'Rourke had pointed out the beautiful Parliament building on the Pest side and was describing Castle Hill on the Buda side when exhaustion and dismay suddenly washed over Kate like a great wave. She closed her eyes a second, overwhelmed by sorrow, a sense of futility, and the sure knowledge that she had been displaced forever in space and time. O'Rourke quit talking at once and gently touched her forearm. The hydrofoil's engines rumbled as they slowed and backed toward a pier on the Pest side of the river. "When do we meet the gypsy representative?" asked Kate, her eyes still closed. 7 tonight, said O'Rourke. He still touched her arm. Kate sighed, forced the tide of hopelessness back far enough that she could breathe again, and looked at the priest. "I wish it were sooner," she said. "I want to get going. I want to get there." O'Rourke nodded and said nothing else while the hydrofoil rumbled and bumped its way to the end of this leg of their voyage. O'Rourke had booked rooms for them in a Novotel in the Buda side of the city, and Kate marveled at the island of Western efficiency in this former communist country. Budapest made Kate think of Bucharest, Romania, in 25 years, perhaps, if capitalism continued to make inroads there. Never very interested in economic theory, Kate nonetheless had a sudden insight, however naive, that capitalism, or at least the individual initiative component of it, was like some of the life forms that found a foothold in even the most marginal of ecological niches until eventually, voila, a proliferation of life. In this case, she knew the proliferation would grow and multiply until the balance of old and new, public and commercial, aesthetically pleasing and standardized mediocre would be lost, and all the tiresome, leveling byproducts of capitalism would make Budapest look like all the other cities of the world. But for now, Budapest seemed a pleasant balance of respect for antiquity and interest in the almighty dollar, or forint, whichever the case might be. CNN and Hertz and all the usual pioneer buds of capitalism were present, but even a glimpse of the city in the cab had shown Kate a rich mix of the old and the new. O'Rourke mentioned that all of the bridges and the palace on Castle Hill had been blown up by the Germans or destroyed in fighting during World War II, and that the Hungarians had rebuilt everything lovingly. In her room, staring out the window at a stretch of Autobahn that could have been any American interstate, Kate rubbed her head and realized that all of this apparent interest in travel trivia was just a way to distract herself from the dark tide that continued to lap at her emotions. That, and a way to avoid the anxiety at the coming entry into Romania. She was surprised to realize that she was afraid of what lay ahead. Afraid of the Transylvanian darkness which she glimpsed from the hospitals and orphanages of that cold nation, and in that sudden, sharp realization of fear, she had the briefest glimmer of hope that there was a path she could follow, to a place where there were some emotions other than sorrow and shock and hopelessness and grim resolve to recover what could not be recovered. There was a knock at the door. "Ready?" said O'Rourke. His bomber jacket was cracked and faded with use, and for the first time Kate noticed that the web of laugh lines around the priest's eyes contained small scars. "I figure we can get a light dinner here at the hotel and then go straight to the rendezvous." Kate took a deep breath, gathered up her coat, and slung her purse over her shoulder. "Ready," she said. They did not talk during the brief cab ride to Clark Adam Ter, the traffic circle at the west end of the chain bridge and just below the walls of Castle Hill.
O'Rourke said nothing as they rode the funicular railway up the steep hillside to the ramparts of the royal palace itself. "Let's sightsee," he said softly as they stepped out of the cog railway. He took her arm and led her past glowing street lamps toward a huge equestrian statue farther south along the terrace. Kate knew from going over city maps that the Matthias Church was in the opposite direction, and she had no urge whatsoever to sightsee, but she could tell from the tone of O'Rourke's voice and the tension in his hand on her arm that something was wrong. She followed without protest. "This is Prince Eugene of Savoy," he said as they circled the giant statue of a 17th-century figure on horseback. The view beyond the balustrade was magnificent. It was not quite 6:30 in the evening, but the city of Pest was ablaze with lights and traffic. Brightly lit boats moved slowly up and down the Danube, and the chain bridge was outlined with countless bulbs that made the river glow. "That man near the steps is following us," whispered O'Rourke as they moved into the lee of the statue. Kate turned slowly. Only a few other couples had braved the chill evening breeze. The man O'Rourke had indicated was standing near the steps to the terrace near the cog railway. Kate caught a glimpse of a long, black leather jacket, glasses and beard beneath a Tyrolean hat. The man was studiously looking out over the railing at the view. Kate pretended to consult her city map. "You're sure?" she said softly. The priest rubbed his beard. "I think so. I saw him catch a cab behind us at the Novotel. He rushed to get in the car next to ours on the funicular." Kate walked to the broad railing and leaned on it. The autumn wind brought the scent of the river and dying leaves and auto exhaust up to her. "Are there any others?" O'Rourke shrugged. "I don't know. I'm a priest, not a spy." He inclined his head toward an elderly couple walking a dachshund near the palace. "They may be following us, too. I don't know." Kate smiled. "The dog, too?" A tug pushing a long barge up the river saluted the city with 3 long hoots. Traffic whirled around Clark Adam Tear below with a cacophony of horns, then swept across the chain bridge, tail lights blending with the red neon on the buildings across the river. Kate's smile faded. "What do we do?" O'Rourke leaned on the railing with her and rubbed his hands. "Go on, I guess. Do you have any idea who might be following you?" Kate chewed a loose piece of skin on her lip. Her head ached less this evening, but her left arm itched under the short cast. She was so tired that concentrating was like driving a car on dark ice, a slow and skittish process. "Romanian Securitate?" she whispered. "The gypsies? American FBI? Some Hungarian thug waiting to mug us? Why don't we go ask him?" O'Rourke shrugged, smiled, and led her back toward the upper terrace. The man in black leather moved away from them slightly and continued to be absorbed by the view of Pest and the river. They continued strolling, arm in arm. Just another tourist couple, Kate thought giddily, past the funicular station, across a wide space labeled Dijter by the street sign, and down a street that O'Rourke said was named Tarnak Utka. Small shops lined the cobblestoned way. Most were closed on this Sunday evening, but a few showed yellow light through ornate panes. The gas street lamps cast a soft glow. "Here," said O'Rourke, leading her to the right. Kate glanced over her shoulder, but if the man in black leather was following, he was concealed by shadows. Carriages were lined along the small square here, and the sound of horses chewing on their bits and shifting their hooves seemed very clear in the chill air. Kate looked up at the neo-Gothic tower of the small cathedral as O'Rourke led her to a side door. "Technically, this place is named Buddha St. Mary's Church," he said, holding the massive door for her, "but everyone calls it the Matthias Church. Old King Matthias is more popular in legend than he probably ever was in real life." "Shh." Kate stepped into the nave of the cathedral as the organ music suddenly rose from silence to near crescendo. She paused, and her breathing stopped for a second as the opening chords of Bach's Toccata and Fugue in D minor filled the incense-rich darkness. The interior of the old Matthias Church was illuminated only by a rack of votive candles to the right of the door, and one large, red-glowing candle on the altar. Kate had an impression of great age, soot-streaked stone, although the soot may have been only shadows, on the massive columns, a neo-Gothic stained-glass window over the altar, its colors illuminated only by the blood-red candlelight, dark tapestries hanging vertically above the aisles,
a massive pulpit to the left of the altar, and no more than 10 or 12 people sitting silently in the shadowed pews as the music soared and echoed. O'Rourke led the way across the open area in the rear of the church, down several stone steps, and stopped at the last row of pews in the shadows to the left and behind the seating area in the nave. Kate merely sat down. O'Rourke genuflected with practiced ease, crossed himself, and then sat next to her. Bach's organ music continued to vibrate in the warm, incense-laden air. After a moment, the priest leaned closer to her. "Do you know why Bach wrote Toccata and Fugue?" Kate shook her head. She assumed it was for the greater glory of God. "It was a piece to test the pipes in new organs," whispered O'Rourke. Kate could see his smile in the dim red light. "Or old organs, for that matter," he went on. "If a bird had built a nest in one of the pipes, Bach knew that this piece would blast it out." At that second, the music rose to the point that Kate could feel the vibrations in her teeth and bones. When it ended, she could only sit for a moment in the dimness, trying to catch her breath. The few others who had been there, all older people, rose, genuflected, and left by the side door. Kate watched over her shoulder as a white-bearded priest in a long, black cassock locked the door with the sliding of a heavy bolt. O'Rourke touched her arm, and they walked back to the rear of the nave. The white-bearded priest opened his arms. He and O'Rourke embraced, and Kate blinked at the two. The modern priest still in his bomber jacket and jeans, the older priest in a cassock that came to his shoe-tops, a heavy crucifix dangling around his neck. "Father Janos," said O'Rourke, "this is my dear friend Dr. Kate Neuman. Dr. Neuman, my old friend Father Janos Potoffi." "Father," said Kate. Father Janos Potoffi looked a bit like Santa Claus to Kate, with his trimmed white beard, pink cheeks, and bright eyes, but there was little of Santa Claus in the way the older man took her hand and bent over to kiss it. "Charmed to meet you, mademoiselle." His accent sounded more French than Hungarian. Kate smiled, both at the kiss and the honorific that gave her the status of a young unmarried woman. Father Janos clapped O'Rourke on the back. "Michael, our Romani friend is waiting." They followed Father Janos to the rear of the cathedral, through a heavy curtain that passed for a door, and up a winding stone staircase. "Your playing was magnificent, as always," O'Rourke said to the other priest. Father Janos smiled back over his shoulder. His cassock made rustling sounds on the stone steps. "Ah, rehearsal for tomorrow's concert for the tourists. The tourists love Bach. More than we organists, I think." They emerged onto a choir loft 30 feet above the darkened vault of the church. A large man sat at the end of one pew. Kate glimpsed a sharp face and heavy mustache under a wool cap pulled low and a sheepskin coat buttoned high. "I will stay if you need me," offered Father Janos. O'Rourke touched his friend on the shoulder. "No need, Janos. I will talk to you later." The older priest nodded, bowed toward Kate, and disappeared down the stairway. Kate followed O'Rourke to the pew where the swarthy man waited. Even with her eyes adapted to the candlelight in the church, it was very dark up here. "Dobroi, Dr. Neuman," said the man to O'Rourke in a voice as sharp-edged as his face. His teeth gleamed strangely. He looked at Kate. "O'Rourke?" "I'm Dr. Neuman," said Kate. The echo of Bach's music still vibrated in her bones through layers of fatigue. She had to concentrate on reality. "You are Niccolo Cialba?" The gypsy smiled, and Kate realized that all of the man's visible teeth were capped in gold. "Voyevod Cialba," he said roughly. Kate glanced at O'Rourke. Voyevod. The same word that had been under the Vienna portrait of Vlad Tzepes. "Beza Romani?" asked Voyevod Cialba. "Magyarul?" "Nem," replied O'Rourke. "Sanyalom. Kerem. Bezel Angolul?" The gold teeth flashed. Yes, I speak the English. Dobroi. Welcome." Voyevod Cialba's dialect made Kate think of an old Bela Lugosi movie. She rubbed her cheek to wake up. "Voyevod Cialba," said Kate, "Father Janos has explained to you what we want." The gypsy frowned at her for a moment, and then the gold teeth glimmered. "Want? Igen, yes. You want to go Romania.
You come from Eggesut Alamakba, United States, and you go Romania. Nem?
Yes, said Kate. Tomorrow. Voyevode Chalba frowned deeply.
Tomorrow?
Hetfo, said O'Rourke. Tomorrow. Monday night.
Ah, Hetfo. Yes, we cross tomorrow night. Monday. It's all, how do you say, arranged.
The gypsy swirled fingers in front of his face.
Son alom. My son Balan, he speak the English very good, but he, business. Yes?
Kate nodded. And have we agreed on how much? Voyevode Chalba squinted at her.
Kerem?
Menya be Kerul? Said O'Rourke. He rubbed his thumb and fingers together. Pens. The gypsy threw his hands apart as if brushing away something in the air. He held up one finger and pointed at Kate.
Is there? You.
He pointed at O'Rourke.
Is there? You.
1,000 each, said O'Rourke.
U.S. American dollars cash,
said Voyevode Chalba, enunciating carefully. Kate nodded. It was what Father Janos had communicated to O'Rourke earlier.
Now,
added the gypsy. His teeth flashed. Kate shook her head slowly. 200 for each of us now, she said. The rest when we meet our friend in Romania. Voyevode Chalba's eyes flashed.
Ketzaz Edshakat.
Tonight, said O'Rourke.
Nyolkasaz on Ekkeses.
Okay. Kate extended the envelope with the $400 in it. Voyevode Chalba lifted it with nimble fingers and slid it out of sight under the sheepskin jacket without glancing within, and there came the flash of gold.
Okay.
His hand came out with a map, and he spread it on the pew. Kate and O'Rourke leaned closer. The gypsy's blunt finger stabbed at Budapest and began following a rail line southeast across the country. Voyevode Chalba's voice had the hypnotic lilt of litany as he recited the names of stops along the way. Kate closed her eyes and accepted the litany in the incense-smelling darkness of the cathedral.
Budapest, USAs, Solnok, Joma Endrod Bekeschoba, Lukashaza.
Kate felt the vibration through her leg as the gypsy's finger stabbed heavily at the map.
Lukashaza.
Chapter 23. Kate knew the Orient Express from the Agatha Christie book and from countless movies. Plush cars, elegant dining, luxurious fittings everywhere, and stylish but mysterious passengers. This was the Orient Express, but not that Orient Express. She and O'Rourke had arrived early for the 7 p.m. departure from Budapest's Keleti railway station. The place had been bustling and echoing, a huge outdoor iron-and-glass open shed that reminded Kate of etchings of train stations from the previous century. She knew the terminal at the opposite end of this trip, Bucharest's Gara de Nord station, because she and other World Health Organization workers had gone there in May to document the hundreds of homeless children who lived in the station itself, sleeping in broken lockers and begging from hurrying passengers. She and O'Rourke had prepaid Ibus, the Hungarian state tourism agency, for 2 first-class apartments on this Orient Express, but when they checked in, there was only one apartment available for them, and first class meant a narrow, unheated cubicle with 2 bunks, a filthy sink with printed warnings that the water, if available, was dangerous and undrinkable, and only enough room for O'Rourke to sit on the low sink while Kate slumped on the bunk, their knees almost meeting. Neither complained. The train started with a jolt, leaving the station on time. Both watched in silence as they sped out of Budapest, past the rows of Stalinist apartments on the outskirts, then through sparsely lighted cinder-block suburbs, and then into the darkness of the countryside as the train barreled south and east. Wind whistled through the loosely fitted windows, and both Kate and O'Rourke huddled in overcoats. "I forgot to bring food," said the priest. "I'm sorry." Kate raised her eyebrows. "There's no dining car?" Despite the squalor of the first-class apartment, she still had an image of elegant dining amid linen and porcelain vases holding fresh flowers. "Come," said the priest. She followed him into the narrow corridor.
There were only 8 apartments in this first-class car, and all the doors were shut. The train rocked and bounced as they careened around curves at twice the speed of an American train. The sensation was that the car was going to leave the narrow-gauge rails at every turn. O'Rourke slid back the heavy, scarred door at the end of the compartment. Rows of heavy twine had been tied across the entrance. "The other end is the same," said the priest. "But why?" Claustrophobia surged in Kate like nausea. O'Rourke shrugged. "I've taken this train from Bucharest west, and it's the same coming the other way. Maybe they don't want the other travelers mixing with first class. Maybe it's some security precaution. But we're sealed in. We can get off the train when it stops, but we can't go from car to car. But it doesn't matter because there's no dining car." Kate felt like crying. O'Rourke rapped on the first door. A heavy-set matron with a permanent frown answered. "Edge uveg sor, Kerem," said the priest. Kate heard the first word as edge. O'Rourke looked over his shoulder at Kate. "I think we need a beer." The frowning woman shook her head. "Nem sor. Coca-Cola. Who's forint?" O'Rourke made a face and handed across a 50-forint bill. "Get your Coca-Colas," he said, and held up 2 fingers. "Change? Feltuja est Valtani?" "Nem," said the frowning woman, and handed across 2 small Coke bottles. She slid her door shut. Back in the compartment, Kate used the Swiss Army knife that Tom had given her to open the bottles. They sipped Coke, shivered, and watched black trees whip by the windows. "The train gets into Bucharest about 10 in the morning," said O'Rourke. "Are you sure you don't want to stay on it?" Kate bit her lip. "It seems nuts to get off in the middle of the night, doesn't it? Do you think I'm nuts?" The priest drank the last of his soft drink and then paused another 30 seconds. "No," he said at last. "I think the border crossing might well be the end of the trip. Lucian warned us." Kate looked out at darkness as the train lurched around another bend at high speed. "It's paranoid, isn't it?" O'Rourke nodded. "Yes, but even paranoids have enemies." Kate glanced up. "Joke," said the priest. "Let's follow the plan." Kate set her bottle down and shivered. She could not imagine traveling in this nightmare train during the dead of winter. The only illumination was from a single, sickly 10-watt bulb set into the ceiling. "What's to keep the gypsies from robbing and killing us?" she said. "Nothing," said O'Rourke, "except for the fact that Janos has done business with them before and would tell the authorities if we just disappeared. I think we'll be all right." The headlight on the train illuminated trees passing in a strobe effect. Suddenly, a pasture opened up into blackness, and the sudden absence of trees made Kate dizzy. "Tell me about the gypsies, O'Rourke." The priest rubbed his hands and blew into them for warmth. "Ancient history or recent?" "Whichever." "European gypsies or our Romanian variety?" "Romanian." "They don't have an easy time of it," said O'Rourke. "They were slaves until 1851. "Slaves? I thought European countries outlawed slavery long before that." "They did, except for Romania, except for gypsies. They haven't fared much better during modern times. Hitler tried to solve the gypsy question by murdering them in concentration camps all over Europe. Over 35,000 were executed in Romania during the war just for the crime of being gypsies." Kate frowned. "I didn't think that the Germans occupied Romania during the war." "They didn't." "Oh," she said. "Go on." "Well, about 250,000 gypsies identified themselves as gypsies during the last Romanian census, but the majority don't want the government to know their background because of official persecution, so there are at least 1 million in the country." "What kind of persecution?" "Officially," said the priest, "Romania under Ceausescu didn't recognize gypsies as a separate ethnic strain, only as a subclass of Romanian. The official policy was integration, which meant that gypsy encampments were destroyed, visas were denied, gypsy workers were given second-class citizenship and third-class jobs, gypsy ghettos were created in the cities or gypsy villages in the country were denied tax money for improvement, and gypsy people were treated with contempt and viewed with stereotypes reserved for blacks in America 70 years ago. "And today?" said Kate. "After the revolution?" O'Rourke shrugged. Laws and attitudes are about the same. You saw yourself that a majority of the orphan babies that the Americans were adopting were gypsy children. Yes, said Kate. Children sold by their parents. Yeah. Children are the one commodity that gypsy families have in abundance. Kate looked out at the darkness. Didn't Vlad Shepish have some sort of special relationship with the gypsies? O'Rourke grinned. That was a while ago, but yes, I've read that too. Old Vlad Dracula had gypsy bodyguards, an all-gypsy army at one point, and frequently used them for special assignments. When the boyars and other officials rose up against Dracula, his only allies were the gypsies. It seems that they hated authority even then. But Vlad the Impaler was authority. For a few years, said O'Rourke. Remember, he spent more time fleeing for his life before and after his princely days than he did ruling. The one thing Dracula never failed to give his gypsy followers was the one thing they have always responded to, gold. Kate made a face and tugged her purse closer. Let's hope that 2,000 American dollars is the kind of gold they still obey. Father Michael O'Rourke nodded, and they sat in silence as the train rocked and clattered and roared toward the Romanian border. Bucharest was a border town, but O'Rourke said the actual customs inspections were in Curtiș, a Romanian town a few miles down the track. He said that it was evocative of the bad old days. Suspicious passport control officers banging on your compartment door at midnight or sunrise, depending upon which direction the train was headed, guards with Sam Brown belts, automatic weapons, dogs sniffing under the train, and other guards tossing mattresses and clothes around the compartment as they searched. She and O'Rourke did not wait for customs. Most of the remaining Hungarian passengers were disembarking in Bucharest, and she and O'Rourke joined them, hustling down the platform with the crowd, moving away from the streetlights when they got beyond the station. It was a small station and a small town, and 2 blocks from the railway they were nearing the edge of the village. It was very dark. A cold wind blew in from the fields beyond the empty highway. Dogs in the neighborhood were barking and howling. That's the Café Chalba described, said O'Rourke, nodding toward a closed and shuttered building. The large sign in the window read Zarva, which O'Rourke translated as closed. A smaller sign said Autobus Megalo, but Kate did not really believe that any buses would be along that night. They moved into the shadows of an abandoned cinder-block building across the street from the cafe and stood there, shifting from foot to foot to keep warm. It feels more like December than early October, whispered Kate after 10 or 12 minutes had passed. O'Rourke leaned closer. Kate could smell the soap and shaving cream scent of his cheek above the neatly trimmed beard. You haven't sampled a Hungarian or Romanian winter, he whispered. Trust me, this is a mild October in Eastern Europe. They heard the train start up and move out of the station with much venting of steam and clashing of cars. A minute later, a police car moved slowly down the highway, but Kate and O'Rourke were far back in the shadows, and the vehicle did not pause. I think maybe Voyevode Chalba decided that 400 was enough, Kate whispered a moment later. Her hands were shaking with cold and frustration. What do we do if... O'Rourke touched her gloved hand. The van was old and battered, one headlight askew so that it illuminated fields instead of the highway, and it pulled into the closed cafe's parking lot and blinked its lights twice. Onward, whispered O'Rourke. Voyevode Nicolo Chalba drove them only 10 or so kilometers from Bucharest before leaving the paved highway and bouncing down a rutted lane, past a huddle of gypsy caravan wagons that Kate recognized from storybooks, and then down to the edge of a gully where the rough track ended. Come, he said, his gold teeth gleaming in the glow from a flashlight he held. We walk now. Kate stumbled and almost fell twice during the steep descent. She had the insane image of walking all the way into Romania through this boulder-strewn darkness. But then they reached the bottom of the gully. Voyevode Chalba turned off the flashlight, and before her eyes could adapt, a dozen shielded headlights were turned on. Kate blinked. 6 almost new Land Rovers were parked under camouflage netting hung from wooden poles. 20 or more men, most dressed like Chalba in heavy sheepskin coats and tall hats, sat in the vehicles or lounged against them. All eyes were on Kate and O'Rourke. One of the men came forward, a tall, thin man with no beard or mustache. He wore a heavy wool blazer with a ragged sweater beneath it. "My Chabo, son," said Voyevode Chaba. "Balan." "Pleased to meet you," said Balan with a vaguely British accent. "Sorry I wasn't able to accompany my father to the meeting last night." He extended his hand. Kate thought that there was something salesmanlike in the handshake. Voyevode Chaba showed his gold grin and nodded, as if proud of his son's language ability. "Please," said Balan, holding open the door of the lead Land Rover. "It is not a long voyage, but it is a slow one, and we must be many kilometers from the border by sunrise." He took their bags from them and tossed the luggage in the rear of the vehicle as Kate and O'Rourke clambered into the back seat. The other men had gotten in their Land Rovers with a great banging of doors. Engines roared. Kate watched as women in long robes appeared from the rocks and pulled down the poles and camouflage netting with practiced speed. Balan sat behind the wheel, his father in the leather passenger seat, as their vehicle led the way down the gully and then out onto a flatter stretch of river valley. There was no road. Kate glanced over her shoulder, but the other Land Rover's headlights were almost completely covered with black tape, allowing only a thin crescent of light to escape. The restroom on the Orient Express had been miserable, one of the filthiest lavatories Kate had ever seen in her travels. But after a mile or two of kidney-jarring, spine-prodding travel, she was very glad that she had used it before reaching Lukashaza. It would be embarrassing to have this caravan stop while she ran behind some boulder. Kate was half asleep, the rhythmic bouncing and jarring almost hypnotic now, when Balan said, "If I may be so bold to ask, why do you choose to enter the people's paradise in such a manner?" Kate tried to think of something clever and failed. She tried to think of something merely misleading, but her mind had moved beyond fatigue to some region where thought flowed like cold molasses. "We're not sure we'd be welcomed properly via the usual routes," said O'Rourke. Kate could feel his leg against hers in the cramped rear bench. There were boxes piled on the floor and seat next to him. "Ah," said Balan, as if that explained everything. "We know that feeling." O'Rourke rubbed his cheek. "Have things gotten better for the Rom since the revolution in Romania?" Balan glanced at his father, and both men looked over their shoulders at the priest. "You know our name for ourselves?" said Balan. "I've read Miklosic's research," said O'Rourke. His voice sounded ragged with fatigue. "And I've been to India, where the Romany language probably originated." Balan chuckled. "My sister's name is Kali, an ancient gypsy name. The man who wishes to purchase her for a wife is named Angar, also an honorable gypsy name. India. Yes." "What do you usually smuggle?" asked Kate. She realized too late that it was not a diplomatic question, but she was too tired to care. Balan chuckled again. "We smuggle whatever will bring us the best price in Timișoara, Sibiu, and Bucharest. In the past we have smuggled gold, Bibles, condoms, cameras, guns, Scotch whiskey. Right now we are carrying X-rated videotapes from Germany. They are very popular in Bucharest, these tapes." Kate glanced at the boxes next to O'Rourke and under their bags in the back. Voyevode Chaba said something in rapid-fire Magyar. "Father said that we have frequently smuggled people out of Romania," added Balan. "This is the first time we have smuggled anyone in." They were crossing rolling pasture land. The dim lights illuminated only the slightest trace of ruts between rocks and eroded gullies. "And this route is secure?" said O'Rourke. "From the border guards, I mean." Balan laughed softly. "It is secure only as far as the baksheesh we pay makes it secure." They bounced along in silence for what seemed like hours. It began to rain, first as an icy drizzle and then hard enough that Balan turned on the single wiper blade in front of him. Kate snapped awake as the Land Rover suddenly bounced to a stop. "Silence," said Balan. He and Voyevode Chaba stepped out and closed the doors without slamming them. Kate craned, but could barely make out the other vehicles pulled in behind low shrubs. A river was nearby. She could not see it in the dark, but could hear the water running. She cranked down her window, and the cold air lifted a little of the fog of fatigue that hung over her. "Listen," whispered O'Rourke. She heard it then, some sort of massive diesel engine. 60 feet above them, an armored vehicle suddenly came into sight along a highway or railway bridge. A searchlight joggled on its forward carapace, but it did not sweep left or right. Kate had not even known the bridge was there in the rain and darkness. "Armored personnel carrier," whispered the priest. "Russian-built." Another vehicle, some sort of jeep, followed, its headlights illuminating the gray flank of the armored car ahead of it. Kate could see the rain as silver stripes in the headlight beams. One of the men in the open door of the jeep was smoking. She could see the orange glow. "They must see us," she thought. The two vehicles rumbled on, the sound of the diesel audible for a minute or more. Voyevode Chalba and Balan got back in the Land Rover. Without speaking, the young man engaged the four-wheel drive, and they bounced down into the river itself. The water rose only to the hubs. They rocked and teetered along on unseen rocks, passing under the bridge. Kate could see barbed wire running down to the water to their right and left, and then the fence was behind them in the darkness, and then they were roaring up a grade so steep that the Land Rover spun wheels, slid, and almost rolled before Balan found traction and brought them over the lip of the bank. "Romania," Balan said softly. "Our motherland." He leaned out his open window and spat. Kate did sleep for what might have been hours, awakening only when the Land Rover stopped again. For a terrible second she did not know where she was or who she was, but then the sadness and memory rolled over like a black wave. Tom, Julie, Chandra, Joshua. O'Rourke steadied her with a strong hand on her knee. "Get out," said Balan. There was something new and sharp-edged in his voice. "Are we there?" asked Kate, but stopped when she saw the automatic pistol in the gypsy's hand. The sky was growing lighter as Balan led O'Rourke and her away from the Land Rovers. A dozen of the other men stood there in a circle, their dark forms made huge by the large sheepskin jackets and caps. Voyevode Chalba was speaking rapidly to his son in a mixture of Magyar, Romanian, and Romany, but Kate followed none of it. If O'Rourke understood it, he did not look happy at what he heard. Balan snapped something back in sharp Romanian, and the older man grew still. Balan lifted the pistol and pointed it at the priest. "Your money," he said. O'Rourke nodded to Kate, and she handed over the envelope with the other $1,600 in it. Balan counted it quickly and then tossed it to his father. "All your money, quickly." Kate was thinking about all the cash in the lining of her carry-on bag, more than $12,000 in American bills. She was reaching for the bag when O'Rourke said, "You don't want to do this." Balan smiled, and the gleam of his real teeth was more eerie than his father's gold grin. "Oh, but we do," said the thin gypsy. He said something in Magyar, and the men in the circle laughed. O'Rourke stopped Kate from opening the bag with a touch of his hand on her wrist. "This woman is hunting for her child," he said. Balan stared, impassive. "She was careless to mislay him." O'Rourke took a step closer to the gypsy. "Her child was stolen." Balan shrugged. "We are the Rom. Many of our children are stolen. We have stolen many children ourselves. It is no concern of ours." "Her child was stolen by the Strigoi," said O'Rourke. "The Prikulich, Vrokolak." There was a subtle stirring in the circle of men, as if a colder wind had blown down the river valley. Balan racked the slide of the automatic pistol. The sound was very loud to Kate. "If the Strigoi have her child," the gypsy said softly, "her child is dead." O'Rourke took another step closer to the man. "Her child is Strigoi," he said. "Devil," whispered Voyevode Chalba, and raised two fingers toward Kate. "When we meet our friends in Chisinau Creech, we will pay you an extra $1,000 because of the danger you have faced tonight," said O'Rourke. Balan sneered. "We leave your bodies here, and we have all of your money." O'Rourke nodded slowly. "And you will have shown that the Rom are without honor." He waited half a minute before going on. The only sound was the unseen river gurgling behind them. and you will have given the Strigoi and the nomenklatura bureaucrats who serve them a victory. If you let us go, we will steal the child from the Strigoi." Balan looked at Kate, looked at the priest, and then said something to his father. Voyevode Chalba replied in firm Magyar. Balan tucked the automatic pistol out of sight in his rumpled blazer. 1,000 American dollars cash, he said. As if they had just stopped so that everyone could stretch their legs, the men returned to their vehicles. Kate found that her hands were shaking as she and O'Rourke followed Balan and his father back to the car. "What is a Strigoi?" she whispered. Later. O'Rourke's lips were moving as the Land Rover began rolling toward the weak sunrise, and Kate realized that he was praying. The village of Chișinău-Criș lay on Romania's East 671 highway north of Arad, but the Land Rovers did not go beyond the edge of the city. Lucian's blue Dacia was waiting at the boarded-up church on the west side of town, just where he said he would be. There was enough light to see the young man's grin as he saw Kate. O'Rourke paid the gypsies while Kate was engulfed in Lucian's hug. Then he shook the priest's hand vigorously and hugged Kate again. "Hey, cool! You really did it! You got in with the gypsy smugglers! Outstanding!" Kate leaned against the Dacia and watched the Land Rovers bounce back into the wooded countryside. She caught a final glimpse of Voyevode Chalba's gold grin. Then she looked at Lucian. The young medical student's haircut was more severe, almost punk, and he was wearing an Oakland Raiders baseball jacket. "Did you have a good trip?" asked Lucian. Kate crawled into the back seat of the Dacia as Lucian dropped into the driver's seat and O'Rourke tossed the luggage in the rear. "I'm going to sleep until we get to Bucharest," she said, laying her head on the cracked vinyl of the seat. "You drive." Chapter 24. Kate was on the Orient Express again, but she could not remember how she got there or why. The compartment was even smaller than the one they had ridden in from Budapest to Lukascháza, and this one did not even have a window. She and O'Rourke were squeezed together even more tightly than before, their legs all but interlocked as he sat across from her on the low shelf. The bunk she sat on was larger, however, and it was made up with the gold duvet cover and oversized pillows that she and Tom had bought in Santa Fe years ago. And the compartment was warmer than before, much warmer. She and O'Rourke said nothing as the motion of the train rocked them back and forth and from side to side. With each motion, their legs touched more fully, first their knees, then the inside of their knees, and finally their thighs, not rubbing against one another of their own volition, but making contact passively, inexorably, insistently, through the gentle rocking of the train. Kate was very warm. She was wearing not the wool trousers she had actually traveled in, but a light tan skirt she had treasured in high school. The skirt had ridden up as their legs rubbed. She realized that each time she rocked forward, her knee lightly brushed Father O'Rourke's groin, and each time the rhythm of the train rocked him forward, his denim-clad leg brushed gently up her inner thigh until his knee almost touched her there as well. His eyes were closed, although she knew that he was not asleep. "It's warm," she said, and took off the blouse her mother had made for her when she entered junior high at a private Boston academy. There was a rap at the carved wooden door, and the conductor came in to collect their tickets. Kate was not embarrassed that she was wearing only a bra and that her skirt was hiked up to her hips. After all, it was their cramped and overheated compartment, but she was a bit surprised to notice that the conductor was Voyevode Chalba. The gypsy punched their tickets, winked at her, and showed his gold teeth. Kate heard the lock click shut when he left. Father O'Rourke had not opened his eyes while the gypsy conductor was in the room, and Kate was sure that the priest was praying. Then Mike O'Rourke did open his eyes, and she was sure that he had not been praying. There was no upper bunk, merely the queen-sized lower berth. Kate sank back into the pillows as O'Rourke stood, leaned forward, and laid his body half atop hers. His eyes were very gray and very intense. She wondered what her own eyes were revealing as O'Rourke rolled her skirt the final few inches to her waist and deftly slid her underpants down her thighs, past her knees, off her ankles. She did not remember him undressing, but now realized that he was wearing only jockey shorts. Kate set her fingers in O'Rourke's hair and pulled his face closer to hers. Are priests allowed to kiss? She whispered, suddenly fearful that she would get him in trouble with his bishop, who was riding in the next compartment. It's all right, he whispered back, his breath sweet on her cheek. It's Friday. Kate loved feeling his mouth on hers. She let her tongue slide between his teeth at the same instant she felt him grow hard against her thigh. Still kissing him, she lowered both hands to his sides, slid fingers beneath the elastic of his shorts, and tugged out and down with a movement so smooth that it was as if both had rehearsed it for years. She did not have to guide him. There was the slightest second of hesitation, and then the slow, warm moment of his entering and her encircling him. Kate ran her hand down his muscled back and spread her palm on the warm crease of his buttocks, pulling him closer even when he could come no closer. The train continued to rock them so that neither had to move, merely surrender to the gentle swinging of their bed in the car on the clacking rails as the rocking grew quicker, the moist warmth more insistent, the gentle friction more urgent. Kate had just opened her mouth to whisper Mike O'Rourke's name when the door slid open with the crack of the broken lock, and Voyevode Chauba stepped in with his golden grin. Behind him were 4 of the night men dressed in black hoods. Someone was shaking her by the arm. Kate awoke slowly, each sense responding sluggishly, sense impressions arriving separately like tourists with watches tuned to different time zones. For a moment she was awake and technically aware, but also totally disoriented, her mind stranded in that egoless void which the mind allows for only scant seconds upon awakening from the deepest of sleeps. Lucian was bending over her, his youthful face illuminated by the small oil lamp he carried. "It's time to go to the Arab Student Union," he whispered. Then he set the lamp down and left her small room. Kate sat up, feeling tiredness pull at her even as the physical echoes of her dream grew fainter and fled. She could not quite remember. Something about Tom? Or had it been O'Rourke or Lucian? The cold air in the dark room made her shiver. Memory pressed on her like a cold and unwelcome suitor. Tom, Julie, Joshua. She felt the pain of her left arm, and the air was suddenly rank with the smell of smoke and ashes. Sorrow threatened to push her into the cold darkness that surrounded her. The memories of the past few weeks were not discrete images, but a single inseparable mass with a terrible weight which she kept at bay only by concentrating on the next thing that had to be done. The Arab Student Union. As full consciousness returned, Kate remembered that it was not her first night in Bucharest, despite the strangeness of the basement room she was sleeping in, but her third. It was raining. Pellets of sleet pounded against the small window set high on the wall. She remembered now that it had been raining for each of the 3 days and nights she had been back in Bucharest. She looked down and realized that she had fallen asleep that afternoon in her corduroy pants and dark sweater. There was a small, frameless piece of mirrored glass propped on the battered dresser near the door, and Kate used it to pull a brush through her hair until she finally gave up. She slung a purse over her shoulder and went to join Lucian in the other room. The medical student had found Kate and O'Rourke a basement apartment on a narrow street in an old section west of Chishmiju Gardens. The apartment consisted of Kate's tiny bedroom and the rough-walled sitting room where O'Rourke slept on a couch during the few hours he was there. The toilet upstairs was private in the sense that no one lived on the ground floor or first floor because of renovations, although Kate had seen no workers or signs of recent work on the gutted rooms up there. The massive metal radiators in the basement were as cold and dead as steel sculptures. The only heat came from a small coal-burning fireplace in Kate's bedroom. Lucian had brought a heavy sack of coal along with a warning that the burning of it was still illegal, and Kate tried to restrict her need for warmth to 1 lump in the morning while getting dressed and to a tiny fire in the evening. It was very cold. Kate was still shivering as Lucian led her out to the dacia. "Where's O'Rourke?" she asked. The priest had left shortly after breakfast that morning without saying where he was going. Lucian shrugged. "Probably still hunting for Popescu." Kate nodded. The inaction during the past 3 days had driven her close to madness. She had not been sure what they would find upon returning to Bucharest, a clue perhaps, some sign of Joshua's forced return, but in the absence of any immediate clue she had done little but huddle in the basement rooms while O'Rourke made forays into the city. It made sense on the face of it. Neither of them had visas. The assumption was that the authorities were on the lookout for her, and they could not go to the American Embassy, UNICEF, the WHO, or any other familiar organizations for help. But O'Rourke could use the few local Catholic churches and the Bucharest headquarters for the single Franciscan order in Romania to make contacts. And their first goal had been to find Mr. Popescu, the administrator of the hospital where Kate had worked and discovered Joshua. There was no compelling reason to believe that the greasy little administrator was part of the plot to kidnap her adopted child, but finding Popescu was a place to start. But O'Rourke had not found him. Queries from priest friends at the hospital had resulted only in the information that Popescu was on leave, and the frustration after 3 days was driving Kate out of hiding, if not actually to the brink of insanity. The Dacia started after much fiddling with the choke, and they bounced out onto the bricks of Boulevardul Schitu Magiranu along the west side of Chismigiu Gardens. Despite the fact that it was only the second week in October, most of the trees bordering the street were bare of leaves. The icy rain pelted against the windshield, and only the wiper on the driver's side worked, squeegeeing back and forth with the screech of a single, long fingernail against the blackboard. "Tell me again about the Arab Student Union," said Kate. Lucian glanced at her. His face was mottled with shadow streaks from the occasional streetlight shining through the rain-splattered windshield. There were few functional streetlights in Bucharest this autumn, but the Dacia had come onto the wide Boulevardul Gheorghe Gheorghidej, and there was some light here. The avenue was all but empty. "The Arabs attend the university on full scholarship," said Lucian, "but almost none of them go to classes. They spend their years here changing money and being brokers in the black market. The Arab Student Union is the center for much of this." Kate tried to peer out at the street, but the windshield in front of her was a shifting mass of icy rain. She glanced at the dark canal on her right as they turned onto the even broader avenue of Splaul Independenței. The incredible mass of the unfinished presidential palace was just visible across rubbled fields and behind tall fences. There were 1 or 2 lights on in the huge structure, but these only served to accentuate the hopeless and inhuman scale of the place. Kate shivered. "And the guy we're seeing might know something about Joshua?" Lucian shrugged. "My contacts say that Amati keeps tabs on the nomenclatura. He certainly serves their needs when they deal with the black market. It may be worth our time talking to him." Lucian glanced at her. "It's foolish for you to come along, though, Kate. I want to talk to him," said Kate. Her tone left no room for debate. Lucian shrugged again. He pointed out the university medical school as they drove past it, and they turned north again, past a row of dilapidated dormitories, then down a long alley lined with dark and decaying Stalinist apartment blocks. Ragged curtains blew from shattered windows, and there were holes in the masonry large enough for a person to step through. The rain had let up a bit, and Kate could see large rats fleeing from the beam of the headlights. The entrance to the building they stopped in front of had a torn steel mesh dangling from the doorway. "These are empty, aren't they?" asked Kate. Lucian shook his head. "No, these are the Arab dormitories." Kate cranked down her window and could make out a feeble glow of what might be lantern light behind some of the tattered curtains. Lucian pointed toward a lower building with no windows, its walls and single doorway spray-painted with graffiti. "That's the Student Union. Amati said that he would meet us there." There were no lights in the foyer or outside corridor. Lucian flicked on a lighter, and Kate could make out chipped and filthy tile and an inner hallway almost filled with cardboard boxes and crates. Following Lucian as he squeezed past the crates, she realized that the boxes were marked Panasonic and Nike and Sony and Levi's. At the end of the corridor was a closed metal door. Lucian rapped twice, waited a second, and then rapped once. The door squeaked open, and Lucian clicked the lighter shut and stepped aside to let Kate go first. The room was large, at least 20 meters square, and the perimeter was stacked with more cartons and boxes. Dining tables and plastic chairs lay tossed in a heap to one side, and only a single table with a lantern on it was set out near the far end of the room. The dark and bearded man who had opened the door for them
gestured toward the table and stepped back into the shadows. 3 men sat at the table. 2 were obviously enforcer types, leather coats, necks broader than their skulls, flat stares. But the third was a small man with a poor excuse for a beard and acne scars visible even at a distance. He beckoned Kate and Lucian to the table. "Sit," he said in English and waved them toward 2 folding chairs. Kate remained standing. "This is Amati," said Lucian. "He and I have done business before." The little man grinned, showing very white teeth. "A Sony Discman, an Onkyo stereo receiver, 5 pairs of 501 Levi's, 4 pairs of Nike shoes, including the new Nike Air Cross trainers, a subscription to Playboy magazine. Yes, we have done business." Lucian made a face. "You have a good memory." The young Arab's gaze moved to Kate. "You are American." It was not a question, and Kate did not try to answer. "What would you like to buy, madame? Money, perhaps? I can give you a rate of 250 lei to the dollar. Compare that to the official rate of 65 lei to $1 American." Kate shook her head. "I want to buy information." Amati raised an eyebrow. "Good information is always a scarce commodity." Kate shifted her purse. "I'm willing to pay for this particular commodity. Lucian says that you serve the nomenclatura." Amati's eyebrow had remained arched. Now he smiled slightly. "In this country, madame, everyone serves the nomenclatura." Kate took a step closer to the table. "I have reason to believe that members of the nomenclatura have kidnapped my adopted child and brought him from America to Bucharest, or at least to Romania. I want to find him." For a long moment Amati did not blink. Finally he said, "And why, in this land of too many unwanted children, why would anyone, nomenclatura or peasant, steal another child?" Kate held the young man's gaze. The light made it seem as if his irises were completely black. "I'm not sure why. My son, Joshua, was born in Romania a year ago. Although he was an orphan, someone wanted him back. Someone important. Someone with the money and power to send their agents to America. If you have heard about a child brought back here, I will pay for the information." Amati steepled his fingers. The 2 men seated beside him stared impassively. The room was very quiet and smelled of cooking spices and strong aftershave lotion. "I know of no such child," Amati said slowly, "but I have a client who is very high in the, how shall we say it, the unofficial nomenclatura. If anyone had knowledge of such an improbable event, my client would be that person." Kate waited. She was marginally aware of Lucian trying to catch her eye, but she kept her gaze locked with the young Arab students. He spoke first. "My client is a very powerful man," he said softly. "Giving you his name would entail much risk on my part." Kate waited another 30 seconds before saying, "How much?" 10,000, Amati said, his face impassive. 10,000 American dollars. Kate shook her head almost sadly. "This information is not the commodity I need. It guarantees me nothing. This man may know nothing about my child." Amati shrugged. "I would pay 500 American dollars for his name," said Kate, "to show my willingness to do business with an honest man such as yourself. Then, if other information became available to you, information of some real value, we would discuss such serious amounts." Amati took out a matchbook, opened the cover, and cleaned between his side teeth. His gaze darted toward his companions for an instant. "Perhaps I have understated the importance of this person," he said. "Few others, if any, know that he is a member of the nomenclatura. Yet he is so highly placed that no action of the nomenclatura occurs without this person's approval." Kate took a breath. "Is this man, then, a member of the Strigoi as well as the nomenclatura? The Prikulici?" She struggled to keep her voice level. "Vrkolak?" Amati blinked and lowered the matchbook. He snapped something in Romanian at Lucian. Kate heard the word Strigoi. Lucian shook his head and said nothing.
What do you know of the voyevode Strigoi? Amati demanded of her. In truth, Kate knew nothing. When she had asked O'Rourke the meaning of the Romanian and Slavic words he had used when bargaining with the gypsies for their money and lives, the priest had answered, Strigoi translates roughly as warlocks, although it also implies evil spirits, vile ghosts, or vampires. Prikulicha and Vrkolak are Romanian and Slavonic for vampires. When Kate had pressed O'Rourke on why the naming of these words had impressed the gypsies, the priest had said only, The Rome are superstitious folk. Despite rumors that they have served the Strigoi for centuries, they fear these mythical rulers of Transylvania. You heard Voyevode Chalba say devil when I suggested that Joshua was of the Strigoi. And he gave me the sign to ward off the evil eye, Kate had said, and then he let us go. O'Rourke had only nodded. Amati stood up and smashed his palm flat on the table, shaking Kate out of her reverie. I asked, what do you know of the Voyevode Strigoi, woman? Kate resisted the urge to flinch in the face of the young Arab's intensity. I think they have stolen my child, she said, her voice steady, and I will have him back. Amati glared at her a long minute and then laughed, the sound echoing off cement walls. Very well, he said. In the face of such courage, you will have the person's name for $500 American, and we shall do further business in the future, if you live. He laughed again. Kate counted out the $500 and held it until Amati took a cross fountain pen from his pocket and wrote a name and address on a slip of paper. Lucian looked at the name, glanced at Kate, and nodded. Kate released the money. Amati walked them to the door. Tell your American friend the old Romanian proverb, he said to Lucian. Capelul cu mi molta, moaza romana, cu burlicul ne tiat. Lucian nodded and led the way down the dark corridor. In the Dacia, with the rain falling heavily again, Kate let out a breath. You recognize the name he wrote? Yeah, said Lucian, his usual smile absent. He's well known in Bucharest. My father knew him. And you think he might actually be a member of the secret nomenclatura? Lucian started to shrug, but visibly stopped himself. I don't know, Kate. I just don't know. But it gives us a place to start. She nodded. And what was the proverb that Amati threw at me? Lucian started the car and rubbed his cheek. Capelul cu mai multe, moaze romana, cu buricul ne tiat. It's sort of like, what is it? Too many cooks spoil the soup? Only this one translates as, a child with too many midwives remains with his navel string uncut. Ha ha, said Kate. They drove back through the empty streets in silence. O'Rourke was waiting in the cold and shadowed basement room when they entered. He looked red-eyed and unshaven, although still dressed in his black priest suit and Roman collar. He sat sprawled in the sprung armchair and only stared at Lucian as the two bustled around to light the coal fire in the other room and put a pan of soup on the hot plate. Did you find Popescu? Asked Kate. No. I was in Târgovişte all day. Târgovişte? Then Kate remembered that the city about 50 miles northwest of Bucharest had been the site of the orphanage from which Joshua had been transferred. Did you find anything? Yes, said O'Rourke. His voice was thick with fatigue. The officials at the orphanage still don't have any information about Joshua's parents. He was found in the alley near the orphanage. Too bad, said Lucian, tasting the soup with a wooden spoon. He made a face. I hope you two like your swill on the bland side. But I did bribe a custodian there to give me a description of the two men who arranged Joshua's transfer from Târgovişte to Bucharest, said the priest. The custodian could describe the two men because they came in person to make the transfer. And? Said Kate. She pulled the slip of paper from her coat pocket. If the gods were kind, Lucian would be able to tell if the man named there matched this description. One was middle-aged, short, overweight, officious, with slicked-back hair and a penchant for Camel cigarettes. Popescu, said Kate. Yes, said O'Rourke. The man with Popescu was young, also Romanian, but with a flawless American accent. The custodian said that he heard the younger man joke in English with the orphanage administrator. He said that this younger man wore expensive Western jeans, Levi's, and the kind of American running shoe with a curving wave on the side, Nikes. He and Popescu drove Joshua away in a blue Dacia. Kate turned and stared at Lucian. The young man set the wooden spoon back in the soup. "Hey," he said. "Hey! There are a million blue Dacias in this country." O'Rourke stood up. "My custodian eavesdropped on part of the conversation while they were getting Joshua ready to travel," he said softly. The young Romanian with the flawless American English said that he was a medical student. The joke in English was that if he couldn't find a rich American to buy the baby, he would sell the child to the vivisectionist at the University Medical School. Lucian backed away from the hot plate toward the door. Kate blocked his way. "The custodian said that Popescu called the younger man by name when they were counting the money to bribe the orphanage administrator," said O'Rourke. "He called him Lucian." Dreams of Blood and Iron. My life now consists almost totally of whispers and dreams. The dreams are of days and enemies long dead. The whispers in the hall and on the stairs and in my very room, as if I were here only as a corpse, are of the recovery of the child for the investiture ceremony. The whispers are smug now. They speak of their cleverness in recovering the baby. They do not talk of how the child was lost or which enemies abducted him. They cannot imagine or do not seem to remember what terrifying wrath would have descended on them, what terrible tolls of punishment would have been extracted, were I the Vlad of old confronted with such knowledge of my underlings' incompetence. It does not matter. I am not the Vlad of old. The slow erosion and certain tempering of decades and centuries have seen to that. But my dreams are memories untouched for several of those centuries, and in my dreams I am seeing myself for the first time. I listen to the whispers as the final details of the ceremony are planned, as my family argues amongst itself as to whether their father can be present in his dying and detached state. But even as I eavesdrop on these whispers, it is the dreams that compel my attention. Frederick III's poet laureate, Michael Beheim, has written of my encounter in 1461 with 3 barefoot Benedictine monks, Brother Hans the Porter, Brother Michael, and Brother Jakob. Beheim heard the story from the 3rd monk, Brother Jakob, and their distorted version has been written, quoted, and retold for 5 centuries. Poet Beheim's impartiality might be discerned from his original title for the poem as he sang it to the Holy Roman Emperor in 1463, story of a bloodthirsty madman called Dracula of Wallachia. Few have ever bothered to challenge Brother Jakob's account through poet Beheim's pen. None have ever heard the entire account, until now. The circumstances were thus. In those days the Bishop of Ljubljana, Sigismund of Lamberg, seized on the popular assumption that the monks in the Slovenian abbey of Gorion in the city of Gornjgrad had adopted the outlawed reforms of St. Bernard, and used that excuse to drive the monks from the monastery in order to make the property his own. 3 of those monks, Brother Hans the Porter, Brother Michael, and Brother Jakob, fled across the Danube north to a Franciscan monastery in my capital city of Târgoviște. Even though I was later forced to convert to Catholicism for political reasons, I hated that vile religion then, and I care nothing more for it now. The Church was merely a rival power in those days, and a ruthless one, despite its attempts to cloak its grasping, clutching machinations in the guise of piety. I doubt that it has changed, and the Franciscans were the worst. Their monastery in Târgoviște was a thorn in my side which I tolerated because the act of plucking it out would cause more political pain than the relief the extraction merited. The common people loved their fawning, praying, fasting Franciscans, even as the monks bled the people dry with their alms and tithings and ceaseless whining for more money. The church in Wallachia, then, especially that damned Franciscan monastery, which, unaccountably, despite my best efforts of the day, still stands in Târgoviște today, was a parasite growing bloated and sated on blood money, which would have served my kingdom better had it come to me. The Franciscans could not stand the Benedictines in those days, and I suspect that they sheltered the 3 fleeing Benedictine monks merely to further irritate me. And it did. I encountered Brother Jacob, Brother Michael, and Brother Hans the porter a mile or so from their monastery as I returned to my palace from a hunt. Their less than deferential manner irritated me, and I commanded the one called Michael, the tallest of the 3, to appear at an audience in my palace that very afternoon. Beheim relates that I frightened the monk with a harsh interrogation, but in truth the skinny friar and I had a pleasant chat over warm ale. I was soft-spoken and courteous, revealing nothing of my inherent distaste for his corrupt religion. My questions were mere polite theological probings. Brother Michael warmed to his proselytizing as the ale warmed his guts, although I could see the alarmed squint of his ferret-like little eyes as my questions grew personal. "So the burdens of this life are merely an unpleasant prelude to the promise of the next life?" I asked softly.
"Oh, yes, my lord," the skinny monk hurried to agree. "Our Savior has affirmed this."
"Then," I continued, pouring more ale for the man, "someone who serves to shorten that burdensome period by hurrying the suffering mortal to his reward before he can accumulate more sins might be seen as being a benefactor?" Brother Michael could not hide a slight frown as he lowered his lips to his ale, but the slurping sound he made might have been taken as affirmation. I chose to interpret it so. "Then," I went on, "some poor servant of the Lord, such as myself, who has sent many hundreds of souls, some say thousands, on to their reward before sin could further blacken their chances, would you say that I am a savior of those souls?" Brother Michael moistened his already moist lips. Perhaps he had heard of my sometimes mischievous sense of humor, or perhaps the ale was beginning to affect him. Whatever the reason, he could not quite muster a smile, although he tried.
"One might suggest that possibility, sire," he said at last. "I am only a poor monk, unused to the rigors of logic or the demands of apologetics."
I opened my hands and smiled. "As you say, if we accept that premise," I said cordially, "then it stands to reason that someone such as myself, who has helped thousands of souls shrug off their earthly burdens, why, that someone would have to be considered a saint for all of the souls he has saved before sin could damn their chances. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Michael?" The skinny friar licked his wet lips again and looked even more like a ferret who has just discovered that a cage has been lowered over him while he was distracted.
A saint, my lord? Certainly it might be posited, but, well, my lord, sainthood is a difficult and delicate proposition to, prove, and,
I decided to take pity on the panicked man. "Tell me this, then," I said, my voice sharpening a bit. "Could someone such as I, even if not guaranteed sainthood, find salvation through Jesus Christ?" Brother Michael almost burbled in his relief at being asked this question.
"Oh, yes, sire. Salvation is yours just as it is every man's. Our Lord and Savior has extended his mercy through his death on the cross, and that mercy cannot be denied if the petitioner is truly penitent and wishes to change that is, sire, if the penitent sinner wishes to walk in the grace of our Lord's teachings and commandments."
I nodded. "And your fellow monks, of course, would express the same opinions on my chances for salvation?" Again the ferret squint. Finally he managed to say, "All of my fellow brothers know the teachings of Jesus and the power of God's mercy, sire." I smiled, sincerely this time, and ordered the skinny friar to stay put while we called for his companions. The evening shadows were long across the stone floor when I put the questions to Brother Hans the porter, a smaller, stouter man whose tonsure looked like it had been administered by a gardener's shears. "Sir Monk," I said, "you know who I am?" "Of course," said the little man, while his 2 companions looked on with some anxiety. It was obvious that this was the fanatic of the group. His eyes were unafraid and tinged with the flames of righteousness. There was no deference in his voice, none in his posture. I chose to ignore the absence of courtesy in his not using the traditional sire or my lord in addressing me. "You know my reputation?" I said. "Yes." "You know that it is true?" The small monk shrugged. if you say it is so."
"It is true," I said softly. From the corner of my eye I could see Brother Michael blanch. Brother Jacob, who indeed looked like a Jew, was very pale and very impassive. "It is true," I continued in the same conversational tones, "that I have tortured and murdered thousands of people, most of them guilty of no overt act against me or my regime. Many of my victims have been women, many of them pregnant women, and many were young children. I have tortured, beheaded, and impaled many such so-called innocent women and children. Do you know why this is so, Brother Hans the Porter?"
"No."
The portly little monk stood with his hands clasped loosely in front of him, his legs apart as if standing easily to hear some peasant's confession. There seemed only slight interest in his face. "It is so because just as Jesus was a good shepherd, I am a good gardener," I said. "When one must cut the weeds out of one's garden, one must not only pull out the weeds at the surface. A good gardener is compelled to dig deep to eradicate the roots which grow far underground, and which threaten to spawn new weeds in seasons yet to come. Is this not so, Brother Hans the Porter?" The monk looked at me for a long moment. Despite his portly appearance, his face was strong in bone and muscle. "I am not a gardener," he said at last. "I am a servant of our Lord Jesus." I sighed. "Then answer me this, servant of your Lord Jesus," I said, trying to keep the asperity out of my voice. "Given that all that is said about me is true, that thousands of innocent women and children have died at my hand or my command, I command you to tell me my fate after death." Brother Hans the Porter did not hesitate. His voice was calm.
"You will go to hell," he said, "if hell will have you. Were I Satan, I think I could not stomach your presence, even though the screams of the tormented damned souls are said to be like music to Satan's ears. But you would understand Satan's preferences much better than I." It was difficult for me to hide a smile. I envisioned the talk at my court and other courts when I sent these 3 friars away with their donkeys laden with wealth for their abbeys. I admire courage in my enemies. "So you think I am not a saint?" I said softly. Then Brother Hans the Porter made a mistake. "I think you are mad," he said in his deep, soft, somewhat sad voice. "And I take pity on the fact that madness has led you to eternal damnation." At this comment my good humor fled. I called my guards and had them hold Brother Hans the Porter while I took an iron stake and impaled the man. Foregoing the relative mercy of impaling him between his fat buttocks, I drove short spikes through his ears and eyes, and a longer one down his throat. He was still writhing when I drove a large metal nail through his feet and had him hoisted by a cable to hang head down, like a piece of market poultry. I called in my court to witness this. Then, while Brother Michael and Brother Jacob stood pale and staring, I called for Brother Hans the Porter's donkey and had the animal impaled on a great iron stake there in the court. The operation was loud and not as simple as it sounds. When it was finished, I turned to Brother Jacob. "You have heard your companion's opinions on the chances of my salvation," I said. "Now, what is your opinion on this matter?" Brother Jacob threw himself face first onto the stone floor in an attitude of total supplication. Brother Michael joined him there a second later. "Please, my lord," quaked Brother Jacob, his hands extended and clasped so tightly that they were as white as virgin vellum. "Mercy, my lord! I beg mercy, in the name of God!" I strode over the floor until my boots touched each man's cheek. "In whose name?" I roared. Not all of the anger was feigned. I was still irked at Brother Hans the Porter's final remarks before his confidence had turned to anguished screams. Brother Michael had the quicker wit. "In your name, my lord, we ask mercy in the blessed name of Vlad Dracula. In your name we beseech you." I could hear the reverence in both voices as their pleas found a focus. I lifted my boot onto Brother Jacob's neck. "And to whom will you pray henceforth when you wish either mercy or divine intervention?" "To our Lord Dracula," gasped Brother Jacob. I shifted balance and set my boot on Brother Michael's neck. "And who is the only power in the universe who has the power to answer or deny your prayers?" "My Lord Dracula."
managed Brother Michael, the air going out of him like bad wind out of an old wine bladder as I trod more heavily on his spine. There was a moment where there was no sound in the crowded court except for the dripping of blood from Brother Hans and his donkey. Then I lifted my boot off Brother Michael's neck and walked slowly away, finally dropping languorously onto my throne. "You will leave my city and my country tonight," I said. "You may take your animals and as much food for the voyage as you wish. If my soldiers find you within Walachia's or Transylvania's borders when the sun rises 3 mornings from now, you will pray to your new God, that is to say, to me, that you could have died as easily as Brother Hans the Porter or his braying ass. Now go, and spread the word of Vlad Dracula's infinite mercy." They went, but based upon the lies Brother Jacob later dictated to the all-too-eager-to-slander poet Michael Beheim, they had not learned their lesson adequately. But those at court that day had, as had the Franciscan friars who stayed behind in their monastery in Târgoviște. They were sullen in there behind their cloistered walls, but they were increasingly quiet from that day forward. And the carefully honed legend of Vlad Dracula grew sharper and extended its reach to the hearts of my enemies.